Yo.
Como mismo el torneo de Shanghái pudieron haber salido finalistas o mismo ganarlo. Son fuertes.
G2 KRU, loud level. Let's go.
Skill cap is very, very high, and they have some of the best individuals in the region.
12 segundos de ronda, va a buscar el
But we're just gonna have to keep our eyes on them. We don't know with the new meta changes how they're gonna play it.
Riot Games Arena, buscando su clasificación a playoffs con un rival muy conocido. Que se escuche para KRU Visa.
Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Work hard, play hard. Work hard, work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Stand up, let me see you move. Stand up and then play. Stand up, let me see you move. Stand up, let me see you move. Oh yeah. Let's do this.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. You know what the song says. Buy the bundle, baby. It's G2 Esports.
Can't be called a newcomer. We've been up for several summers, seeking how to step in commas. If you with us, buy the bundle. Say you should buy the bundle. Barely time to buy the bundle. For this turn of errors rumble. Cause you know we titans in this game, ain't no contest. If we take it to the game, turn a wild west. We ain't faking what I claim, it's a wild threat. No rook, we been a vet. Now check the mindset, by the name of G2. How to take over the world, how we come through. You just follow in the herd, we don't have to. Let's forget about what you heard, probably ain't true. This ain't go to, cause you know it's G2. How to take over the world, how we come through. You just follow in the herd, we don't have to. Let's forget.
Here we go. G2 Esports and KRU Visa both need this win here today. For KRU, it has been a struggle to be able to pick up a dub, and G2 has been riding a high since Shanghai, and they do not look to be stopping at all.
If either team lose, technically they still have a chance to make playoffs, but winning here gets it done cleanly, especially for G2, who has to play Sentinels after this. As we look at the maps, though, it's pretty bog standard here. All the maps that, honestly, we've seen a lot of from G2. I think their Lotus has been pretty strong when they were showing it back in Shanghai, but I think the question is around this Ascent, where they were playing that Neon comp last week.
Wonder if they're going to change anything up or maybe just try to continue to refine that.
How did you guys feel about it? Because I didn't really love it.
So Neon is very difficult to play on a map like Ascent, but it's very niche. You can bust it out here and there. I don't even know if they'll do it two games in a row on it. You know, it might just be a pocket pick that they run against certain teams. And certainly Icy didn't look as comfortable on the Neon as he does on Jet on that map. But in general, this team just seems to, on the defensive side of Ascent, just always take games and close them out on it. It's so hard to break through their defenses.
Yeah, in particular, I think what concerned me about the Neon, on the attacking side, Neon, a lot of the time the plays you're being set up for are like splits through mid, things like that, where you can get pretty isolated, and that wasn't working sometimes. But we're not starting there. We're starting on Lotus, and this is probably just gonna be default comps as we see Kesnet rock that.
Yeah, presumably. Honestly, I'm just very focused on how KRU call their attacking side in this game, because I think you have to be really testing extremities, whether or not you can find lurk timings, of using doors. Like, I think this is probably one of the harder maps to call, especially if it's a free-for-all in the KRU camp.
And that's really the part that I'm worried about. It's like, are they going to be keeping up with those things? Because you know Valen will be.
And we're also just coming off of Super Week, so there's still not a lot of time to actually make adjustments coming into today, but KRU must make adjustments.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one, without a doubt, for KRU, who, coming out of stage one, were looking like the best team in the Americas region until playoffs hit, and then things started to fall apart a bit more. But meanwhile, their opponents on the other side of the stage, G2, has taken that KRU momentum and used it for themselves and have ridden that the whole way through. But you guys are right, as far as compositions goes, we're not getting anything too crazy. We'll see what happens.
It is another fill show for MTA, though, on the Viper here. So that's going to be a third brand new agent that he's going to be locking in and hope to find some comfort with it.
Yeah.
And the problem I see here for the side of Crew is that you're running a mirror against a team that is fundamentally sound, right? And this map pool is in favor, in my opinion, of G2. They love Lotus, they love Ascent, and they love Split.
Well, one thing we know, it's going to be a difficult one for Crew, but can they persevere? Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's been a minute since we've seen the duo of Uber and Wyatt back together, so welcome back, fellas. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Great to be here, and what a match to kick things off with playoffs here in Stage 2 on the line. We have maybe the best caller in the Americas region, the smiling Puppet Master, going up against Crew, who now apparently are calling by committee. Is it a well-oiled machine or a kangaroo court? We're about to find out.
For my money, Valen right now is the best IGL that we have in Americas, and you could certainly argue that he is the best in the world, and it might just be a field day for him against this rudderless Crew team. Kesnet, he's the IGL on the defensive sides, and on the attack, they're just trying their best to do it as a community, to work together.
And we've heard that, Melsa has the last word in a lot of those situations, but there's a lot of back and forth. So let's jump in here to the pistol straight away. Crew attacking, Viper Lurk Wall set up, and a lot of players congregating here. The spike being held back.
That haunt is going to go out, but it's not going to catch a single player, given how passive Crew have been on this open.
Smoke's traded there over towards Mound as well. Icy has a crack at it. Valen opting not to swing with, they'll allow the door to shut.
And with this passive positioning from G2, just back in tree, unless they open that door, try and get a peek, which it looks like they might re-clear. It could be that Crew are pushing up there. They don't know, but there is the door opened and is smoked down as well. And obviously Crew, they're working towards Mound now. And the C site, pretty open.
G2 did get the re-clear at A, so now they can re-establish their resources elsewhere. Prowler obviously meant over on the B side, but it's C side rather, but it's Leaf that you're trying to get through. One of the toughest nuts to crack on this roster. Paranoia goes whizzing past his right here, and he opts to give the space up as the smokes come down.
No option but to play for a retake in these situations where G2 thrive. The team is so regimented.
Shy tries to peek as he knows Kesnet's facing some scrutiny. Can't finish the kill. Smoke up on site to break it up just that little bit more as he would hope to peer over it. Paranoia connects with MTA, 2 players here. It's a reckless push there from Kesnet. He gets the one and it's traded out instantly. And out of the Shy and Heat. Still on this post plant. Here's Leaf, swinging it, Heat from the high ground, able to get him, but gets taken low. And now it's up to Shy. Valen v Shy. And Valen gets the better of him. That's how G2 want to be starting.
What a lovely reposition there at the very end by the IGL. Getting that jump up onto the box. G2 on those set big retakes. They're always going to excel. This is a team where their core has been, they've been around forever, years at this point, only making a couple changes in those years. Bringing in Leaf, bringing in Icy most recently, and it's that foundation that allows them to be one of the best teams that we have right now.
Speaking of changes, Coach Adam from Crew, tweets out, he says, keep your expectations reasonable for MTA. He's filling some big shoes, some new roles as well. How many Viper games has he had so far?
Quite literally 0 rounds of Viper.
Right, that's not
played professionally. And he's talking about wanting to give him a bit of a chance to grow into this flex role.
They don't have time.
He was a duelist in LATAM, but they don't have time. They have 2 games left. This one and 1 more against C9. And the stakes here are obvious. The team that wins this, they are in playoffs.
Crew usually don't mince words on these saves. They usually go straight for the jugular and try and make something happen. Door thrown open there. Melza sees no one hiding back in that corner. It will be 2 stacked on this C side for G2. Standard smoke now as you see Melza lingering over towards that B side of the map. The lurk wall keeps Valen at A for now.
A little smoke from Valen offers a one-way opportunity for Jonas. This hit's going to come in. Kesnet with the first.
Yeah, Leaf caught out there. Guardian finds purchase. Train here coming in from Waterfall would hope to wrap around, but he has to stay behind the turret, and Kesnet was waiting. He didn't get back. That's 3. Huge for Crew. They make the investment in Kesnet. Get him a Guardian this round, and he has hit home.
They will always do it. They will spend the cash to give Kesnet a Guardian, or even a Vandal, a rifle on rounds like this. And It pays off massively.
Melsa on the wrap. He bided his time over towards B, and it pays off now. It's all
That
up
was
to
close.
Valent's not too shabby.
And a nice eco for Crew.
Eco come up short.
That is fantastic from Crew, and obviously from Kesnet starting off hot right now. He was statistically, for essentially all of stage 1, up there, him and Osbos, the top 2 duelists that we had, and it's been a bit slow for him so far in stage 2, but that is just outrageous. Economy is going to be swung. 3 players can recover a couple of G2's weapons there. Turning this game on its head early.
Kesnet able to make use of the smoke. Valen threw down there, playing from the edge of it.
And crucially now, Kesnet already won off of the showstopper. That is absurd.
Aggressive posturing from G2 with the A side here. This is going to narrow down the options for Crew, as it's going to be MTA hoping to play passively. Gives up the space here. Molly to buy himself a bit of rumors. The Prowler comes knocking.
And off of all of that pressure, look at the rest of Crew. They know that they can just walk into C here. So likely that on an anti-eco round, the defensive side will be stacked up together. Now that is the case, but Jonah gives an opportunity for G2 to maybe make a miracle happen and eco them right back.
Util-wise, plenty for Valen to play off here. Let's see what he can cobble together.
Now this is nice. I love Crew taking this forward space.
Paranoid though, they kind of read it, but the weaponry favors Crew in a big way. Icy and Trent, last 2 standing. And now they're going to try and group up here through halls. It's a tough fight to take there for Icy and Melsa. Bests him. Only Trent here. No time really to work with whatsoever.
A nice call from Crew so far. I like how they're playing this attack half. In that 4v5, you want to get proactive. You want to take some of that space into halls. Fight those eco weapons close with your superior guns. They do just that. 4v5, but they converted with ease. A nice shot from Jonah, who shown that he can be a deadly Viper on this map. Back at Shanghai was just putting up absurd numbers against teams the likes of Heretics. The best that we have in the game.
There.
We got guns, Wyatt.
And immediately it's going to be that Odin just spamming away towards A main. It's so common, of course, in Tree, the paper-thin walls. You get the opportunity to spam onto that ult orb close by as well.
Kesnet wants to move up here. Horn catches nothing. Takes the standard challenge, and that's going to be smoked off, allowing Crew here to scale into this part of the map through rubble.
Yeah, that attacking side Crew yet to really burst out of A. They're taking their time. They're ready to absorb some of that G2 utility if it comes and then push up. Crucially though, again, eyes on Kesnet. He has got that showstopper so early into the game. The first buy round for G2, their economy could get cracked if they lose this round to Crew, if they lose this round to Kesnet with that ultimate.
Jonah and Leaf potentially positioned to double up if the spike swings back in that C direction. And looks like that is what is afoot here.
Leaf is going to take that first contact. Oh, Nightfall to fake this? That is a huge investment.
Still though, embedded is Jonah P. Stuck around that corner, he hears all of this. G2 know all about this fake. He's selling it.
30 seconds
But they
left.
might have to actually commit in after it. They've given him that A side.
They're running all the way back. They've only got 25 seconds. Jonah is already on the flank through spawn. They could get flooded on by G2.
Valen was hoping for a timing, but he gets paranoid off the angle. G2 have to give up stairs now, play the retake on A. They're giving up all the map, but Jonah at least has a flank timing.
Not able to get in fast, our G2. The paranoia expended as well. Basically no utility to play with for this retake.
Tree smoked off. Satchel gets Icy onto the side, but he's spotted out. Here's that showstopper we've been talking about. Kesnet finds one with the nades, one with the showstopper. Melsa did fall. 3 to work with for G2, and Jonah just can't win it out against Shy. Ugly now. His Trent has nothing to do but stand and deliver. Valen only comes up with a 1.
That was worrying when Crew decided to go all the way back, feeling that it was open because I don't think the Nightfall connected with a single player. But that could have gotten seriously scrappy for them. But that showstopper, look at this paying off. The nade, into the drop. That's the freest kill you can get. There's nowhere for a player there to run. Catches the second, and it's Kesnet off to that hot start. Turning the game in Crew's tides on 2 rounds now. That crucial anti-eco and the first gun round.
Crew have a tendency to push into stacks sometimes. They feel like they get close to the end of the round, they got to go for it. This time, no, not punished, as all the space gets given up. So passive from G2.
Fighting more aggressively for 8 hour G2, and it's going to be Crew controlling mound. Perhaps they're for a second considering accelerating, but they're going to take things slow. No reason to throw any lives away needlessly on this anti-eco when the game is so much in your favor this early.
G2 so disciplined, they rarely ever overpeak. Maybe erring on the side of caution in this game so far.
And with Crew off to this great start, I'm thinking about the fact that they even picked this map in the first place. It's always been a rock-solid one for G2. Crew recently, they lost it to Sen.
Yeah, especially in defense.
Game. And of course, Sen are one of the best teams that we have. But you know, I was thinking going into this, maybe Crew would pick Icebox. They like that map. It's a weak one for G2, maybe Split even. But it's a bold choice. They're facing G2 on one of their strong maps.
Prowler's here to delay this push through tree, but it's going to be coming one way or another, and Valent is tapped up already. The Molly, scary prospect, unaffected by it for now, so we can actually maintain this drop position. Could be decent to take the attackers by surprise. Valent needs to find a timing and may have just given himself away there already. Poison Orb, Bloobs on the high ground, and Valent, yep, he's got to pull the plug. TP to the high. MTA waiting for that one from the low ground. Double face by Crew. Geez, we're not in position yet.
So far, so good from the newly adorned flex player. MTA, historically a duelist, but...
Letho coming in from the backside, only able to find the one eventually. G2 have to commit in some way or another. It's ICV3. Satchel back to the high ground. Now we see at the edge of heat, Melsa comes knocking. And yet another for Crew here.
Rifles retained, and the economy is already getting outrageous for the LATAM side on attack. It is the favorite side of Lotus, and certainly so with these comps. They are the standard ones that we have seen all year long. You know, sometimes now when teams are throwing in the Neon and the Breach and even the Deadlock Cypher like Sen, you know, maybe it gets a little bit more defensive-sided with that being the case, but historically, what we've seen with this standard 2024 stuff is that it is an attack-sided map, and it was the attack side where Crew almost had that miracle comeback against Sen, and what was it, 7 rounds in a row that they got, so opportunity for a very hot start as the underdog in this game.
Second gun round of the map here for G2. An opportunity now to claw some of those rounds back. Kesnet almost gets a catch there. And IC will be embedded right in this corner. Trent, of course, with the Odin can play off this to some degree. Spray through these walls, but Crew slowly inching forward. That's the door. Timing's good for Icy, though. Will take one. Back away behind the paint shell. Takes a big hit, though, through that Viper wall. And needs to fully extract himself.
Nicely done from Icy. Just going to slip away with that satchel. Get away with his life. And this is a crucial moment, actually, for the Odin. Look at Shy. He's one off of getting the lockdown. And he knows that if he taps that orb, there's going to be a hellfire coming through that wall. It's a massive risk to do so. Probably not going to be able to get that very crucial ultimate into the round.
G2 with a syncopation here, though. They take that kill. Icy backs away. They slow the round down again. Trent hoping to catch something here, firing in through tree, but Ice for Crew turning over towards B now at 30 in the round.
Great paranoia for delay from Valen.
Melsa has to turn and deal with the turret. Crew now scrambling over the site. And patient for Valen, holds that angle, but can't get the better of Kesnet, who's having a game already.
And look at this proactivity from Crew in another post plant, the push up.
Again, Kesnet just going for it here, really leading the charge. Being very decisive on some of these little individual pops. He'll keep an eye on Heaven for the time being. Here is Leaf. Spots him once more. Kesnet now at least brought low. Leaf can clean him up. Melsa and Shy here, the ones standing front and center. And yeah, they're going to win it out.
Just lovely holds on the angles there from Shy and Melser. Shy so consistent for this team, but look at how they recover that from the man disadvantage that Icy had gotten. That lovely little play early into the round, the satchel off. The proactivity is beautiful from Crew there. I don't know who's calling that. It could be any of the 5 of them. I'm going to assume Kesnet, since he's the one taking point, taking space, taking frags, but what a nice way to convert a round that was seemingly lost. Continue this early momentum. Crew look electric.
I mean, how often do we see that like late round audible go to B with a player disadvantage work out? Really impressive stuff by Kesnet to surge up, to find a kill in Link and a kill in Upper to really set things up for Crew.
And typically with G2, I'm very impressed with their fast floods on this Lotus defense. You know, meaning when that attacking side is getting into the site, when the spike is being tapped, they will explode back in with a utility before it's even planted. And they have not been able to do that so far. And frankly, on one of those earlier rounds, I believe round 4, they were definitely given an opportunity to do so. It was the one where Heat had sent that Nightfall into A and they were gathered up around it. But they've been slower in those moments than I'm used to seeing from them. And it's given KRU this opportunity to really, you know, take the bull by its horns in those moments, be the team that's being proactive.
You know, so much of the narrative here was about how G2 would be inherently favored, being a really meticulous, you know, very calling heavy team. But they've given up so much of the map time and again to KRU that they've had to mount these retakes that have seemed ill-fated from the outset. They'll be again down to this pistol buy wire. Yes, of course, a lockdown and Nightfall to work with, but everything else looking a little shabby.
Several big ultimates in play. You know, G2 would be happy on this round just to get that showstopper out of Kesnet's hands, get Shy to be forced to use that lockdown in an awkward situation. Kesnet is on fire, man. This is absurd. What is he at? 12 kills already? 12 for 3? Something like that? I mean, this is the Kesnet that we know, the Kesnet that was taking over in stage 1, that led KRU on that 5-game winning streak. It's been downhill since then.
What is going on?
I mean, he is doing his damnedest to bring them back into a winning position.
He sees the hopes of playoffs glimmering there. In fact, funnily enough, KRU's sort of backslide recently started with that loss in the upper bracket of the playoffs of stage 1 to G2. Kind of coming full circle in a way.
Yeah, they had lost their first game in stage 1. It was the very last one, a nail-biter against LEV, who at the time, you know, LEV and KRU, they were the two best teams, the two that were the top of the Alpha and Omega groups. And then G2 just smacked them around in the playoffs. Such a clean 2-0. Just kicked them off the mountaintop, and they haven't been able to climb back up since.
Again, we'll have G2 set up here, looking to perish to the blast. Want to find a quick and easy meal as KRU start to back away from this site here. And going back, I mean, the last losses for G2 on Lotus were top teams. I mean, Heretics, Gen G, I think Leviathan before that, so they've generally been very solid on this map. But now they're going to feed themselves to the beast. And the hunger's definitely there for KRU. 6-1 here. It's been a great attacking half thus far.
I mean, as you just said, yeah, G2, they only lose to the GOATs on this map. They've only lost to Gen G Heretics, the finalists of Shanghai, where G2 made their run that no one expected. You know, we would have thought the KRU could have been, should have probably been after stage 1, one of the teams at Shanghai, but it was G2, a team that most people counted out of that race. They make it all the way to top 3. They just need one win to make the playoffs. And this rejuvenated KRU may just stop them.
Okay, is the third time the charm for G2. Looking for a gun round win. Chance to build some bank.
And again from KRU, they're really just not bursting out of A. They are happy to just take, you know, that utility in from G2, bait a bit of it out, and go back, get that space later if they want to. But right now, gathered up outside of B. Dispatching some of that utility, but also of Jonah P. What an entry from Melser.
He's set up on B. Lockdown, of course, here deployed by Shy to try and set this up. We are going to have a Venn diagram of those Killjoy ults here. Melser says, perhaps I'm needed elsewhere. The rest of KRU falling back over towards Baby Door now. And the TP out towards Mound. Well and truly away from the action here. It's a showstopper, though. Icy trying to make his way in. MTA, though, nipping at his heels. Heat might try and make a pincer of this, and G2 can fight their way out. Now it's Melser all alone. He was a long way from the action. Now the win vicinity to intervene. Paranoia over towards the spike, but from above it's Fallon! That's beautiful! One more and he's got the job done. Train is half. Back through the smoke, he goes and receives Melser with open arms. Now G2 can do something with this, but they would have loved to have brought a couple more guns into the next.
Absolutely. I mean, Trent does his best in that situation, and he succeeds, right? Just playing the time on the spike nicely. Invested a lot into that retake. Trent as well sent in that Nightfall. Icy invested that showstopper to get the first pick, and it was a crucial one, no doubt. It allows them, you know, more space in that Baby Door where all of KRU were gathered up. That investment is massive from the side of G2. And look at the state of their economy if they lose this. they're going to be on a tragic eco just that fast.
KRU, however, are playing with house money. Immediately, Viper's Pit here over on C, wanting to funnel KRU maybe in towards his Killjoy utility. Prowler will check briefly.
Yeah, he threw out that haunt towards Mound as well, so they know they have that control there. And Heat does have one more Prowler, which is an effective counter to the Viper's Pit. It can seek out Jonah P, get the information on his position, try and spam him down, or, you know, take that moment to push through the pit. But they're going to avoid that entirely. They're going to work their way back to A. They're going to have to use that Prowler. You have to clear out back rubble. Prowler from Trent.
That's in response to a Nanoswarm that got thrown by Shy into the Viper's Pit here, implying some maintained presence from KRU at C. Again, really light hold for G2 over at A. They're going to give up much of this, I'd say. Trent's going to get some action here, though.
And that one way over the tree from Fallon.
Dear.
Some damage coming through, but that is crucial. They're going to have to wait that out because they don't have any Prowlers to go through it. They can't just throw away their lives there. So further delay from the side of G2 to fight for A with the clock getting low. 22 seconds left.
Paranoia still up here for Valen. You can absolutely play off that. Plan attempt here for Heat. That was the Paranoia that got thrown through. And finally, Icy chooses this moment to appear from Baby Door. Attacking Viper's Pit now set up on the side, but they're still going to go for it. Here comes a Nightfall, and immediately Kesn is brought down. LEV tries for another one. It's Shy and MTA to try and hold it down. And Trent is taking his time. Shy, a loose end. Will he see Icy's dome here as he swings around? The timing might not favor him, and it doesn't. G2 get themselves now in a 4v1, and Jonah P, better to be effective than clean, gets the job done.
And all of a sudden, things are not looking too bad for G2. They get 4 rounds on the board. That's not bad for Lotus defense if you convert that second half pistol round. They're starting to get into the game, and honestly, it's Icy doing it. You know, a duelist that, frankly, if you look at the scoreboards, if you look at the stat sheet, pales in comparison to someone like Kesnet, who has been one of the top duelists in the game since the dawn of the game, since 2020. But it's the impact kills from Icy. A few first bloods already.
And the contrast is crazy, right? You have Icy, the system duelist. He's locked into the structure versus the maverick of Kesnet. He's the one that is making these decisions, trying to be proactive and leading the way in many of these attacking rounds. You can see the contrast play out there as Icy is able to find crucial kill involvement and an inflection point in that round.
Absolutely, and KRU, they're now forced onto that timeout. I do really respect Adam as a coach. I think he's been massively influential in the ascension of KRU that we've seen, you know, since it kind of began last year. They had that flash in the pan run at LCQ, you know, struggled when they made champs and struggled in the kickoff this year, but then finally went on the most consistent run that they'd had with those 5 wins in a row. And I do think he really does deserve a lot of credit for it.
And he's had more work to do since that run, because then he's had to come up with a solution. Obviously, with Klaus moving to the bench, MTA struggled with injury in the first part of this season. Now has a chance to come in, but has to pick up the flex role. And so many of these agents he's just not touched. So far, not so bad.
You know, so long as he can find his way as that role player, provide the utility needed, I'm not looking for him to light the world on fire. I'm just looking for him to do his job. KRU have more than enough firepower. Kesnet, how good Melser's been this season. Heat, that new addition.
Again, aggressive posturing here, but Melser punishes Icy. System duelist down, folks. Prowler through the wall means that, yes, KRU still want to go for this. They have to expect some more Baby Door presence, and Jonah P mowed down as well. One after another, G2's defensive architectures are being torn to pieces.
Smoke from Valen to control tree. That was the first time KRU really burst out A and fought very aggro early. No one from G2 were ready to break that haunt. A misplay, and it cost Icy his life. Not the kind of thing you expect from G2. Surely a player should be ready for that.
Tried to throw in a variation to G2. Maybe sick of giving up that A side of the map every single round. But KRU love that. They love taking contact. They want to push out on you early in the round and fights. Baby Door smoke here. This will much to be LEV's chagrin. Paranoia is going to force Valen off this angle. Now Tree under the control of KRU, and they are far from done. Valen able to find a good little peek there. LEV getting involved as well. Trent with the C's. buy a bit of time now as Leaf has a bit of a crossfire with him.
Lovely setup.
Last player standing.
There it is. Okay, Spike goes loose and it's Melsa. Started the round well, now has to salvage it. Pretty darn good stuff there for Crew.
Absolute hero. Crew hoping that noise cut would cause some kind of rotation, but for G2, unnecessary. They're in a 3v5. Let's take a little bit of a risk. Let's go off of a read from Valen that we can just be steadfast in this site, and it was almost the undoing of Crew. Less from Melser just having such a round. I mean, look at that horn again. It lit up all three players. No one prepared to break it. Just a fundamental error that puts them on the back foot. Some energy for these Crew players finally after a dismal first 2 weeks.
He's playing entry on that A side as Omen.
I think at this point has even overtaken Kesnet on the scoreboard, which is pretty wild. And now Crew are back to that slow start towards A. You know, they have that KJ turret, watching for any push out towards Mound, which is something G2 really haven't opted for. And they win the fights here again, Crew.
Hard to see what the plan is there for G2. Standing out in the open, as much as that util drops down, they just straight up lose their duels. Wise Man once said, you got a shot, you die. G2 now down to 3. 2 players from stairs for G2, and they're going to rely on pulling Leaf out, maybe playing from upper A as a third.
And what do? Do they go for a 3v5 with the economy in this dire of a situation? Do they want to be on eco for the final round?
They've never had a good buy this entire map so far. Last couple of rounds have been as good as it's gotten, and it's still not been enough. Leaf makes the swing, finds one. That's the best he can hope for, though. And now they're stacked up for Kesnet, and he has a feast on him. This is getting out of hand.
A rare indecision there from G2, and frankly, you just have to go for the save, man. 3 players alive. Look at the economy when we get back in. It is tragic for their side. You know, surely they just save those up. Try to go for that 4th. I do think 4 rounds is that kind of that comeback threshold for an attack-favored map.
Is this early pop facilitated for G2 by any util that we can really see? Because it feels like it's that util, the walls come down, they've got nothing but raw aim to try and win.
You're absolutely right. You know, this is a G2 that look a bit unlike themselves, and you know, perhaps it's Crew's play right now, their confidence, you know, their willingness to be so proactive, swing together, that's throwing them off their game a little bit. But you know, you expect better fundamentals here from a team like G2, frankly.
They have the unmitigated confidence of your average reply guy right now, Crew. They do not care. Here it is, Satchel for Icy. He tries to posture at least some confidence to convince himself and gets smashed. That's not good for the mental. Not great for the round either.
And those G2 players, they don't even feel confident enough to try to swing, try to get that trade. And I mean, frankly, that is a good decision. Look at the firing squad from Crew. Crosshairs trained on that angle. It wasn't just MTA close, it was the rest of them towards Mound. And there was a Prowler to re-clear towards A. Just feign like they're gonna head towards Rubble, re-clear all that space, maybe go for the hit, but it's all about getting into Mound here. Kesnet with his 20th showstopper of the half, it feels like.
Here comes Kesnet. It's got to be at least the 30. Will he check his right? No! He gets an entire 21 HP in a dream. Guy's got plot armor today, folks. Some serious protagonist energy.
What a flick shot. Shades of Rafa there, Mitch. Little old man reference. Now into the 5-on-3.
Is anyone else in here? I do. That's the sad part. My goodness. MTA here will be the most forward player set up on that ramp here. Smoke towards Halls is going to cut Trent out of the action for now, but Shai just sits and bides his time. G2 steamrolled in that first half.
I mean, that is the best Crew that I have seen so far in this stage, bar none. The communal calling system, it was working out there. They were hitting the right sites for the most part. I loved how they were playing towards A. Mostly slow, mostly to re-clear in the mid-round, but out of that timeout, they chose the perfect time to hit that area of the map hard. Really catching out G2, making them look so out of sorts.
Bien.
Kesnet 17-7, Melsa 14-5. Much more to come from this series in general. The second half of Loyals will be up on the other side of this quick break.
What?
Welcome back, everyone, as we're in the middle of a halftime here on Lotus between KRU and G2. KRU currently up right now. We just want to take this opportunity to extend a formal apology to Kesnet. We were not familiar with your game, brother, and we're really sorry about that because you're kind of popping off, my king. In any case, though, let's move on, though. Talk about Kesnet. The man has been on fire, Ender. Nothing can stop him.
Yeah, and so much so that on round 2, after losing Pistol, Shy buys Kesnet a Guardian, Kesnet buys himself heavy armor, and then he drops a 4K to win out here. They didn't buy anything
that
else.
snowballed a lot for them.
Exactly, because then it's shutting G2 down, so they can't buy in round 3. Then round 4, they've got their buy again, but Kesnet has ultimate already online. He uses that to win another round. G2's econ is broken again, so it's a string of 5 rounds in a row for KRU.
Yeah, especially in the state of Valorant right now, it's so snowbally and there's so much momentum involved into it. And I guess he did wake up saying to himself that he was ready to play.
I guess that interview was real.
So yeah, I mean, you know, that's the benefit of you know, running something like this where you don't have an IGL. You really do have the freedom to do whatever you please, whatever you want.
Yeah.
But honestly, they looked like they were doing things good. It was
yeah, I mean, especially like how they were playing together in their post plants was lights out.
Well, now we're flipping the switch here. Let's see what KRU could do on the defense. We're going to send it back over to Uber and Wyatt to call the action.
Absolutely ruthless opener to this series by KRU. Kesnet with 17 frags in the first half.
And now it's his job to IGL on the defense. They talk about that community calling style on attack where Melser will make the final decision if there's a bit of back and forth. But on defense, it is the Kesnet show. And frankly, their defense in stage 2 so far, I have not liked it too much. Against Sen on this map, they were throwing some rounds away in tragic fashion, losing 4v2s. And throwing the map away because of it. It was a 13-11 loss. Jonah P again with that Sheriff.
That is long range through that lurk wall. He's created an opening on the A site here. KRU starting to filter now across through B, but G2 aren't committed to heading to that extremity yet. In fact,
they are working their way back towards MTA, the new addition, who's been solid so far. Will he try to escape? Wow, lovely tap. Racing to more. That chance to get his confidence up.
Gets the 2. Icy has to expend some utility to bring him down, but Leaf has got a timing. He always has one, but Kesnet's ready. And Leaf throws his head back, frustration, I'm sure. He felt like he had the soul read, but Kesnet doesn't have one.
And now silently, it's G2 just creeping into that B site. Jonah P pressed up. He's already got one nice shot with the Sheriff. He's going to have to do a lot more with Icy this low on HP.
No util to work with. Here's the double swing around the corner into a 5 HP target. We know how these go. Kesnet, check your 6, son. Okay, 1 for 1. Jonah P here with a big iron. That's 1. 50 HP in a Dream. Heat not looking much better with only a Ghost to work with. Gives it a tap. Here comes Jonah. He gets stuck on the corner. Slowed up by those shots, and Heat finishes the job. Could have gone either way, but KRU, that's almost a death blow to G2 here.
Looks like he might have even hit that scroll wheel as well to his detriment. Awkward little jump at the end. You know, I think if he just tried to strafe out of the way, he might have made it, but I think that was just a bit of a mishap there. Kesnet with that read onto Leaf. The awareness, that single shot, oh my god, that is filthy work from Jonah for the entry. And unfortunately, that was all for naught.
Oh yeah, just caught on the Mason already there. Yeah, that was after he thought he had a timing on Kesnet, did Leaf. Pushed up towards Link. G2 are running out of time. Valen tapped up as he tries to TP behind this lurk wall. He's gonna go for something harebrained here. Wyatt, I can feel it. Gets caught by a Prowler.
Oh, that looks like the perfect nade. Valen just around the corner. And of course, it's the star of KRU, Kesnet. They are always going to get that upgraded rifle for him whenever they can. Round 2, full armor, Vandal in his hands.
He's on one right now. It'd be crazy not to serve him up whatever he asks for. Now G2 slow it down. They don't fully pull it out of rubble though. Oh man, they're taking so much poke. Jonah now down to 35 as well.
And you know, despite talking about how against Sentinels, KRU's defense was very lackluster, a lot of silly mistakes, thrown away rounds. Will that even matter at this point? When they've converted this pistol, when they're surely going to be up 11-3, surely G2 wouldn't bring this one back from the brink.
I see what you're doing. I don't like it. Right, don't like it.
G2 slowed up there. Snakebite Poison Orb combination says no.
30
We're down to 29 in the round. Still very distributed across the map. Our crew, they're not sure that G2 have committed to this, but we know that they will be ending C. MTA steps up for one, gets traded out pretty instantly now. Help is on the way, but a little bit slow. Shy and Kesnet to play through waterfalls. Leaf sprays wildly through the masonry at them. It's Kesnet caught out by a Prowler. And Shy tries to wrap to the left, finds nothing. Forced back. Kesnet wants to hold his ground, but he goes 1 for 1. At least Shy can get the trade. Weaponry, though, is good for crew. And that's a 2v1. Trent can't get it done. Shy for 4. With arguably the weakest weapon brought in the round by crew, but that's a side note, and they have converted 11-3.
Shy and Kesnet had me sweating there, I'm not going to lie. The duo was close to the C site, so they just tried to spill their way in, but their other two teammates were so far away. Oh, that could have gone south.
And yes,
I mean, Shy barely crossed back in one of those moments with 6 HP from sight in the waterfall. One of those stray right-click classic bullets hit him. Oh, that could have gotten so bad for crew. But they're able to convert.
I mean, that is beautiful from Shy. They kind of disrespect the smoke thrown behind them there that staggers them out from the rest of their team. So it essentially makes it, you know, 2 instances of 2v4 there for crew. Shy, they're built a little bit different. There's a good chance here, I think, to put G2 under the microscope a little bit now, as they're going to have one real chance here to have a successful gun round to stay in this map. A map that they have only lost once in Americas this whole season. They don't look themselves, I'll say that much.
No, they really didn't on that defensive half. I think they're going to have a serious mental reset after this map. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but this lead just feels insurmountable, and it doesn't feel like their heads are in the game right now. Josh RT, their long-standing coach, going to try to fix that. The man that's been with them for, what, like a year and 7 months now, you know, brought them to that Ascension tournament, got them into partnership, has been such a great coach with the team, but with only 3 on the board against Crew's 11. How much can one coach do?
Crew don't bring many weapons back into this round, so it's a little bit of an underpowered bonus, but boy, do they have a buffer of rounds to work with, Wyatt.
Meltzer heads up, purchases that Outlaw G2, all light armors. 1 shot from him that connects will result in a kill.
That's why Meltzer's playing an off angle over towards Mount here, not the usual one. But he won't see any action this early.
Crew are really stacked up towards C right now. You know, perhaps a little bait play. They're hoping that Meltzer maybe gets that first contact, teleports off, and then the rest of the team try to push in.
The read is good. G2 have done this quite a few of these attacking rounds, right? Pop towards A, pull out over towards C. Meltzer is waiting. Spinning the web, but force off the angle here by the Prowler. He'll have to fall back now behind that smoke here and give control of Mount to G2.
But do they dare commit? Does Valen have the read on this? Or will they commit to their own peril?
Does he have the cojones for this?
No, and it looks like he just wants to keep some presence on C. You know, keep Meltzer's attention there, perhaps some other players. Typically, the KJ is going to be there. You could see him trying to clear out that utility while the rest of the team work back towards A. Valen, a little too wise for a play like that.
The hourglass is running thin though, Wyatt. 23 seconds left in the round, and now G2 need to take this up a gear. Prowler into tree, clear it. Satchel now into showstopper. ICC's nothing, nada, zilch. But space has been created for G2 to get a post plant set up here, and Valen finds the right side of Meltzer on the B side.
And at this point, Crew, they'll be content just dealing as much damage as they can against G2.
Valen knows it. He's about to get double faced here. MTA first and Shy second. Oh, that's, well, not what he's looking for there. That was ugly spray. Giving up a gun there is going to hurt. The rest of the cleanup should be relatively elementary. It's now 2 Vandals for Crew. Still more damage to do, and that's all Kesnet wants. He wants to rattle the cage. Rouse a bit of a rabble. This is all he's going to get for the round here. Kesnet will be bowing out as G2. Oh, give up another gun. Oh, man. It doesn't get any easier, Wyatt.
And already even going down, inching closer to getting the showstopper activated again. In the first half, he had 3 rounds into the game. And he's almost about to do the same, just 3 orbs away now. Shy with all those kills earlier, close to the lockdown. And frankly, Mitch, this is the trouble with trying to make comebacks happen in Valorant. Eventually, everyone is going to be able to press Q and probably win that round, probably get to 12 on the board.
Yeah, so you have like 1 or 2 deterministic round wins, in theory, per half at least. And that's all Crew really need. Still, now Crew make the buy. Decent conversion off the bonus, I suppose, damage-wise. Valen, every start of the round he gets caught. This time, of course, the C's catches him out.
Oh, G2, please. I mean, these are the mistakes that you would never expect from a team like this. 2 times now in Rebel fights, no one breaking the haunt, several players getting lit up, 3 kills for Crew. So disastrous, man. So unlike them.
We're talking about the most meticulous, disciplined team in Americas. Right now, they look extremely scattered. Prowler's pass like shifts in the night as G2 are still grouped up towards Rubble, and Kesnick says, don't mind if I do. Flawless here for Crew on the precipice of a comfortable map 1 win.
And just this attempt to brute force back into Rubble, getting bogged down by more utility, more presence being shown there from Heat, more Prowlers.
Look at
this on, and then it brings up another player there. Easy spray from Melser. Oh, this is...
The Fade util has been sterling at the start of these rounds.
It has been. And Heat, one of 2 flex players on this team that used to be a duelist. Him and MTA.
Keep them coming.
That's been the recipe for success, apparently, on Crew. Maybe things will work out for MTA, Mitch.
Once more, G2 probe A. And in previous rounds, they pulled out to trend towards C. This time they linger a little longer. 2 Vandals bought into the round. And cobbled together by shambolic for G2 this game has been.
2 Sheriffs for them. Trent is 1 orb away from that Nightfall if they can find it somewhere. But that's going to be tough with his presence from Crew on this A side.
Alarm bot at B2. Crew know about this. They can set up for Baby Door now. Again, they're all grouped up, not really where they want to be. Jonah able to win out there in Rubble is good. Spike on the way through. Heat under pressure here with the C's. And the rocket from Kesnit lands true. He knows there's someone an upper. It's Icy playing safe with nothing but that Sheriff to work with here. And the Spike is still heading over to A now.
I like this Heat. Kesnit staying doubled up, fighting together, double facing. Lovely fundamentals.
G2 can't break this Baby Door position. They struggle with it all round. All the util in the world, all the King's Horses, and men couldn't get them in there. And now Valen has to turn tail and run, and he won't be fast enough. What a drumming! And what a way to make a statement to start the series with playoffs on the line. Crew deliver on Lotus.
And that is a shocking result on Lotus of all maps. I thought it was bold from Crew to pick this into G2. G2, who have only in recent times lost this to Genji and Heretics, the 2 finalists of Shanghai. The Crew lost this to Sen just a couple weeks ago. Threw so many rounds on their defense in that game and come out firing on all cylinders, looking absolutely electric. And now we're going to head to their map, or rather G2's map next, Ascent. That's going to be a tough one for them, but they only need 1 more map win to get into the playoffs for Stage 2.
We need to see systematic improvements for G2 to make this a competitive series, though. It's been an ugly Ascent for Crew lately. We'll see if that also will be the case. We'll step away and bring the desk and GB back in to break down our first map.
Every time I needed a new phone, I had to switch carriers.
I told him, at Verizon, everyone can get the best deals. Like that iPhone 15 on them.
Switching all the time, it wasn't easy.
35. You're gonna be here forever.
I know.
Here's your wireless contract.
Do I need a lawyer for this? Those were hard days.
Representative, switch!
Now that I got a huge storage and battery upgrade, I'm officially done switching.
New and existing customers get iPhone 15 on us when they trade in any iPhone, any condition, guaranteed.
I really wish you told me sooner.
I did.
Red Bull gives you wings.
la información, sin embargo, un impacto. ¡Qué hit! 4K y el ace, no.
Still with the ult into this post, and that's how it ends. Joining me right now, we have Coach Adam. Now, Lotus was Crew's map pick, and y'all pretty much just ran away with that map. So I'm curious to know, what are the plans going into Ascent? How do you plan on keeping up that momentum?
I think that lately the team has been focusing too much into the negative stuff inside the game. And I think that today we successfully were able to just keep thinking about the positive, about things that work for us. And that's creating a really good environment in the team. So the plan is to stick like that for Ascent, and maybe we can close the series 2-0.
Awesome. Well, best of luck on map 2.
And Crew managed to take out G2. Their map pick 13-4 on Lotus. G2 had no opportunity to really get back into that series because, well, I mean, to be quite frankly, Crew never really gave them an entry to begin with. It was just the Kesnet show from the beginning, and then they just kept on adding to the pain.
Yeah, I mean, that first half was just so dominant. G2, I think, kept going for these like early A main control ideas on their defense, and Crew was owning them round after round with these fast reclears. Kesnet in particular was playing incredible, and they just snowballed that first half like crazy.
Yeah, and it's because Crew kept winning the critical buy rounds, right?
Yes.
Every time G2 were down to $0 in the bank account, they're losing those rounds. And I think it wasn't until round 7 or 8 that G2 were able to win one of those and actually get a couple back-to-back. The biggest problem to me was that on some of those critical rounds in the first half, G2 had options to save with 2 or 3 players, but played those rounds out, and it just kept spiraling out of control.
Yeah, and the reason why they had to save in the first place was the proactivity on the post plants. That's something that we didn't get to touch on in the first half. But still, it was insane, the double swinging together, stuff that was really lacking these last couple of matches from Crew. And it's nice to see them have their mojo back. I guess every single time, you know, they get counted out of the punch, they just
everyone has to stop believing, and then they're the best team in the world.
Yeah, they're the best team in the world, right?
It's crazy.
It's insane.
But what you're talking about like the post-plant proactivity, that was really impressive to me. The protocols on when they were fighting forward, when they were falling back in the post was great. So much of that was Kesnet. But I think you do have to bring to the attention how often on the defensive side, Icy was getting set up to try and go for these early fights, and he was getting left really far ahead, dying first to Kesnet, and giving them these big advantages to call around in the mid-round.
Yeah, and it's a tough situation to be in because, like, I don't know if they can beat a Kesnet that's actually playing on that board. I don't know what you can do because he was absolutely dialed in from the get-go. It was an unreal performance.
And I didn't think it was possible. In the pre-show, we were clowning on
We were
like, oh
memeing
yeah, Kesnet's gonna be great.
Yeah.
He's always great. But normally G2 is a lot better at shutting down star players. But today, they're having, I think, a little more issues with their microcoms. There's all these little things that compound against a Kesnet who is playing incredible Valorant, and you get a result like that.
Yeah, it's actually quite scary there if you're G2. And honestly, if you're all the talent, because let's take a look at the predictions.
It's not actually.
Yeah, it is. Here it is. Because none of us predicted Crew to do anything. And
Golden Boy,
What have you blame us?
Series isn't over.
Can you blame us though?
Series
it's
isn't
so
over.
True. It's so
I'm
true.
gonna keep coping until I'm inevitably wrong.
Least NA copium to analyst
it's actually not that much a copium, though, because G2 has had struggles in the past before with their opening maps, and I thought it was something that they solved, and that's why I was so gung-ho on this G2 roster.
But also look at the maps
they figured it out. Yeah, but these are maps that they like. But now, going into Ascent and then Split, but also the thing with a Split is that Crew are no slouch to Split either, right? They most notably took out NRG in dominant fashion. It was the only map they won. Now, can Crew actually close out a series? Because
yeah, that's a tough part. G2 though, they're really familiar with the comebacks, like you're saying. But I think the big question is this Ascent. They were playing the Neon last time. They did get a win there. I wasn't totally convinced on the comp, so I'm curious to what they're going to bring.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and jump over to the G2 camp and see what's going on with Josh RT and the boys as we have Geek Heavy standing by, getting ready for map 2.
All right, I'm joined right now by G2's coach, Josh RT. So it seemed like that map kind of got away from you all, so I'm kind of curious what went wrong and how do you all plan on bouncing back come Ascent?
I think we forgot how we wanted to play, and we kind of gave them openings thinking that like they wouldn't hit the shots. We weren't reading the map state correctly, and we made a lot of errors in like how we move as like a duo or a trio around the map. So I told the boys, like, let's tighten up, let's play coordinated, let's play disciplined, let's play the game that we know how to play, and we'll take map 3 or map 2 and 3.
Yeah, hopefully we'll take this to a map 3. Best of luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Real answer. Real honest answer. It was the problem. G2's striving point is always the fundamentals, and they were bad in map 1. I think that is something, though, you can lock in. We know they're good to find that mental reset. They're not out yet.
I do have one concern that I have here, which is something that we saw play out very much so is the individual capability of KRU, and we constantly talk about G2 not really having those X-factor individuals on the team. Great players on the team across the board, but you don't have that person that steps up like the way Kesnet has.
I would hard disagree because there is a man with big poofy hair named Leaf.
Yeah, and, that's fair. I agree.
I would further say that on a map like Ascent, there is another guy who usually shoots around this dart that tells you where the enemy is. Trent
Paper-thin walls.
Dominates on this map. Fair. I actually would go the opposite direction and say this team has a lot of players that stand out map to map.
No, that's completely fair. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, especially considering, you know, the talent that's on that lineup. I think the only reason why I said that is just because it's kind of been a point of conversation with G2 over the course of the last few months, no?
And I think what you're getting at is in the duelist line. For sure. The Icy, the newest player on the team, his pop-ups are a little bit less extreme than a guy like Kesnet on the other side that's dominating every game.
He's going back to the Jet, though. I thought the Neon put him out on his own way too often to take just straight up 1v1s that he was oftentimes losing. He's really comfortable on this Jet role. It's a standard on the map for a reason. I think this is a good shift for G2.
Yeah, but so is Kesnet. Very comfortable on that Jet.
And this is his map.
And this is the problem for G2.
Some crazy Kesnet rounds. He's starting defense. If this guy gets an op, they win pistol. I mean, you know how scary that can be, Dre.
Yeah. Jet op on this map, it just takes over, especially on the defensive side. The problem is, KRU in general on this map, the last couple times they played it, have not looked great.
Yeah, they have not looked great, but they look great in map 1 and picked up a massive 13-4 win. Can they do the same thing here and end this series 2-0 over G2 forces to a map 3? Let's send it back over to your casters. You got Uber and Wyatt for the cast.
Only so much time did G2 have in between that first map and this one here to catch themselves, because they were reeling, Wyatt, on Lotus. Reeling.
Massive reset required for them. I have not seen G2 with as poor fundamentals as on that Lotus map in I don't know how long. I don't think perhaps this entire year, certainly not since the Stage 1 playoffs. That was very out of the ordinary for a team that I look at and think of fundamentals. I mean, a testament to that in that game was that they only converted 2 of their 7 first blood rounds. That is shocking from them, frankly. This is their map pick. It has been a tough one for KRU. And frankly, it should be a good one for them to get back in the game and take this thing to split.
G2 back to Jet, no more Neon for Icy. That was touch and go at times for them in their previous game. Here we go, set up towards B. This one going to be pretty expedient, I dare say. In behind the drone. And they pull back. This is reminiscent of the Lotus play over at A.
And funny enough, this is exactly how G2 started their pistol round the last time they played Ascent against C9. Identical so far.
All but the Sova here from KRU got pulled in the direction of A after that exchange. Against NRG, KRU really took a beating in tree around this area. That's where they suffered as FNS really unwound them round after round. That is huge info, though. Followed up with the molly. Jonah still on the back step, was able to clean up Kesnet, though, through the masonry, no less.
That man with the sheriff is going crazy today.
Up comes Trent here, now threatening that heaven pitch. He's got to eat that entirely, and he asks for seconds. Valen delivers now as Shy is going to make a little bit of noise heading to heaven, but Jonah P's not ready for it. It's Melza operating from the 7th circle there in hell. Trent deals with it. Player advantages. Shy just throws himself into this here, avoiding the recon. Now can play off MTA and Upper, but Valen in A main is going to be the undoing factor here. Now it's MTA V3 and G2. Okay, don't get ahead of yourselves. They got the pistol on Lotus and then it fell apart.
I'm not getting ahead of myself, but that was very cool from G2. They started that round the exact same as they did the last time they played Ascent. They go for this B main control, feign like they might just be fast heading into the site, and then slow pivot into an A split. Variation this time, though, was that rather going for a traditional A split through the door with a player through main, with Jonah getting that kill into tree. They actually pivot and flood through heaven, pinch the site from the front and the back. A very cool adjustment to throw Crew off, maybe thinking it was going to be the same thing that they watched from that first week.
That extra investment in Kesnet this round is going to manifest as a Marshall. He takes that over towards the B-side extremity there and holds an angle briefly before conceding it. G2, no one loves to slow it down more than they do.
Yeah, that is a fact. They like to take their time, give Valen opportunities to get a read, to make the right call, to hit that weaker site.
Just over a minute now, still to play with. Mid essentially given up here as Crew opt to try and stack the A side. Can this be read by G2? Aldrone certainly will try it.
Only spots one though.
Shock dart, though, they are starting to trend away. This will be checked, though. 2 caught inside the 0 point. G2 do know there's a heavy tree presence as a result.
Valen getting up close here.
Enough noise to wake the dead.
Shine falling off. And yeah, G2, classic round here, taking their time, working the map, finishing up mid now. Gonna pivot into B, where it's just Kesnet with that Marshall.
Left. He's about to get more than he bargained for here, I suspect. LEV, though, will stay embedded in mid here. I don't know if Shy's aware of this. Icy cleans him up. That Phantom brought up here, finding value. Jonah! Okay, had a chance to respond after the first shot. Kesnet's very low. Trent eventually just going to pepper him down through the wall. LEV tries to challenge Melsa, wants that weapon badly. And he'll get it for himself. 3v3 in the post plant. Icy with the big gun. Holding that market angle. A bit of damage, he'll take it as Heat falls after the fact to Trent's span.
Yeah, just has that lineup for the market door. Trent, so solid on this map. A real knack for using those weapons with the high bullet pen.
Oh my goodness, okay.
And there it is with the Guardian, and no doubt you were going to see that with the Odin when the side swap. I mean, maybe even picking it up on attack. It is useful for that counter spam onto the enemy Sova. That battle on B is incredibly important.
Melsa here has a crack at it at least, but Trent leaves around with a brace of 4.
Already, I love how G2 are working the map. Valen has so much experience here, and we saw another experienced IGL, FNS on NRG, just working Crew, making their defensive side look.
Yeah, he always had a timing through mid or the tree or something like that. If anyone can sort of reciprocate or match that rather, Valen's the guy.
Absolutely. Crew really need to step things up from their performance that they just had on Ascent the other day. Their defense was their weaker side.
And Kesnet couldn't get in that game either. So far, he's been astounding on Lotus.
And I'm really looking to see a lot more variation in their setups, a lot more proactive taking of those extremities. That was something that they were lacking in that previous game, no doubt.
They tried to take it up there on occasion, but didn't really work out for Crew. Melsa here.
It looks like they want a pop flash for him to re-clear.
Risky business, yeah. He actually gets staved off with only 35 points of health left. Not really a great spot here to refresh that one way. He might save it for main to buy a bit of time. LEV, though, could he take him down through the middle part of the map here. Hunter's Fury getting thrown out. Icy trying to get ahead of it now. Kesnet, though, what a timing out of tree. Not bad. Now 3 versus 3 as MTA tries to hold his ground. Even as it gets. Kesnet, a little low, gets a tickle from that shock as well as the wall comes down. We want none of it. He'll break through that instantly. Giant descends from heaven now. Trent in an ugly spot. 2 for the killjoy, and Crew on the board.
Nicely done, Crew, with so much pace getting back into that site, not giving an opportunity at all for G2 to try to scale in there, get the spike down in a safe spot. Kesnet with that pick onto mid, though, finding Leaf, you know. Obviously, frankly, everyone should have an idea in a situation like that. The KJ will be in tiles. They'll be walking towards mid on the A hit. I mean, we've seen this millions of times at this point on professional Ascent play.
I feel like the epicenter of this defensive setup for Crew really is around Kesnet and Heat, who do want to play towards that tree side, and Kesnet wants to, you know, move between mid and maybe even heaven if he gets an op. Those two pivotal here to Crew's strategy.
MTA now the one picking up the Guardian over towards B. Again, it's all about that high bullet pen, finding opportunities to spam through that wall, deal damage, get a kill if you're fortunate.
They did get an alarm bot towards mid this time, Crew, so Kesnet probably doesn't need to be nearly as vigilant as he's being about that part of the map. He's determined to jump spot it.
Shy here just playing contact off the turret. Common for the defensive B main hold.
Very cheeky. Right in the Owl drone, the Sova was affected. Okay, 0 point doesn't really tell anything new to G2. Just that the Omen is over towards that tree side. Now burst of speed from them here. Ready for a dash from Icy, and he goes across. Looking to test that switch maybe. 2 players grouped up in Boathouse now, and Kesnet might be able to find a push out of CT here. Looks like through smoke he dealt with Jonah. Here come the reinforcements, but they're all grouped up in CT, our crew.
Waiting for that paranoia to scale out. Nelson with only a judge though. How does he get in range to actually get a kill? He will swap it out. Fortunate for him, but still 3v4. Also fortunate for crew. No one to deal with in B main. They're going to clear that. They get the info.
That's the last flash, but well used to make sure they're not going to get backstabbed. Still a bit of time to work with here, but Kesnet doesn't really have anything to work with. Molly in a Boathouse. That's not going to be bothering G2 whatsoever. They're happy to split around that one. Kesnet gets one, forced away. Melsa on the side, pushed up. One smoke to the right-hand side of Boathouse means that G2's options for swings are limited. It's Melsa giving it a touch. Kesnet approaching now at 40 HP. And Leaf wins it out. It's all up to Kesnet. And they hold it down. G2 under extreme pressure. Convert the round.
Leaf gonna go down to the spike at the very end. Will have some significant damage to their economy from that one. But overall,
look what choices he got. Gotta stick around for that. Crew were gonna go down with the ship happily.
G2 did such a nice job just immediately dealing with the 2 players in backside. No opportunity to find any kills.
And they opt to contact, they contact clear B main with the, or rather they opt not to. They use the flash instead of maybe having it for the site later. They had nothing util-wise later on.
Crew are just going to take a walkabout down mid. One way was sent from Melser over towards A. Standard from them. It's going to be a pop flash with
so
the
standard.
knives.
This is so crew. Oh, we're on a save? Better go mid.
Enemy tag.
Yeah, crew love fighting from mid on this map, whether it be flashing out of a smoke like that with multiple players peeking, or even more commonly is a lot of times they'll go for 2 players in mid and that duo of Heat and Melser that you're going to see playing tree.
They'll do it here.
Over and over. They'll swing out on Cat. They just like to find these aggro timings. It's not complex with the utility. Maybe it's a Heat flash. Oftentimes it isn't. It's just finding that moment where they feel comfortable fighting together. They know they have the firepower to do it. And when they're at their best, they have more than enough confidence to do it as well.
Okay, fast hit behind the null command here. Not exactly reinventing the wheel at G2, but it's quite effective. Here comes Icy. Only good for the one, and the pistols for crew are starting to sing. Now, though, Trent tries to slow things down. Melsa from Heaven could be an issue. He's forced to back away, but MTA catches him out. It's Jonah down inside null command.
30 seconds left.
So Leaf has to come in. There's no chance to bring the KO back into the fight. This is a bona fide 1v2 as G2 are at risk of getting thrifty. Leaf is pinged out. Nana Swarm into the back of the site. Goes over the head. Leaf can't get through yet. Spike not to hand. The money's not great here either for G2, and he still tests it. Leaf feeds himself to the beast.
Crew have been destroying G2 upon their entry into this A site, have not found success there. It's that active fighting from them. Backside running out of Heaven. Just swarming the players at Gen. When they've been on that site, G2 haven't even been able to tap the spike, haven't been able to be in a position to even think about planting it.
Finally, that early momentum in this map for G2 has run out. They may be able to bring a single hero rifle into this round, but otherwise their economy has been stunted. They do at least, Wyatt, pick up 3 attacking rounds here after winning the pistols. Not all doom and gloom, but crew have finally managed to get themselves into the saddle.
And in their last game, crew, when they were up against NRG on defense, they were really not active enough. They weren't fighting for a lot of extremity control. When it was a situation like that with, NRG hitting into A, they weren't fighting them as aggressively as they're fighting G2 right now. They've really taken some lessons from that game and are applying them so far. That being said, with G2 already 3 on the board on Ascent attack, only 5 rounds deep into the game, they are off to a good start regardless. You don't need a ton of rounds on attack here to win out. Typically is that defender's favored map.
Some key ultimates on the horizon here for crew. Hunter's Fury, Null command, lockdown, all crucial and all build-arounds when it comes to your winning strategies.
Leaf going to have just enough to get a hero guardian here, actually. Hasn't been able to do much so far in this series, and for the most part has been on a heater in stage 2. Always a standout for the G2 squad. But so far it's true, they've just had a read on him, like that round where Kesnet just caught him with ease on his attempts to go for that lurk, a backstab and a post plant. Maybe this is a round where he can get things started, that lone rifle.
So here it is again. Early probe at A, take alt orb, then pull out. Couple players posted up in mid here for G2. They're hoping to capitalize on Crew trying to contact peek out of Cat.
Pretty standard setup here from Crew, but it is effective. It's standard for a reason. Again, that turret to take contact, but rather than someone swinging close B main, when it takes contact, MTA, Odin in hand, ready to just spam down those players in B main.
Okay, they know he's there, but the Guardian with the high pen isn't here right now for G2. Oh, buddy! This could get ugly. Jonah riddled with bullets there. Kesnet, he has a timing, and that's the gun taken away from G2. The one they were hoping to capitalize on here. Kesnet now just gets to cut a bloody swathe through the remainder of G2. And Dread wants to run for the hills. Kesnet wants none of it.
He makes the smart decision, Mitch.
Self-preservation instinct kicks in.
And it's about damn time because, listen, there are a lot of moments with Crew over the past couple weeks where Kesnet has looked to be reverting to the old him, where he's doing way too much, taking way too many risky fights. And makes the better call there. I thought he was out to just dash in and into eco players, but he does not. That's a good sign.
The shoulder angel finally had his attention for long enough.
He chose the light path. Nicely done from MTA there. There's something to be said for G2 struggling to break these recon darts and aunts though. My god, that's another one that gets so much value against them.
And they're looking awfully readable. Crew are at least able to make one of the right choices. That late timing there from Kesnet to find a flank was huge.
Knife going to be sent out, but actually Kesnet is just able to get outside of the range.
Face, they take out Leaf. 1-for-1, Kesnet in danger, and Icy brings him down. Okay, G2's duelist gets a little piece of the action. Now straight over towards the side, he gets in. Only MTA through CT, and that smoke will stymie him for now.
Tagged up as well, Stray.
Got to be a Hunter's Fury play, right?
Just going to fall out of there. Yeah, if he can get the tag, he might try to even things up. Maybe this recon will reveal a G2 player.
Will G2 break the ball?
Susceptible.
Here we go. One tag comes out. MTA now under some pressure. Oh, this could be rough. Trent wins it out. That's a matchup we want to highlight over the course of this map. The two Sovas going out at MTA with far less experience under these conditions. What, 41 rounds of Sova played before this match. And Crew down to 2 players now, and something we didn't see enough from G2 was the save. Something Crew may be considering here, but the money is very good for them.
Yeah, I was going to say, look at the state of the economy. So good for Crew. Dismal for G2. Kills really matter.
They've got to get out. Them. They've got to get out with these guns. They need them.
Player standing.
And yeah, the spike will go up, but Jonah's likelihood of getting out of this alive, slim. Just playing at the edge of the explosion. One gun at least brought in as G2. They're back in the lead.
Of course, you're never going to be satisfied to lose the gun round, but a small consolation prize is putting G2 on this awkward bye. And if Crew can win this following round, they're going to be able to send them on to a full eco.
And Kesnet's playing that differently now. He used to have a turret to take contact for him around logs, and he would play B-Man against NRG, but he could always overpush multiple times in that series. Now though, playing back, also playing off his teammate. So a bit of a variation there for Kesnet that's much safer, much more effective.
Yeah, it was another situation where he actually tried to get out. Shy tried to get out. He just got caught by Icy at that.
And then Kesnet
repeated
repeaked it. That's the sussy part, I think.
It definitely is. Here's MTA with that Odin once again. You mentioned that Sova matchup. You know, the agent that most people would associate Trent with. It's the one that he burst onto the scene with years ago. Has always been one of the top Sovas that we've got in North America. And MTA new to the role. This man has only played 40 rounds of professional level Sova in his entire history. Going to need to step up massively. Looked uncomfortable against NRG. Ill-timed utility. Missed recons at times as well.
Enemy marked.
Drone here looking for mid. Looks like Heat was tagged up and forced off of it. So 3 players over at A for Crew for the time being. Heat surely wants to beeline over towards this site. It's now about to feel some pressure. Okay, TP in from Mel's, so they've reinforced it. Lockdowns for both sides.
Counter lockdown is nice. Will G2 try to accelerate to break it? It looks like they will. If they wasted too much time, though.
They didn't hit Shy with the paranoia. Oh, that could have gone way worse. Still Shy finds 2. All right. Well, the lockdowns are gone at least. Nobody caught by those. G2 with 2 players to swarm over B with. Now operating from a disadvantage.
Null command is popped. Heat has 1 flash available as well. Kesnet with the operator. Love that little switch. Melzer, the weak player with the op. Bogdan's Law.
Molly here thrown over towards Boathouse, I think. I like the idea. Melzer misses the shot. That could hurt them crucially. Eventually, IC is going to be brought down, though, as Leaf can't really find purchase on his swing. And it tends to fall apart there for G2. Maybe overheating slightly defensively.
A little moment of indecision, perhaps. You know, accelerating to try to break that lockdown, but they wasted a few seconds. Shy posted up and ready. MTA swinging to stairs, fighting together against those G2 players pooling out of main. Those couple seconds of hesitation might have been their undoing. It was an awkward situation for them. And it was an awkward situation created by Shy, a player who I feel is pretty underrated and has been stepping up anchoring the B site so far.
G2 have clawed 4 attacking rounds here. Now down onto a weak buy. Love a little more coming out of this half.
Crew trying to play a bit of a bait setup here. Melzer inserted into Wine, 1-way smoke down, going to peek off of it. And G2 will back up. That bad weaponry, at least for now, waiting it out.
Jonah has the molly for this. Melzer has to move quick. I think they need to swing on this defensively. They do. He catches out Train. Here comes the dash. Jonah P deals with the Omen. Kesnet, though, waiting patiently with the operator. Tough position to break for the defenders.
And that was a rare whiff in this series for Melzer. Really been on fire so far. Should have had at least 1 for free. It's going to give 1 rifle away to G2 as they reposition, working towards catwalk. Smoke deep mid. Are they going to venture forward into mid? Try and break that alarm bot, because right now it's the signifier for Crew that there won't be a B split, that this is still headed towards A. Heads up from Jonah to break that.
If he breaks that door, though, it does leave the possibility of a market play open and might draw some Crew players away from A. Shy will check this manually. He sees nothing. Kesnet, they will wait. This is just raw contact from Icy. It could go wrong, but smoke comes up. Operator stifled for now, and Icy found Heat there. Very low health. This is G2 trying to get value out of that Vandal. Leak now on the side, has to plant his feet, but Shy drops down.
Spike down A.
And it's Jonah with 5 HP to save it, and he only has a pistol. That's that.
And again, Crew are so fast at getting back in on A, not even giving them an opportunity to tap the spike. Their play on that site has been lights out so far. Despite G2's nice little mid-round call from Valen to break that alarm bot, then work towards Cat. Shy is back in so fast.
The idea is fine, right? They embed Icy in Wine with the recovered Vandal, and he tries to find a play through A main.
Quick peeks now.
Has the Cloudburst to avoid the op shot, gets a kill, but that's it.
A lot on the line for G2 in this round. Everything invested. Trent with the Odin. Counter spam ideas from him.
What?
Oh! And Kesnet, outrageous shot.
Revealing area.
Shouldn't be possible, and yet here we are. Shy wants to push up now behind this recon. Tara's going to take contact. He should have been ready for that. A Trent was able to find 2 somehow. The spray is good. Now smoke towards CT. Kesnet could have had the shot there, but he's flashed off the angle. Surely not 2 smoke shots. That will be too much. 3 Crew players fall in quick succession as G2 lean into the B site.
And it's just the B site where success has been found for them. Unfortunately, you know, save for Shy making a nice play, anchoring effectively, they just have not been able to lock this site down like they have over on A. You know, perhaps trying too hard to anchor the site, not playing for those aggro floods, trying to fight when G2 are getting out of main. That was the one round where they did win, when they did exactly that. For the most part, this anchoring has struggled for them. How the hell did Trent get through there? I want to see that on the replay.
It may have been a double swing that ended up being a lineup. I mean, if you're shy, you have to know that Turret's going to take your contact there. You should be ignoring it. But he had his crosshair set maybe for like an updraft of Icy on top of that position. Not sure. There will be a save for KRU. The money's getting a little skinny. And they recover the operator dropped by Kesnitz.
And frankly, at this point, even if KRU take the final 2 rounds, content with this for G2. 5 is enough on this attack. I mean...
Okay, buddy. Yeah, they line up.
Lotto, but yeah, it's just a lineup. That's really tough. Trying to go for that active B main play and getting caught completely. They haven't found the answer for that site. Their proactivity in main has failed. They've been getting caught. Even when they got a first kill with Kesnit, he gets caught, Shy gets caught. The active plays and the anchoring have been tough for them.
0 points exchange over a day. I think only one player between the two. Lit. Now down mid is the focus for G2. They haven't been clearing the alarm bot with the shocks. That's something NRG were able to do routinely against KRU. They'll do it the old-fashioned way. Hail of bullets accounts for it. Smoke towards CT, which Shy again will probably just pass through there. Kesnit from Speedway catches Icy on the fadeaway.
Shy gets backside as well to support quickly. Kesnit caught.
The duality of Kesnit again rears its head.
And look at this patience from G2, just controlling the space. They don't accelerate off that pick.
This noise cut is so excruciating for KRU.
Yeah, just keeping options for themselves. Waiting for that smoke to regenerate, and now MTA is cut off.
They don't have a smoke for market though. It doesn't seem to matter. MTA got blown to smithereens as he stood in CT. But Shy held that Speedway angle. Now hoping to double up with Melsa. It's just the 2 of them for the time being. Help is on the way though. He needs to get there. In goes Melsa. Can't win that one.
Player standing.
Valen can't afford to bring the KO back though. He'll have to settle for the spike here in a 1 versus 1 with 20 to play. He has all his util.
One enemy remaining.
Here it goes. Valen steps out of the molly here. Has to find a swing from Dice. He makes some noise. Valen capitalizes.
Damn.
Fantastic from the IGL. Not only does he lead the team with such expertise on these attack halves, working the map, calling a nice slowdown like he did in the mid-round, waiting for that smoke to regenerate, to cut off that angle in spawn, making the right plays individually, so consistently.
Kesnit's trying to project anger against his shoulder ranger with that shot.
30 seconds left. Go. One enemy remaining.
Such a close miss.
And again, getting caught out by something that G2 weren't doing on Lotus effectively. But there they do, just a nice double face. The fundamentals looking cleaner for them on their map pick.
Too suppressed.
Now one way, of course, is up for KRU here. G2, though, don't fully respect it. So TP across the way. Standard protocols here at the start of the round in A main.
A new setup for KRU, though. This operator watching towards A main. Kesnit tucked pretty close. It's the noise cut here from G2.
And there's a lot of ways to break that crosshair placement here, to be fair. Drones for both sides getting up here. Leaf knows there'll be an alarm bot, clears that instantly. Does he blow the door open? Certainly weighing it up.
G2 do such a nice job of denying that alarm bot, breaking that utility, which just gives their IGL even more options.
That's Leaf classic for you. Finds the timing up mid every time. Turret thrown in his wake now. Here's that defensive lockdown. Can they clear it? It's Icy pushing up to Shy, able to get rid of him. And yes, the TP in there for Valen clears the lockdown.
30 seconds.
A full strength G2 now up against the last 3 for KRU to get their 7th attacking round on a set.
Leaf playing close. Trent ready to swing for him. Icy ready to swing for him.
How do you lose this?
I mean, you just don't. Kesnit with an AWP. There's no way to retake this. G2 certainly going to get 7 on the board. Phenomenal attack half. The team do so much good work for Valen to allow him to just make fantastic calls. on all of these rounds. It was only towards A where Crew were finding success. And 5 on defense, you just can't imagine that's going to be enough. A tall hill to climb when the sides swap.
Melsa here, just letting it settle in a little bit. The reality the Crew only able to get those 5 defensive rounds here on Ascent. Rarely a good omen. We'll say that much.
Switching sides.
G2 with a great burst of speed, something we didn't see from them at all at Lotus. They're decisive on that B take to clear the lockdown.
Certainly not. The fundamentals are looking better. They're starting to look way more locked into the game now. This is their map pick. It's been a tough one for Crew in stage 2. So far, Trent, no doubt, winning that duel of the Sovas. The experienced Sova versus the Sova with only 41 rounds played professionally.
Last player standing.
Could learn a thing or two from Trent, one of the best that we've got in Americas.
Quick break now. A nightmare, of course, to start for G2. They've recovered significantly here on Ascent. Can they even up the series? We'll find out after this.
Welcome back, everyone. And there's those questions about how is the IGLing looking like? How's the communication looking like? I got the chance to listen to the Crew voice comms to see how they're doing on that map of Ascent. And I can tell you guys that it is pretty much what Adam said. Melser is having the last call on those decisions, on a general idea as well at the beginning of those rounds. And then everybody else is adding into the general idea. Oh, let's add this as well. Let's do what we did in the round before. Let's also be aware of these little things, and that's the way that the communication is going to work. Also, Kesnet is maybe the most vocal in those mid rounds. You see him always very animated, and when you see towards the end of the rounds, the Vice Merchant seems to be a little bit of shy, and also MTA celebrating all those rounds. Also, make sure that if something went wrong, they're able to fix it for the next one. One more thing as well, MTA and Shy are working a lot together, so you get the chance to see them having the communication in between them as everybody else is having the general idea of those rounds as we talked about. There's some cool ideas there. The vibes are good, I can say, and Melser 100% the IGL on those big rounds and big decisions. This is everything that I have. Let's send it back to the casters for the second half.
Thank you very much, Dan Dryad. And now we have a great chance to put this calling by quasi-committee for Crew to the test. Tackside Ascent, one of the toughest challenges for your calling game in general. G2 managed to navigate it with grace. Now it's up to Crew.
That never leaves the pool. It's a map where IGLs have so much experience, can excel. We saw Valen do just that.
Such a wrinkly map. Never leaves the pool, man.
Turret instantly broken in B main. No defenders trying to swing off that. Big pressure on Leaf now.
Okay, Recon's going to be pinging Kesnet out. He needs to retreat to Logs under pressure. Leaf takes a crack at it, forces away from Melser. But it's going to be Trent exploding from stairs. Kesnet, though, bites his time. Was able to find 2 from Logs in the end. It's 3 HP left on Melser, but Kesnet, oh, he won't be denied.
Spike planted.
16 for 7 already in this map, despite being down. Icy, and Lone Duelist.
What a great way for Crew to build up some buffer, having less of a successful campaign on the defensive side of this map. Good way to get back to parity here with a pistol round win.
Yeah, fantastic start. I love that position from Kesnet while the rest of the players are storming into the site. Just plays a bait position in Logs, expecting G2 to try to flood quickly out of that CT smoke. That's exactly what they did. Waited for a sound cue of a flash coming through. Swings at the perfect time. Lovely play. expecting G2's moves perfectly. All classics for G2.
Valen here still wants to try and at least signal some strength at A. But Crew don't really seem to care.
Pushing right past that one-way smoke.
Kesnit has full armor and a Vandal, by the way. Another day at the office for your superstar from Crew. Steps away from that recon now, and he might look to challenge Trent. A little bit of damage, he's happy with that, sidesteps it. And now Crew will embed themselves in the site. Ready to draw blood. Great molly. Oh, Trent just ate that for breakfast.
Flash as well, just for further delay. G2 would be happy with any damage here, but it's not looking likely. Because they're building close to those knives already. Going to be cleaned up with ease, but it's after this anti-eco that the real test will begin for Crew, the test for their calling style, with all the players contributing. We've talked so much about it. It's been such a massive shift for them. And against Valen, one of the toughest tests you can get for it. Such a fantastic IGL.
But not so far in this series, really, if you at least consider Lotus. We did not see G2 really look decisive at all. They really took the initiative. They gave up so much of the map. Let's see how they look here on what ostensibly should be a bit more of a comfortable setting.
And already Trent is on that Odin. Part of the reason that they just go with the classics. Look at the damage on the shot. Gets caught on the cross. Just a sixth sense from Trent for the jump timing to safety.
Yeah, you move a muscle and Trent has that itchy trigger finger.
Okay, they've come up mid though, so through market, Crew have access to the B side. It's two G2 players entrenched in Boathouse. The rest of them on the way. Taking their sweet time though, this is pretty sluggish from G2. Putting a lot of stock here in Trent to hold this ground, and well, the fight gets taken to them. Now it's a little awkward. G2 with 3 to play with from outside of the site. Valen may as well be in a different bloody postcode.
Spike planted.
Absolutely ran over the paranoia from Meltzer. Maximum value. Just caught back Boathouse. SMGs at a range like that work perfectly fine, running and gunning.
Call that the We Did Special.
Economy on the line for G2. Do they commit? We saw them in situations like this on Lotus. Indecisive. Do we save? Do we go for it? This time, they opt to save, opt to not get caught, and bring the rifles into the next. Bonus round converted. Rifles recovered as well. Those SMGs exchanged for the higher level weaponry. And Crew are off to such a hot start on their attack.
Away they walk. Crew have managed to clamber back now into the driver's seat of this game. And how easily did they just waltz up mid through market, make that B split happen? G2 again giving up a lot of the map.
So much free space, so much reliance on the anchors back there, and frankly, yeah, you've got Trent with the Odin back sight. Leaf, you're going to expect those two guys to pop off. Trent runs this map. Look at this, the run and gun, the shock dart. Even if Meltzer goes down, MTA was right behind Leaf. G2 saved for this round. They saved those 3 weapons for this.
3 suppressed.
3 spotted in towards A main. One way stepped past. Heaven will be reinforced here, at least for Trent, but he's only working with a Sheriff.
And Leaf is pushed all the way into B main, so you can see G2, they are stacked and ready for this A hit from Crew.
Jonah tried to take a time in there to flash himself out of the smoke, playing off the paranoia that came in from Crew. It was all a ruse.
Utility dragged out now from the defenders as Crew, they fall off.
This is G2-esque.
Work back towards Shy, who's just been patiently controlling B main. Leaf had that space earlier, but he's backed off. He's playing off of the turret contact.
Okay, so Trent does have a feeling that something's headed towards B, but G2 don't have ways of getting great info on that A side.
And how much support can he really offer? He's got the recon, gets broken, only has a Sheriff, only 65 HP.
Looked to hold that line passively, but was forced away ultimately by a Nano Swarm. Okay, 2's pretty good. 2 is pretty good. Now Crew, Trent back towards market. They want to stay here and fight. And fight they will. MTA forced to get away from this one.
And that's a nice double face there from Jonah and Icy to find another in lane. Reposition from Shy, getting close, but gets caught from the knife. Jonah P's utility, always so consistent.
MTA full flash there. Shy not so much. Hit there though through the top of the main. This is ugly stuff, and G2 get it done. They realize that Crew want to fire on the site. They realize Crew actually aren't planning. They're 3 stacked on Speedway looking to fire towards Market. So G2 back away and say, no, go plant first, then talk to us.
That is some outlandish activity from Leaf though. Anchoring back there. I mean, that should not be happening. What is that? 4 headshots with the Stinger close up. Strafing with Mouse 1. Hey, held down.
We just saw Melsa pull something similar off in the previous round. Yeah, sigh of relief. I don't blame you.
Just like that, they are right back into the game. Crew's Economy, though, the beneficiary of that bonus round win, so they're going to be able to buy up into this one, buy up into the next as well. Trent has the Odin back, a bit of a weapon upgrade from that Sheriff he was stuck with on the previous. So pretty standard setup here now from G2 as there's that one way. Ooh, there's that knife and aiming. Valen is facing it. I mean, how many first bloods has Melser got in this series?
Melser was the only player on that side of the one-way, though. That is audacious from him, and it pays off. Here comes the push. Icy backs away. Hit with a paranoia, so a cloudburst to buy him a bit of space, but he's lit by the recon. Still good for the spray down on Heat. He's down to 11, though. Dash across the site. No. Met by MTA, but from heaven comes Leaf, and Melser now wants to try and accost him directly. But the Outrone's going to slow it up a bit. 2 versus 2 here. So much early action in this round. And Trent still has an Odin to play off. Leaf is 10 HP, Wyatt.
One shock dart for Trent. Leaf just catches Melser.
I got the spike.
Shy in the 1v2. Leaf low on HP.
Only a shock for Trent. No one at Gen. That was a off-angle plant here for Shy. Now into hell he goes. G2 have to unravel this. A game of clue to find where Shy is waiting.
And how do they play this together? Does Leaf throw his life away? Just a little juicy piece of bait for Trent to trade off of. Just a little to cycle that recon.
A little amuse bouche for Shy. Oh, buddy, that's not good now. Down to 17. Shy could have had it. It was right there. But Trent is there for the follow-up. And as you said, Leaf serves himself up for the kill.
Scrappy, sloppy for a moment from G2. Those 1v1s being taken. Melser's so clean right now. Icy trades one back, but then maybe saying for a little bit too much as Jonah. Regardless of all that, though, I appreciate the speed that Leaf and Trent were able to get there. Leaf, he did get that first trade to even it up 2v2 as well. That was the crucial one. That's a high-impact kill.
And what did G2 do about the fact that Crew are routinely disrespecting this A-main one-way smoke? They are pushing past it.
Yeah, they just do not care. You can see them. They're trying to fight it aggro, though. You know, perhaps a pop flash to fight it would have been a bit better. Just that tight angle being held. And there it is. They are fighting it way more aggro. There's that flash. But even still, you know, given up and relocated towards Catwalk. They want to apply pressure elsewhere with this operator.
Oh, dangerous. No chance for a trade either. Icy drops that operator to the ground. And Kesnet says, is there no one else?
And then slowing things down now, our Crew. Can't be mad at that. Smoke is going to go down mid. You know, feign that there could be a cross back to B even. Kesnet just stands his ground where he killed Icy previously. G2, they are expecting this pressure on Cat. They've got a bait set up for Jonah in the corner.
Oh! Captain, my captain, it's Valen for 2. Jonah still hasn't revealed himself yet either. Sees Melser across. He's got to fight too, and he does. It's beautiful. It's a masterclass.
Biding his time. So patient.
It's just MTA now. Shock in his wake. And that on the faces of the Crew fans here. As they threaten to let another one go begging, and it's Trent once more to deliver the death blow.
And G2 finally coming to life on this defense. Listen, sometimes you just take a convenient little spray through the smoke like Valen did, but I love that Jonah didn't press the issue.
Was he ahead of it?
You're watching, did just get a little bit of info there on Kesnet. But the fact that Jonah allowed the res to come through, that is a great sell. They had no expectation he'd be there after that. I mean, sure.
He's padding his stats, what are you saying?
Sure, yeah, just allowing him to get res. Sorry, Valen, that one's mine. VLR looking good for Jonah. Now that is such nice work from them. Despite Icy going down early, despite that first blood from Kesnet.
The patience here from G2. Kesnet was waiting for them to try and trade, make a later peak, expecting G2 or hoping that they'd maybe start to get nervous with the lack of info they have about mid in general, but they had Trent set up. He actually, I think, lights Shy with a recon. So G2 don't feel the need to overheat, to rush, they wait, and that patience that's so characteristic of this squad, again, pays off.
And the thing is, though, with Crew throwing down that smoke in mid, feigning a potential crossback to B, that makes it quite unlikely that they're going to go for a B split, right? That they're actually going to be pushing up mid, otherwise it would have gone deep.
You're not going to push the smoke, yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, kind of giving unintentionally a bit more of an idea for Valen to call to just maintain that setup towards A. There wasn't pressure from them in B main either, so, you know, despite that man advantage, they perhaps make it a little bit too clear-cut to Valen, and I mean, definitely so with that setup. Let's see what G2 are going to do now towards A on this round. It looks like they're going to have a deep recon, and if that connects with anyone,
right here,
Trent is going to pop that Hunter's Fury, try to get an early kill.
Very passive, though, for Crew early here. Okay, Icy is well forward. That's one way, I guess, to try and answer that early A-man aggression from Melza.
And it's actually Trent with the AWP, who after the recon just rotates to mid, picks up the angle, but will be smoked off. The alarm bot will be broken too. So Crew applying some big map pressure right now.
Reclear with the Aldro.
Lockdown going to go in on B. Valen had actually pushed up into A main and is now going to TP back B. Cancels.
Crew have market though. Kesnet might have had a timing here. He's trying to get ahead of it. He was hoping for the window between the two lockdowns to give him the space to deal with Leaf as he returned to the side. It doesn't happen, but Kesnet is still set up in a powerful spot at market here. Oh no. Oh no! They're not ready for it! 2 for Leaf there. The Odin sings out to Funeral Dirge for Crew. They got onto the site though.
Yeah, access to the site for Crew, but here comes that Hunter's Fury, going to go a little bit wide. Shy was trying to plant in an unusual spot to his favor. He will survive, he won't get tagged. And now a smoke cycle for Melzer will go down onto spawn. Do they want to play forward? Yeah, they do. That's MTA getting aggressive. The new man for Crew pushed up close, trying to make the play.
Shadows traveling.
Valen's about to get busy here. MTA is good for it. Very clean work. Now from CT, the only direction that G2 could come from, that's a second for MTA. Racking him up. He and Melzer have the crossfire. No need to go aggressive, and yet he wants to. Jonah P what? For 3.
Oh no, they try to double swing. They get so aggro, and G2 were trained on the angles, crosshairs in the right spot. It was G2 to be forced to make a move there, yet it was
What is to stop Crew from just holding that crossfire and waiting?
Oh, absolutely nothing. MTA already made such a great play. This push-up totally caught Valen off. Look at that onto Icy. Prediction, seeing the dash. And then it's a 3 versus 2. Oh, look at that from Jonah.
Nice!
Starting to see some excitement from Icy, who in the first map was head in hands.
Talk about letting the game come to you. That is exactly what G2 want in a situation like that. And Crew, those old tendencies, bubble to the surface at a pivotal moment. Still a buy here, but not much else to work with. Shy, already down to 87, no armor. Doesn't matter, he can still click.
Leaf completely caught off. Kesnet just barreling through tree.
All right, Icy and Valen try and turn up the heat here, but now it's down to 2. Jonah again getting involved. Nice for Kesnet. Spike out in A main. Kesnet needs to cross this gap. 1 is good. Has the dash away for the second. And has those knives put away for the time being. Oh, buddy. Just a pistol. 1v2 for Jonah.
And some things are inevitable. Despite Crew being down, winning or losing, Kesnet is just going to drop a bomb. He's 20 and 11. What a shot that was with the Blade Storm.
Turret takes contact for Shy, but Jonah doesn't overswing it. Time now for a rotation for Crew towards B, but they stay at A instead. The knives are there, but Shy is 1 shot quicker. Crew get 1 back. Not a moment too soon either.
Yeah, nice double face, Jonah undone. Fair attempt from him. What shots from Kesnet? I mean, he was sending it through tree, full aggression. Shy catching Leaf on the walk down. They're not out of this just yet. It's been a tough half. G2 looks stronger right now on this map. A crew are clawing. They are fighting. They are looking better than they did previously on Ascent. They are rising to the occasion, keeping this close on G2's pick.
It's been close, though. G2 won 4 rounds in a row, and after losing just the one, they're already down to a half buy. Their economy being taxed round after round after round. So crew have a chance here to convert once more. Melsa! Oh, buddy! No one expects that push to Gelato from G2. What a variation.
That is totally new from them, playing off of that recon to get so deep in that position. And look at this, already 3 stacked up for these players.
Not this time, Jonah P. Not this time, buddy. Valen able to trade it back at the very least here and leave through the middle part of the map. He says, can I get an upgrade in weapons? Can I get there? Got himself a Vandal.
We're down to a 2 versus 2 again. Heat has some quality utility to play with a flash and that Molotov. And look at the reposition. This is lovely from Crew. Flipping the site, playing from heaven. No way Trent expects this.
His glass cannon anyway. A tough fight to win on the best of days. And Leaf decides to repeat. Both players for Crew set up in heaven now. Leaf is unarmored, lightly armed. Only the turret to work with here. Nothing but a dream. An MTA plunges the dagger into the heart. Crew find their 10th round.
They're playing with such a decisiveness on the attack right now that I love to see from them. Oh, and Meltzer trying to jump, he just gets caught. But it's that decisiveness that they lacked previously, that they lacked in their first 2 matches of Stage 2 on attack, where this IGLing, free-flowing system between all of them just often, you know, brought them to a situation where they were do we slow down? Do we hit? It was so disjointed, but right now it feels like whoever it is that's making the call, they are sticking to it. They are putting their foot on the gas. You know, they are working their way into A there. They're following the plan that is called. There's no counter calling. And perhaps even if there is a situation where that is coming up, Meltzer, the one with that final say, is putting his foot down immediately, and they are sticking to it.
G2 there at least trying to keep a bit of a lid on the economy of Crew, as that's now 2 consecutive rounds that they have won, and G2 say it's time to take a sidebar. And what you can't see is that, at least for now, they have brought an operator into the hands of Icy, something we haven't seen a ton of yet. They are going to be essentially full bought, just with light armor on quite a few of their players.
Odin is going to be there for Trent as well heading into this, but I'm really looking at the state of the alt economy here. There are none online yet, but players just on the cusp of getting them. Crucially, MTA 1 away from the Hunter's Fury.
Jonah P2.
Shy so close. So you could see a clash for the alt orbs. You could see a situation, and G2 are predicting Crew's attempts to get one in the hands of MTA. You know, be ready to spam that with the Odin, fight that in B main.
There is a defensive pot for G2 over at A main with 3 players. A very deep 0 point, maybe to try and scout out the cross to wine.
And that's some good utility dealt with already from the Crew attacking side over at B. They break that turret that players will swing off of, that gets that contact information when you're walking up into that area of the map. To get that recon out of Trent there as well. They're going to fall off now. And G2, look, they are aware.
Yeah.
They are confident in playing towards mid, focusing towards A right now.
Same angle here for Icy. Holding that cubby spot with the operator. Unlikely to see any action here.
Line up with the 0 point. It's going to drop in.
Ult orb for MVA. He's going to go for it straight away. MTA.
Perfect catch.
Hunter's Fury shut down. What a great 0 point from G2. That's dirty from Jonah. Oh, Icy, you know you want to. Misses the smoke shot. Can't repeat the heroics of Kesnet those few rounds ago.
Right here.
And now in hell they go. No plant quite yet for Crew. G2 down to 3. The spray for Trent. Probing, searching, questing, finds nothing. Icy with the operator here. Lee starts to soften him up a little bit. Kesnet a little low. Has seen better days. 3 players for Crew embedded here on the side. Trent strikes first. The jet is down. MTA trying to fire off from Gen. 2 players set up here, but they're both low. Melsa smoking his way, allows him to play from the blooming outside part of it. And MTA and Icy can only trade.
Biding his time. Melser
gives it a tickle. Swings the edge of that smoke. And that's Melser again.
How does he get that?
Time after time. Melsa wins it out, and Crew. Oh, they're going to make this one real interesting, folks.
Never would have expected that this map would be coming down to the wire in this fashion. G2's pick, a pick in which Crew looked dismal against NRG just days ago. Playing with so much more gusto, so much more decisiveness. Oh, Melser stepping up, finding entries, finding clutches. The team looks static. Yeah, an electricity that we haven't seen from them in the first couple stages, the confidence.
They won 5 defensive rounds. Crew have had to go nuclear here on this attacking side. Then straight away they're into mid. They're going to trip that alarm bot. But again, we know G2 will work with so little. Just dregs, fumes.
Pushed up into B main right now is LEV. One off the lockdown as is his Killjoy counterpart in Shy. Both of them away, just one orb away from that crucial ult for perhaps the final round after this one. Maybe even in this round 23, depending on the situation.
Shock timing there from Trent. Gets some good damage on MTA. 0 point threatens though, forces Crew away.
This is so good from them. That pressure in B main, it's given them the information. They know that forcing them off, it's probably going to A. Look at this rotate from G2. They are on their way to heaven already. 2Tree trying to beat them to the punch.
Straight through the smoke. Spike now loose. Kezen forced to back up. He's suppressed for a moment, but Heat's already onto the site, and Valentine expecting him to be so deep. Here comes Kezen now to follow it up from heaven. Here comes the push from G2, but Heat receives the first, is traded out. Kezen and Shy. Dynamic duo here. Have to salvage this for Crew and avoid getting thrifty.
Can Shy find the timing
Surely.
right now?
Discipline. Just one. Just one. Now G2 with that player advantage. Kezen has no choice but to send it.
10 seconds left.
And there are 2 Vandals headed his way.
75 HP planted for Stairs. Playing backside. He's been the star of this series. One of the best duelists that we have in the world.
It's up to him once more. A pivotal round here. G2 looking to start to build an economy for this last push to take the map. And they're going to be doubled up. Coming downstairs. Kezen, though, has a feel for this. Here's them squelching through the mud. A shoulder peek. Just gets a look at Trent. Then tries to take the fight proper. Still needs to be safe about it as Icy's going for the defuse. Does he know? Does he know? Trent brings Kezen down, and G2 take one important step forward.
What a masterful call from Valen in that mid-round. After they fought for B main, forced Shy back. A 0 point came in from Jonah. It caught no one. He was expecting after that moment, after they had to give up B main, their plans of a B split over in that moment. He knew that they were going to have to rotate towards A, beat them to the punch. The entire team got to heaven, flooded out, fought on site, stopped the plant, denied it. Fantastic from G2 in that round to convert the eco. I'm blown away by how heads up, how intelligent that was from their IGL. What a call.
Stage 2 playoffs on the line, and these two are leaving it all out there. Crew have wasted no time in getting up mid. It's what they do on these saves. And here it is, Null Command. They want a fast hit towards B. Not the most original, but definitely effective. G2's defenders all fall back to the site now as a lockdown is going to be deployed by Shy. And they're going to have to sheepishly get out. They're going to cross by Heat in doing so. MTA and Heat have the timing here. They have completely unraveled G2 so far. What lockdown timing?
And frankly, a misplay from G2. Do you really want to stack that site against a lockdown?
They've let it go. Okay, Jonah. Okay, Jonah. Found 3, 1 with an 8. And Crew have secured themselves overtime. Null Command and lockdown. Completely batters G2.
What an attack half from them overall. G2 caught in the net of that lockdown. 3 players anchoring back site when that's active. It's just disastrous. They're forced to run out. They're caught by that crossfire, by the split coming in. The excitement from Crew, something we haven't seen in weeks.
And again, they don't have to take this to map 3. They can get themselves that 2-0 dub straight to playoffs after slumping in the biggest of classic Crew manners. They may have averted it here. They have come alive. MTA with a respectable showing here on this map, on this Sova as well.
Absolutely. MTA has been playing far more solid than he had in that NRG game, beginning to find a bit of comfort on the stage, playing his role, doing what he needs to do. And again, you don't need a guy like him to be some fragging all-star coming in. You can clearly see that they've got enough of that. They just need him to be the consistent role player for them on this flex role. And he's doing that for them today. Lovely job so far on Ascent. I can't believe this has gone to OT. Coming in, I really thought this would be a clean win for G2 on their pick. Historically, a far better map for them than for KRU.
I mean, again, that was an odd round calling-wise for G2, right? Like you said, stacking the side up against the lockdown null command. They had to pull out and get caught in the crossfire. Completely outplayed by KRU.
Icy not going to opt for, you know, that glass cannon operator, sticking to the tried and true, the Vandal, the heavy armor. It's going to be 2 Odins, of course, in the hands of the Sovas.
KRU, big presence in mid. Are they going to smoke this or flash themselves through a mid smoke? They are contacting the middle of the map.
Just going for the full walk down. Leaf.
Brothers just striding out into the open.
He could have a round-winning opportunity here. I mean, obviously they are ready. So common for a KJ to be in tiles in a situation like this. The 4-1 hit, so common on Ascent.
Okay, stacking the tree, and look how low Jonah P already is. Trent finished off. Kesnet strides on out, and yet Jonah P was nearsighted. Only one player left on the side, that is Icy. Somehow he needs to buy some time, and Leaf needs to get in through tree. Melsa, though, stalwart. Shuts the door in his face. More than happy just to keep this guy busy, and the kill is a bonus. Icy found 1. In hell, make it 2. Kesnet, though, threatening, pressuring Icy, found 3.
Meticulous from KRU, a cascade of kills. They just come in and pick them apart one by one towards the generator. The util was lovely. The swings for each other were perfectly timed. G2 players isolated that presence in hell. The smoke came down from Melsu there to cut that angle off, which allowed them to isolate the player at Gen. Fantastic work from this rejuvenated KRU, the KRU we saw in stage 1 that we didn't see in the playoffs, that we didn't see the past 2 weeks. A KRU that frankly looked like they might not even be able to make playoffs despite having 5 wins, and now 1 round away from locking up that spot in the stage 2 playoffs.
And that was absolutely brazen from KRU. They walk up mid, no util, no nothing. Nothing but the bootstraps, and Leaf has a passive angle on tiles. He doesn't want to swing, doesn't want to check cubby, and he lets 4 players into treat from KRU. And G2 were already weakened. Jonah full flash when they make that swing. You've got to call a timeout here, because now your opponents are starting to style on you. This audacity, this is so classic KRU, and G2 need to find a way to make them respect them.
And now G2, they have taken that timeout. They are going to be swapped over to the defensive side, where both teams had struggled to get rounds. It was both of them finding more success on attack, surprisingly, on Ascent. Can they step it up here in the final moment? And again, with a series win here, KRU will clinch a playoff spot. They are 1 round away from achieving that goal.
They were supposed to be headed to Shanghai. They were touted as one of America's strongest prospects at that international tournament. They don't even make it. They fall to G2 in those upper semis and then lose in the lower bracket. And that's when things get a little dicey. Now a chance to rewrite history and peak at the right time.
Icy now, operator picked up, glass cannon, angled down mid. Here, as it's Valen working his way into Wine in the overtime round.
He's there.
What a risk. Will he get caught, or will he find the timing?
4 flashed. Valen chooses not to capitalize on that though. Playing safe here. Another flash. Still Valen waits.
And that might make KRU think he's not there. Also clearing! How does he win that with such low HP with Valen ready on the angle?
They still checked it. 2 flashes and they still go for it. And Valen just sat there waiting for what? We'll never know. Icy at least has a strong angle here from A Heaven.
And he must even this up. He must be the man to hit the shot here.
Now Drone forces him off the angle, though wide. He might have to repost. He gets there. MTA falls and then he backs away. There's a smoke in the way, but here comes Jonah. Getting involved from the side itself, anchoring his Sublime. And Melsa down to 4 after that exchange with Valor. Needs to make something happen alongside Heat. No spike plant, but the numbers are even. Crew, their destiny's in their hands.
Only 4 HP from Melsa. This shock darts. One stray Odin bullet could take him down.
And it finds him. It's just Heat in a 1v2. And G2 get one back. And we're going to run this back again.
Jonah P, that foundational element of the team, the rock for G2, backside, great anchoring. Icy, he had to get a kill on that entry. Had to. If he's forced off that angle, if the smoke comes down and they get into the site, apply all the pressure to just Jonah, and then he's forced to retake with an off, that's basically round over.
That's beautiful. That's what we needed to see from G2 to keep this game going. A cure for hypertension, hey Josh? That's the life of a coach, buddy.
4 players from G2 now gathered up towards B main. They often like to apply a lot of pressure here early. Take the control and then fall off. Work the rest of the map. Play those slow attack rounds that they're known for.
Case been suppressed briefly here. And Leaf taking it a bit of a different approach through mid now.
And this is so Crew, just facing from Cab and facing from down mid. The turret does the work for him.
Leaf set up for Turret to take contact, and again, finally, he starts to establish control of mid. Trent doesn't swing off of it. The spray is very good though. Shy is limping away.
Surprised he didn't get that kill. It was a great opportunity for Trent. G2 are going to try to accelerate, get into the site. They will do so for free.
No one posted up at Heaven. No chance for Kesnet or someone similar to take that early push. He's going to try and spray here. Surprisingly, not very much damage. Jen protected G2 for the most part. Aldrone sees nothing. Recon backed up with a flash, hoping to ping some of these G2 players, but they're all hiding. 2 in hell, 1 behind Jen as we see Jonah look over towards that tree direction. Quick cloud burst there, but somehow Jonah falls to the shorty shot. Now Icy and Valen can come alive though. And they've got a main cover. Decent setup for G2 in the post plant now, but it's going to be a trade. It's just Icy. He dashes onto the sides. He doesn't know where to look. Shy with a defuse and Crew again. Take the advantage.
Suddenly on the OT, it's the defensive sides that are popping off. That was about to be the most, and it still kind of was, the most Crew ascent round of all time. They love going for plays like this. Just walking down mid with one player facing Cat at the same time, and it was Shy. Pushed down, found that trade. Trent's gonna be kicking himself that he didn't get the retrade onto Shy. Tagged up, had the Odin spraying through the wall. Could have gotten into the 4v3, it won't happen. And now the side swapped. Icy, again, eyes on him with that blast cannon operator. It paid off on their previous. Will it pay off again?
Just takes one sometimes. He'll be posted up in mid. A different look. Normally he takes an operator over towards tree and holds that cubby angle.
0 point. Catches out Melser in A main. And he'll be falling off. As Crew gather towards B. That turret is actually going to go down to a nice placed molly from Shy.
Aldrone in. Okay, Kesnin spotted now, trying to make his way through B main. That's going to force him to turn tail for a time. He still wants it. He wants to fight so bad. Dashes into his own cloud burst now, pushing over towards stairs. Are they going to be ready for this? Ping out the player of Boathouse, and Icy doesn't know what hit him. Trent at least is good for the trade though. And through the smoke, it's Leaf extracting MTA. And our Crew are in disarray. Down to 2. Spike was picked up at Speedway here. But they're definitely worse for wear. Shy, a Gambit, over towards Market, and pays off. He's able to deal with Leaf, and he had a timing there, but he can't quite convert. The 2 versus 2. Flash over the top here. And now it's just Heat.
30 seconds left.
Fakes a couple plants, but G2 far too canny for that. They see Heat, they bring him down. We're going to head to a 29.
And that is just the difficulty of taking that B site away from Trent. He's so consistent there. That is just, it's his site. Those are his angles. He is so strong back there. Jonah does a nice job picking up that angle and spawn as soon as the smoke fades. They're so fast as a team, G2, to spill back into the site together, fight together there.
Tooth and claw have G2 been fighting to stay in this. Always seems to be Crew defending first in this overtime, starting with that round win. MTA sees much there, as Leaf is playing pretty passively out towards B lobby.
And that Owl drone just catching the KJ really doesn't give a lot of information. It's so standard for the KJ to just monitor B main passively like that with, you know, the turret on the roof there.
Wishful thinking, gets it actually takes a stray bullet there as he jump peeks down mid. Now G2, it's a pretty lightly held tree here. In fact, yes, he just gives it up. Doesn't want to face it on his own, falls back to the site with Melsa. Shocks, okay. Give him a bit of a tickle. Melsa no swings that left-hand side. It's going to be traded. He tries for one as well, but Leak doubles down. Valen has that A main position, but is concerned about a flank right now. It's Kesnet from upper and Tooth from tree here for KRU. And here's that lockdown.
It's going to force the issue.
The spray, though, it's good. MTA knew exactly where to look. Kesnet sees an arm! And G2 lose a player. Now again, they have to play from hell. This time, though, they're good for it. Shy forced to drop down to the 1 versus 2, and they are grouped up. How do you win this, Shy? Bit of spray. Put the fear have gotten him. One. Can he find the second? That would have been extraordinary. But G2 convert, and Valen was waiting the whole time.
Never revealed himself in A main there on that split.
Match point.
A lot of mid presence shown from G2 into that A side split through the tree. Got there with no trouble at all, and Leaf stepping up with massive impact kills. It's been a quiet series for the G2 stars so far, but stepping up in one of these crucial OT rounds to find the entry and even pick off the trading anchor in this site. That's so nice from him.
This time around, Kesnet is not jump spotting mid. I imagine if we go back. Icy as well, we know him to want to play from tree. And he'll be there. Again, no glass cannon operator, very much just going for the rifle here.
And look at how active Trent is at just being this thorn in the side of anyone who wants to dare press up into B main. The Odin spam never stops. There's shocks coming in. As soon as that drone was heard, shock for the drone sober position where he stood still. But KRU, they pivot fast. They are going for the A split.
G2 look in flux right now. They're not quite sure how to set up over on A. Icy's going to be forced back by these smokes, and there's no real heaven pressure, no angle posted up for G2. So they're full retake mode right now.
This is the first OT round where Icy has actually bought a Vandal on the defensive side. It's going to be good for this retake, much better than the Nob. First from Jonah.
MTA living dangerously, real dangerously there in heaven. Flash out now towards grass. Nobody from KRU shows up. We are in a post plan here. G2 do need to act. It's MTA. He can't hold it down. Leaf runs him into the ground. He wants to push up here. It's going to be Melsa and Shy. Verse 4. They've got to find the timing. That's a good one. There's still 2 players set up on Heaven and Shy trying to go for a wild swing. He gets it. Has to win this out, and he can't. G2 staying alive. Their hopes of a playoff berth still very much on the table.
Clinging on to life. Barely are G2 on their map pick. Never would have thought it would have been that damn close from KRU. Such an elevated level of play on the map from just a couple days ago against NRG. The proactivity,
the turnaround's unreal.
The decisiveness from them was just so nice to see. That turnaround, like you just said. But G2 finding their form, getting back into the swing of things after Lotus. They're able to deal with this rejuvenated KRU, an impressive win from them. That was not the KRU we have seen in the past couple weeks, in this stage.
Massive recovery, and we're in for a treat, folks. Now with playoffs here in stage 2 on the line, G2 and KRU are going to a 3rd and final map in this series. It's gonna be split, so stick around for that. It's all going down here at VCT Americas.
la información, sin embargo, un impacto. ¡Qué 4K y el ace no.
Still with the ult, into this post! And that's how it ends!
Welcome back, everyone, as KRU Esports and G2 take us to a map 3. You can see the KRU guys getting their sustenance, getting ready to go as we dive into this third matchup here. And boy, oh boy, a great overtime that we saw from both teams, really digging deep at the end there, but it was G2 who pulled off the win. You got to give credit, though, out of the gate. I mean, you got to give the flowers to Trent. The man was unreal, taking advantage of those papier-mâché walls on Ascent.
No, I mean, Trent is always insane on Ascent, but the things he was doing specifically in this game with the Odin was ridiculous. The amount of just spam kills through walls, both off of his own utility, but also sometimes just off of tracking someone jump peeking through. This guy was legit. I mean, he was about to get a kill in that B-roll. He got someone right behind that wall. You didn't see it. That was because his POV, he wasn't seeing people, but he was still killing them.
Yeah, he got kills on people that he didn't even see in general in the starter rounds, end of rounds, anything. He just
Guardian one.
He had intuition, just on point, spamming players through walls. It was crazy. And the craziest thing here is KRU Visa had 18 first bloods in that map. And I mean, that's more than enough to secure a map win. But on the opposite side, there's a stat G2 won 50% of their 4v5s, 2/3 of the gun rounds, and 50% of their retakes. So that's why they were able to close this one out.
And I think the two big guys you have to credit for those clutch rounds are Trent, who you were just talking about, who is insane with the spam and also with these clutches, and also Leaf, who I think in that second half really came alive. He had so many massive moments on G2's defense, anchoring and shutting down these executes for KRU.
I would like to see those two players and also raise you an Icy, because in the first 22 rounds of that game, he had 12 kills. He was struggling. In the next 5 rounds, he gets 10 kills and is instantly at the top of the leaderboard with Jonah P, showing really good game sense, too. Remember that thrifty round they win in round 23, where he's waiting for a player behind him in his own spawn? Like, he showed up when it mattered, kept his team in the game, and that's why they got the win.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, we haven't really seen that Icy in America, because I think he had some great games in Shanghai, but for the most part, it's been
absent.
Yeah, like some unremarkable performances. But I want to talk about some of these kind of mid-round ideas from KRU. Obviously, they're adjusting to a new IGLing system, and I think you saw that in some of their kind of errors in the attack side, right? In this round, they started towards A, and then they're really slowly rotating all the way back B, give G2 full time to full re-clear mid, keep a setup on site. Leaf does well to get those two with the Stinger, but then this retake is ready to go. Players flashing back in with the Sova Dart combined with that KO flash and absolutely owning them. I think the fundamentals on retake were really good for G2, and they were almost always on that defense side, I think ahead of where KRU was trying to execute.
Yeah, I think that's where you start to see, right, as you had mentioned, Mimi, that coordination really starting to suffer here. And, you know, to kind of bring the conversation back to something that I had asked before, you're seeing the step up here. What you got, Mimi?
I mean, Kesset dropped 28 kills and they lost.
Shy was right there with 27 as well. I mean, you got some fraggers on that team, but they weren't able to pick up the win. I was wondering, you know, were we going to see any individuals from G2 step up? We got just that. I mean, we didn't even talk about Jonah P, who also had a lot of great moments in that one, too. Yeah, so really, I think a lot of members of G2 have to feel really good about that one, but we got to really set the stage for what's going to happen in map 3 here, because we're going to Split, right? Split? Yeah, there it is.
That's the one.
I had to look back for a moment there.
Doesn't even know the meaning of the word.
Definitely do not. And, folks, this is it. Winner wins this match. You get to clinch the right to the playoffs. You get to go right in, and I got to say, if KRU had, with the way that this has all gone down, you got to be beating yourself up if you're KRU. You were 1 round away from clinching the playoffs, and you couldn't secure it.
Absolutely, but this means, I think, the most for G2. Their next match after this and their final match of the season is against Sen. If they lose here and lose that Sen game, it's going to come down to tiebreakers. It's going to be out of their hands with how good they have been this season, with their run all the way to Shanghai. If they're not cleanly clinching a playoff spot, if they're maybe having to rely on championship points or other teams to perform, That's unacceptable. They need to win.
And similar story for KRU. They have Cloud9 after this, not as hot as Sentinels, of course, but like for a team that only lost one regular season game in stage 1 to go abysmally and lose every single game. I mean, they literally have to lose every single game in stage 2 to not make playoffs. They have to be able to turn this around. After dominating on Lotus, being one round away multiple different times on Ascent, this team has to pick back up from map 3.
And do they even have that in the tank anymore? You know, after losing like that and so many overtimes.
I think they do.
With Kesnet dropping bombs like that, can he keep his form? Can he keep the momentum that he's acquired this entire series? He's 11-1 in this series in First Blood's the first death.
That's you just don't see that. The guy is an absolute talent, and it feels a crime to not see this team in the playoffs after what they did in stage 1, what Kesnet has done this series. There's a lot of experienced guys on this stage who have been with KRU for a while, have been with prior editions of the team before, but this edition is new, and I think this is really, like you're saying, a big test to lock in, come back from that map 2 loss, and find the series here on
I don't want to approach it from a glass half empty perspective. I'm going to approach it from a glass half full. Kesnet's going to start the game off popping off because he has no reason to show us otherwise, right? He has been great this series, plain and simple. And I would be remiss if we didn't go into this third map, at the very least, feeling like Kesnet should be able to bring that performance. Whether or not the rest of the team can follow up with him,
but
I don't think that's
that is the big question.
It's always been a question.
Always been a question.
We have seen games where Kesnet pops off and KRU lose. Look at last map. It's not impossible. You need this to be a team effort.
That got scrappy at the end there, though, right?
Sure.
Oh, when you get into like overtime, extra hours, it gets crazy. It's a whole different battlefield at that point.
But there were opportunities even before overtime for KRU.
Very true. Very true. Very true. I mean, like I said,
if you don't get thrifty, you're on match point.
Yeah,
that's true. That's literally what it comes down to. Making mistakes that, you know, maybe if you have an IGL or more cohesion as a unit.
They are saying that Melzer is taking over those reigns, but it's really tough to do that with so little practice and on a map that I think is really, even though players know it so well, it's still really tough to call the attack side of Ascent properly.
Yeah, it's tough.
This really does set the stage so nicely for this third map. I mean, G2 has been in a position where they win this, they move forward. If they don't win it, they got to beat Sentinels next week. And then if you're KRU, you were one map away from qualifying in the playoffs. As we see the agents starting to come in here, guys, we're not really getting that much in the way of, difference, but
it's interesting here to see them sticking to that solo sky. I think most teams have been going to these double initiator breach comps that give you so many options on both sides of the map. That sky doesn't have a lot of tools, so I'm interested to see if KRU's just going back to comfort and can maybe lock in for this third map.
Well, this is it, folks. It's map 3. Who walks away? Who gets their spot in the playoffs? Let's go ahead and send it back to your casters one final time. You got Uber and Wyatt for the call.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, it's been haymaker after haymaker from both of these teams, but now only one team walks out of this series with that guaranteed playoff spot, and Wyatt split. Fascinating map to have round out this pool because we saw it recently for KRU and not so recently for G2.
Frankly, I thought there was a high likelihood this was actually going to be KRU's pick in this series. They just beat NRG on it. They almost beat Sen on it in week 1. And the last time we saw G2 here, they lost 11 rounds straight to PaperX in the first half at Shanghai. So this is tough for G2. The form that KRU are in, it's their favored map here. They're favored to close this series out and make their way into playoffs.
We loved KRU. They played very well against the double duelist style of NRG. They dealt with the trap plays effectively on those attacking rounds. See what they have for us here. They'll be starting on defense. And Viper wall there just to cut off that heaven for the attackers. We go up mid.
Quickly, look at this KRU pushed all the way out of B. Man, the paranoia is used bottom mid from Melzer. Interesting decision. It's all the way through fence, meeting up with Icy, who's controlling towards that A ramp.
Yeah, KRU have entirely given this up, right? MTA gonna be stacked up with Shy now as G2 want to make their way down to the side, but not, of course, before leaving a skeleton crew in heaven to deal with this. Here's the flash. 4 players for KRU. Bustling on in here, but Leet's on the other side of that wall.
Can they route him out, or will Leet find the timing?
Always the timing. He will. Always the timing with this guy. Just the one wipe, but that's going to have to be enough. Bannon clears the bomb buddy and now retreats to elbow. This is going to get ugly.
Melzer was quite far away, actually, watching for potential mid-flank, so a little bit of time wasted waiting for him to meet up. They're going to smoke off main and now work their way, splitting from main, from screens.
Trent took a tickle there for sure. MTA out to the edge of the bloom of the smoke. It's going to be Icy now to step up in his stead, and he delivers. Oh, that's two. The duelist now stands tall for G2. Trent gets the job done. You've got to feel good about that start. Bully up mid into heaven. Convert on the A side.
Excellent there from Icy. Not always the flashiest duelist. We talk about him being that system duelist, and he really is. But he will have his moments like that. He will find high impact kills. First bloods for his team. And that second, what a shot onto Heat there. Trying to pinch onto him. Most of the time should be getting traded there, less for a crazy shot like that. G2 open things up nicely on split, and Crew again. An aggressive move early, pushing all the way down mid. Trent with his eyes on it.
If you watch two VODs of Crews, you know they do this routinely. Straight down mid on the save round, but Trent takes a licking. He's going to now try and rejoin the rest of his team. He got the spike there, so couldn't afford to take any risks.
And he got more than enough info to allow Valen to call for that acceleration into B, knowing the site would be free. And now damage is the name of the game for Crew. Can they take any guns away?
Icy got around the corner before the second stage of that nade hit him, but Melsa, sneaky. Set up a mid there, brings Leaf down. Jonah P and Valen can play off this, can sit inside B main. Attacker smoke there, breaks up the side. Dropping that down into hell. Jonah P checking heaven, but all of Crew have got boots on the ground right now. Nice timing for the fault line. Icy wants to capitalize, and he finds Melsa sat on his own in the smoke, stunned up. Now they can double swing this, and they get mowed down. The stingers go to work. Putting the Hornet Queen to shame. And G2 get that second.
Nicely handled from Valen in the end. I like that decision to actually fight forward, not give up all of that space. You know, they were playing a dangerous game with that low HP that they had. They didn't want to give up any more weapons. That was...
They're making use of that breach setup. They're saying, okay, we're going to fault line here. There's no way they're not sat on the other side of this because we know they're not in heaven right now. They've dropped. They're going to be stunned. We need to take at least one through this mode.
All of those players from G2 were less than 100 HP. They really could have lost a lot of weapons, but now they have a good bonus round coming into this. Icy is close to that showstopper. They're going to go and get him that orb in B main, surely.
Crew so lightly holding onto B, right? They have just MTA up in heaven. Still, got to contend with the tripwires here. Aftershock to try and clear that drop spot now, and MTA from Rafters. Okay, Icy segmented from the rest of his team.
Fast on the flutter, Crew. Look at how close Kesnet is right now. Does he really want to swing that and satchel off? Bold from Kesnet, but he is feeling it. He has dominated both maps. Win on Lotus, loss on Ascent, doesn't matter.
This trip is a nuisance. Eventually that can be cleared. Poison Orb, of course, blooms, but Leaf has gotten through it now. He can be the cat amongst the pigeons. Looking to get into heaven now as there's a bit of a fake over on B. Valen trying to sell it. Keep Crew interested at the B side.
Melser just spotted the barrel. Knows that Leaf is there. Picks him off with ease.
I like the transition out of the low ground, but the cat's definitely out of the bag here. Now Melson will wait on the other side of the smoke. He expects contact directly through it, and he gets what he asked for. Trent falls, left. And now it's going to be all down to Valen. Spike is loose. He's got to fight through these smokes. And again, he's got nothing but a stinger to work with here. Diabolical circumstances, but G2, it is their bonus. Now I'll be waiting on Valen to stand and deliver at some point. He acquiesces. 3 for Melsa.
The micro reads from Melser, sublime positioning there, just spotted out Leaf, played that patiently. Free, easy kill. Slips into the smoke at the perfect time. A second free kill to close that round out.
One enemy remaining.
Patient and makes it look oh so easy to convert that anti-bonus with all 5 players live.
But up until he sees that barrel, Crew definitely think that it's still a B here. 4 players are still over on that side.
Yeah, it was that sell from Trent, the Prowler that went into male, curved into B heaven just a bit. But of course, that was the bonus for G2. This is their full buy, and with Icy going a bit crazy so far and feeding in those alt orbs, yeah, just that. He has the showstopper available.
On popped by Shy. Okay, now we do have G2 starting to trend upward. Perhaps Crew are anticipating a satchel showstopper plunge up mid, but Jonah has the fault line set up to catch in the mail by the looks of things. It's re-smoked in mid. Here comes that showstopper. Icy is on the hunt. The fault line does catch Kesnet, but he still slinks away. Do we check Rafters now? MTA set up there. I thought he was in cam. It's a trade.
And you'll definitely take that trade if you're MTA. Not so bad when there's a rocket in your face. The site is going to be taken from G2 into this 4 versus 4.
He's going for that?
A lot of util for Crew to get back in. They have one flash from Heat, the Sky.
Okay. Throw out the horn here. Jonah wants to flash. Shy backs away from it, respects it, but G2 slowly taking more control here into CT.
That is active from the solo breach.
45 HP, that's rough though, eventually gets double swung. Crew's playing for the retake now, the wheels are set in motion. Flash over to the side, confirms player sat in that corner, but Leaf comes from an off angle. Now we're in the 2 versus 2 with Fallon and Trent. And he hears all of this, all of it. He drops down out of the smoke, he has to challenge. And it should be a simple job for Trent here. Melsa makes a bit of noise. Trent does take a glancing blow from some of those shots here. Straight forward, Horn, get the... Oh my goodness, Melsa! Can he get the defuse as well?
Yes.
Damn. There's no way he should be winning that.
Nice
against
clutch.
Trent. I mean, Kesnit's having a laugh and he's pointing at him after that one. Crazy from Melsa, who stepped up so much in this series as well. It's been the duo of him and Kesnit. That little satchel there onto Jonah just to bounce him in the corner, really nice from the Crew duelist.
Oh, mate. He sees none of that. Kesnit can't believe it. He gets jump scared by his own bloody teammate.
Outrageous stuff.
And there's some days that only Crew can give you moments like this, right? Insanely volatile, but the talent is there.
And Icy now, early round so fast. They ramp take Melser force back, playing it passive, playing it smart. Not going to throw his life away.
I like this Crew looking for a chance to maybe slow the tempo down a little bit. Definitely they were feeling on the hot seat after that previous round. Jonah P again has to clear this pesky trip. Over he goes, okay. Can he make use of this?
Yeah, do Crew know that that's a possibility? I mean, a trip like that, to get information, you should not be able to jump over it. Perhaps that's some of the Cypher inexperience from MTA showing. He has played quite literally 21 rounds of Cypher professionally only. That was just the other day against NRG, his first time playing Cypher. And small mistakes like this can add up.
So this round is all about Jonah P manifesting a material advantage from getting on the other side of this trip, but it's still being checked. Maybe there's a sense that they know. The Crew know that this trip might not be set properly for them. Leaf goes over as well. And now we're in heaven. Okay, Prowler gonna take out the other trip over on the B side of the map. It's Jonah. He has the timing, and he's got the hot hand, folks. The man doesn't miss. Now Shy needs to salvage, and he's found 2. Evening the ledger. But Icy's there. Leaf also found Heat elsewhere. And it's all up to Melsa, these teams hitting each other with these nasty crackbacks. 1 versus 3 for the man of the moment in the previous round. Melsa at 6 and 2. Has to go large. Good for 1.
No charges.
Still Leaf and Trent though, grouped up in drop.
Doubled up. Surely Melser can't convert both. He'd have to hit a crazy spray transfer.
Do you believe, folks?
And there's just no way in hell. Do Crew realize the error in that round? I mean, surely they do.
I know now.
They definitely realize.
Because if they got World Star, 2 of them from heaven, yes.
That mid-trip might be a little bit short.
Oh my goodness.
1 enemy remaining.
Such a tragedy for them, man. That was...
Okay. They're all typing. I think they're typing a breach in chat, so I think there's some discussion over how Jonah P managed to get there.
Yeah, definitely. So tough for them. That was their anti-eco, and now look at their economy. They're the ones on the eco. But much in Crew fashion, buy round, eco, broke as hell. Somehow we're getting Kesnit a rifle. It does not matter. He's got the Vandal.
This time, though, they don't just plunge down mid arbitrarily. We sometimes see this from Crew. They may be a little unimaginative on some of these half-buys or these ecos. They are going to be grouped up there. Yeah, clear that close corner for G2. And MTA, Kesnit going to drop to the side here.
Crew rotate pretty quickly out of vent. They cross mid with the cloud up, expecting that B hit could be coming through, but G2 slow things down. They're a slow team. We've talked about that a lot. They give Allen time to work.
Okay, so Melsa joins the party at B here, and G2 say, you know what? We actually have Leaf really advanced in towards A. Okay, Rolling Thunder going to be thrown out here. They're selling it with a Rolling Thunder. Oh my goodness. paying for a bag of chips with a $100 note. Love to see that. And the thing is, Crew have fully bought it, but also, why not commit to that with a stack anyhow, right? I mean, they are on an eco, so it just makes it so likely that they're all going to be there. So long as Jonah P can win these duels out with the better rifle, they should be locking this round up with ease. Pit down as well. I mean, two players committed on an anti-eco. That's a pretty big investment, actually, dropping the pit from Leaf.
I mean, how many times have they been thrifted by this team? Crew are rascals in that regard. Kessin, of course, was able to pick up a Vandal here. The rest of Crew see no reason why they wouldn't try and find at least an exit here. That's what they're set up for, MTA in this position. Kessin also, of course, can get away from the blast zone. That flank exit route was checked, though, just now by Haunt. And in we plunge, MTA looking for Sun. A little bit of action. New pair of shoes, maybe. Valen receives him now, and Kessin drops the Vandal, finds nothing for it. It's up to Melsa to do some damage, and hey, that's not too shabby.
He'll take that. Crew desperately needs some damage there after G2 convert an eco. You don't want their economy to get out of control. And look at how bolstered it already is, but again, you'll take what you can get. Crew now on the full buy. Kesnet has the showstopper available. We've had that for a couple rounds now, maybe just the one, but hasn't had an opportune moment to actually use the ultimate. And on a buy round here, surely that will end up being the moment.
There's nothing that G2 won't do to try and sell you a fake. They just sold Ice to Alaskans there.
It did work out so perfectly. It's going to be a Crew timeout. A timeout called when they have ultimates in play, they're close to other ultimates, and it's a massive advantage in this round. We just saw G2 use 2 of them, and 2 big ones at that, 2 round winners in that Rolling Thunder and the Viper's pit. So now it's up to Crew to convert. They have to convert with the showstopper. Shy won off his Viper's pit too, right? So this is going to be their full investment round. Ults on the line, economy on the line.
And of course for G2, they have a reserve of money, right? Losing 3 guns in that previous round is not ideal. But a loss here, they still get like a decent quasi-buy. They can always opt to save after the fact, but there's still a chance to keep momentum rolling. So they might even see, you know, Crew make a shock and awe play with some of these ultimates that showstopper. They might say, okay, let's save out of this round. Let's keep the money flowing in. Let's keep these guns being bought up. They aren't too far away from a Nightfall. That's obviously something that can give them some utility. So far, though, from G2, very smooth.
And right now, it's looking a bit passive from Crew. You can see Melser at B main. He's going to go and throw down that one way to control that area of the map. Some passive trips towards A, the cam for Heaven. It's that high up one that spots the toes when they're walking by into ramp, if that ramp push does end up coming. You know, Crew can play for a retake here with a showstopper. They could play for a flood. Get in with that double satchel and the rocket fired off.
Looks like that's going to be the plan here, Wyatt. You can see G2 inching up on that A side of the map. MTA. Okay, would like early walling of this. Leaf gives him a bit of leg. Probably looking for the cam there, but no dice on the removal of that. And now all of G2 want to gather up around that offensive Viper wall.
So Cypher set up to contend with MTA and Heat here. They're going to anchor, they do. MTA slips in backside. He's immediately flashed.
Okay, this could be ugly though for MTA. Stunned up there by the fault line. Trying to find a way to recover here, but so was Icy. What? He was stunned. Okay, Valen able to find 2 though, comfortably enough. Kesnet pulls out the showstopper and finds his. Eventually Trent's going to trade it. The last player standing. It's Melsa. 1 versus 1 now. Here with that Nightfall, but Trent's still not quite sure where to look. Oh, yes, his crosshair in the perfect spot. And Melsa headbutts the bullet.
Making way too much noise there. Trent was ready. Crosshair train, perfect placement for that wide running swing. And I like how Crew played that though. They had that fast flood with the ultimate. They played to that win con. MTA gets in backside to delay, to anchor so the rest of them can get out there with that flash you just saw from Heat. But look at the flick from Valen to shut that down. And even then winnable, if not for Trent. One of the foundations of this team, those 2 initiators, Jonah and Trent.
A little haphazard though, because Icy touched down on that A site and was hit with the fault line. G2 recovered well though, despite going up against the showstopper of Kesnet.
But that was the pivotal round, Mitch. The investment of the showstopper, the full economic investment. You know, Crew's buy, it's not a terrible
Oh, Melsa. Oh, Melsa.
Possibly enough to do some damage, but not when you get caught with the wall drop with a judge at that range.
Could definitely see what the idea was supposed to be there for Melsa. Not particularly subtle at all. NTA constantly circling back to check this. Cam now removed, so no way of knowing how they're grouping up, but he caught Icy with the dart at the very least. He's going to be forced forward here. He's got no choice. The Seize-Nade combo. He has to get in their face. Icy able to bring them down eventually, but Kesnet with that big investment of the Guardians able to win it out. Shy somehow, some way, delivers with a stinger, and now funnels G2 away from this B-side with a Viper's Pit. What a timely ult.
Excellent from Shy. I mean, how does he win a 1v1 against Jonah there when Jonah has the rifle and he has the stinger? The Viper's Pit is so good. Recovers the rifle now. He has a Vandal.
30 seconds
left.
left.
One of the detriments here to a potential crew round win is the fact that Heat just has that Sheriff towards A. But where to G2 end? I mean, they have to end B. Look at the clock. It's so low. 20 seconds. Kesnet delays with the satchel. He takes the fight. He just has to live there, Mitch. Might have thrown it away unless Shy can be the hero.
He's covered up so much of this site now from behind the poison orb. He makes his stand. Valen and Trent are encroaching, running him down. He's able to get 2 for 1 there, setting Heat up to make this happen. Behind the box will Valen be. He doesn't know where the player is, but Heat gives himself away. Now wants to push through the smoke. Valen's waiting. Oh, he's too good. The man has been clutch time and again in this map.
With just mere seconds, G2 make that happen, and they shouldn't have been able to. Kesnet overconfident, taking the duels with the Guardian. If he falls back and just sets up a cross with Shy, there's no doubt in my mind that G2's time would have expired in that round. They wouldn't have been able to win it out. They wouldn't have been able to plant that spike. A round that shouldn't have even been close with the buy that Crew had goes down to the wire.
Bro's talking it up a bit now. Pretty despondent did G2 look after that first map, but now starting to win under their sails. They're acclimated. Fault line there to maybe shut down some early aggression. It never came. MTA holding that corner angle here.
Poison's off.
Shy crosses to Mail and has a crossfire with Heat.
Oh, he catches him.
That doesn't quite dodge that. Oh, Shy taking so much spam.
Another freebie for Valen. And yet G2 haven't really thrust all the way down mid yet. They take a beat. A is so lightly held right now wide. It's just Melsa in heaven. He's about to get awful busy.
And this whole time, Leaf was just containing towards A, just going to allow G2 to safely make passage over there. Melser, who has been phenomenal for a Crew.
He's about to be the one-armed bricklayer again, Ryan. Not too shabby. Finds Trent. Can get out of this position. The aftershock threatens him. He can't get away because the paint shells look first. Kesnet's in heaven, but so far away from the action. Does he just try this? The nades hoping to break up the plant. It works. Valen's forced off.
Seeker's committed. Crew are risking it all. 3v4. Economy on the line.
In for a penny for a pound, but Kesnet's caught in midair. Heat playing from the other side of that poison orb, and MTA wants to make his way in, but this is dangerous. Icy with a showstopper, sees the Cypher and delivers. Just Heat. Shoulders showing with the shirt there. Clearly nothing up his sleeve. Now has to make this happen, 1v4. Well, we all have those days.
Just not able to do a thing.
They think they're so
Crew risk so much in that 3 versus 4. They want to go for it. They need to start converting some of these rounds. But it's running away from them. A map that G2 have not had massive success on. This is off the back of them getting blown out by Paper Rex at Shanghai on split.
It starts off with that freebie for Valen, the spray in mid, and G2 don't take mid. They get a ping early, right? With that haunt, go to a very lightly held A site and deliver. Beautiful stuff, a 5-round buffer now for G2, and look at what Crew are working with. A headache and very little weaponry.
Melser going to fall off back into the stack the Crew have put together here. Kesnet just taking the duels and gets 2 of them.
Sometimes logic just weighs you down.
One enemy remaining.
But still, it's G2 as the smoke clears. Some real lively early round action. Sees him ahead by a player, and Shy left a little stranded now. Definitely has a feel that there's going to be a rotation here, but has to respect this aftershock. Jonah P throwing the banana peel in his wake. 56 for Shy. Under so much pressure, being surely tested, but Trent can't really cross mid safely right now. He's kind of stuck.
Yeah, G2 have a lot of time. They just want to make sure that they can get together. The only way they lose this round to this weak Shy with a Guardian is if they offer up 1v1s. And with the 50 seconds that they had to play with now 40, that should still be enough to get this spike to safety, meet up, play that double face to close out the round, and not allow Crew this eco win. Despite Kesnet trying his hardest to get it, just winning out 2 duels with a Guardian, straight up fight in main, no utility.
Shy may, I mean,
such an outrageous player.
And Shy may as well be sensory deprivation tank. He has no idea what's happening around him.
10 seconds
He's going to hear this go down.
Spike planted.
Be a long way from the action, but have no choice to try his luck. Again, for Crew, yeah, there's buy potential in the next round, right? At least for 3 of those players. You can cobble something together, but G2 are getting so far ahead. No util for Shy, no armor, no idea where G2 is set up.
Jonah's ready as well with the fault line. I mean, they are not going to risk a thing. They're going to wait for that tap, and he's going to pop it.
Shy has to give himself away, gets stunned up as a result. Jonah a little bit low after that, though. The spin was good. Okay, Trent. Eyebrows at risk of disappearing into his hairline after taking that damage. Haunt, though, should spot Shy out, and it does. And it's a matter of G2 biding their time and waiting. The result didn't matter of those kills. Another round for G2, marching onto a playoff spot.
The scoreline is so deceptive of how close a number of these rounds have been. But those close rounds, for the most part, have been the economy breakers for Crew. I mean, this was one on an eco where Kesnet was just trying to be the miracle worker that he so often is for this team. Steps up just by taking pure duels, by being the better mechanical player than almost anyone he'll go up against. Trying to channel his inner Osboss now.
2 rounds for Crew out of this 10, and it's a streak of 6 in a row for G2. And again, some of these rounds have been very, very busy early on. G2 have been more than happy to match that aggression with Crew. Not give up all this space, not give up this map, force themselves to re-clear it later at the cost of extra utility. And G2 are verging here on a showstopper. They're very close to that. Obviously, it's a buy that comes up at a very pivotal moment for them here. 2 more rounds left in the half. God, getting to 4. That's the best they can hope for here, and they're trying to cobble something together to guarantee that.
And when we get back into this, Kesnet is going to be 1 orb away from the showstopper on their buy round here for round 11. Again, economy on the line for the team.
How do you make good use of that defensively, though?
I mean, listen, if I know one thing about Crew, it's that they'd love to go for an early round push. They did that a lot early, actually, into this half, but it slowed it down for the most part since. You know, perhaps we'll try to mix something like that in, but that's not going to be an option when he still needs that orb. So if he doesn't use it this round, maybe they'll mix that in, throw in an aggro showstopper in the next. But
with what guns to back it up?
Yeah, but if you can pick that up, well, that's if they win. But if you can pick that up, we will at least have it for a retake situation here to double satchel in, make that space. You know, maybe MTA, if they go B, he plays passive, he falls off, they retake with the showstopper, double satchel in. But, you know, they're still just trying to work close towards A now. 3 players stacked up here, ready to fight, you know, the brunt of G2.
This is about to get awkward.
Here.
Oh, the 3 paranoia! Yep, Kesnet converts on that beautifully. Bit of an early pop, got the orb.
Yeah, don't need the orb when you get the first kill. That'll do it. Don't need to pick it up.
And now, yeah, G2 with 3 to work with. They're definitely reeling over on that A side of the map. In the meantime, though, Jonah has been looking for a bit of action here towards B. That camera, though, yeah, spots him out. Now, Crew, it's an open book for them. Melter can wait maybe for this push over towards A. And that only B presence, the sole player over there, is down for G2.
Icy going to satchel through, play for that one, but it doesn't clear the corner, so Melser at least gets that one.
30 seconds
All right, Trent now in that 1 versus 4. Money-wise, G2 can have a decent last round of the half here. And Trent makes it a little costly. Crew get their 2nd round in the last 7, I would say. Trying to mount a respectable half here on defense.
And maybe 4 can be enough. Maybe if they win the pistol round on the side swap. You know, to make it this close to a win for the first time in Stage 2. It's just been a litany of tough opponents here in America's Sentinels. Then NRG, and now G2, the team from Americas that went the deepest at Shanghai. And of all those teams, it's G2 that they're the closest to upsetting right now, making their way into the playoffs. And now on map 3, one where you feel they're favored going into it, they're on the verge of getting blown out.
They've taken quite the beating on this defensive side, Wyatt. That is for sure. Okay, looks like Kezit was able to avoid the Nightfall at the very least here, but he got taken down by Jonah. Fast play, I think, as Valen TPs into the back of the side. Oh, G2 are really going for it now. Behind this rolling thunder, it's Icy. Sends a parting gift to MTA. And Leaf there could make it very hard to take control of Heaven here. I think Heat trying to play around the fringes of that molly still. But G2 get the post plant. They leave Valen entrenched. Shy wants to challenge that, but of course it'll be crossfired. Valen doesn't need the help.
One enemy remaining.
This is just an unlosable situation for G2. They've planted the spike for B-May and they've retreated. Jonah has his utility. If someone taps, he could have fault lined. Leaf on this deep flank. He's going to catch that one, but this half is done, Mitch. It's going to be a 9-3 crew with a massive comeback necessary to get their first win in Stage 2 to get into the playoffs. If they lose this match, they've only got one more shot to do it.
Heat. No time here to make anything else happen, but some flashy plays, a little bit of heroics. Maybe something to make the spirits a little bit more buoyant, because it has been a brutal start for them here on Split. A decider in this series.
And there's nothing more G2 than to show this level of mental resilience where they get blown out the first map, win a close ascent game, and then roll on the third map. This is how every series at Shanghai went. I swear to God.
I mean, Valen said, I wish we started stronger.
This is how every G2 series goes. You just cannot count them out. They will always come back.
Some moments here from that previous half, of course. Icy pushing in behind that rolling thunder, leaving Valen entrenched on that side, and he dealt with all comers admirably. 3 rounds, 9 of course for G2 on that attacking side. They've got to be happy with that. There were some variations in pace here and there, some good mid-pressure, but now we're going to head to a break. When we come back, the second half of Split out of side a map to send one of these teams to America's playoffs. We'll be waiting when we return.
Welcome back, everyone. Here for halftime as we get ready to flip sides for Crew versus G2. Now, G2 up in the series, up in the maps currently. We're on Split. Series tied 1-1. But let's go ahead and jump into the way things started to really crumble here for Crew, Mimi.
Yeah, this round, I think, was the breaking point that started this
Not the
half.
tripwire.
The tripwire is placed a little bit too low. MTA hasn't played a ton of the Cypher. We only just saw his first game on the Agent. And this mistake snowballed. Jonah finds 2 kills. G2 follows this one up. And then this really gets the ball rolling for Valen to call an excellent attack side on Split.
Oh, yeah. They just went on a big streak after this. And I loved how dialed in G2 were in terms of the calling. Even when they had numbers advantage, they were always slowing down their mid-round and making it impossible for Crew to come back from a numbers disadvantage.
And even in that round, you see like taking the time, even on that eco, to set up, find the gaps in Crew's setup and exploit them. It was excellent from G2, and now they're only 4 rounds away from locking in playoffs. If they can achieve that, that means they don't have to rely on the Sentinel series to get in, and Crew's chances to playoffs get a little bit harder.
It was getting a little close there for comfort for Crew and, for G2, but for Crew, they got to try and find a way to bounce back. Let's send it back over to your casters.
An evolution through this series for G2. Such a brutal start for them on that Lotus map. Only 4 rounds, and then they claw it back on Ascent. Looks like now finally they've built that head of steam. They have slow starts is what they do, but now they want to close things out. 9-3 as they go into defense on the pistol.
Cam from MTA will get that tag onto Valen, so going to allow Crew the information to take B main for free. While Shy tries to work his magic on A, Valen taking that first peek into Paranoia.
Valen wants to play close here. Oh, great work there. Kesnet forced off that line entirely by the Aftershock. But Melsa through the Cyber Cage. Is he going to get rid of Valen? Ugly, ugly. All right, Leaf here from Heaven's going to try and drop down through that smoke or wait it out. It's going to be renewed here for Crew as they don't yet have a plant. They don't yet feel it's safe to cross. The Prowlers will confirm their location behind the pillar.
Shy considering a flank, but just going to meet up with his teammates.
Another
playing
fake.
that smart, playing to their man advantage, just going to try to trade this thing out.
Haunt now regenerated for Trent. Leaf still unsure about how to navigate the smoke. The kid's getting renewed and all. The flick had to be there. Great correction by Trent, but still a 1-for-1. Now it looks like Crew feel like they're ready to go for this. Giant death footwork here. Leaf trying to cut it up into 2 1v1s, but can't get rid of Melsa. And Crew, much needed pistol to start their attacking side.
It always feels silly to say when a team is down by a lot that the pistol round is much needed, but it most certainly was. And I love how that was played initially by G2, that Aftershock, and Valen immediately swung wide to the left off of it. But it just took them too long to convert that kill. There were just too many bullets fired, and Jonah caught reloading. Shy taking advantage of that audio cue. And it gave them the man advantage to trade things out one after another. Nicely handled from Crew VCT. Now, can they just convert this anti-eco in smooth fashion?
All right, G2 assert themselves here at B. They turn the play for the orb into a bit more of a pop to take this map control, and MTA is, he doesn't want any of that smoke. Get out of my face!
My man is on the run when he gets right. He'll take that, and now Melser the stinger for the bait. All right, he'll get 2, and nicely gets a couple, but of course that is why you just run that one player with a ghost, so if they do go down on the lurk, it's ultimately irrelevant. You're not giving up any serious weaponry.
Well, G2, subtle as a sledgehammer in this round, if only they were remotely as effective.
Spike planted.
Just Icy with a stinger now. Takes a decent licking from the paint shells.
It should be going down any moment to one of these Crew players. Honestly, let Kesnet get that kill. Get him another orb. He's got the most.
Get him rolling, you know what I mean?
Get him rolling.
Get him chirping up a little bit.
Get off to a hot start. Get that snowball rolling with the economy, with the ultimates to get back into this game against such a formidable G2, a resilient G2, who got destroyed on Lotus. It wasn't even close. They didn't look like themselves. The fundamentals weren't there. That team play that they're known for wasn't there. A team that has always been, you know, the whole greater than the parts. That's always been the G2 way. And it wasn't the case to start this series off, but they are right back into form here. And for Crew to come so close against a team that you could argue is the best we have in Americas right now, and to lose in the final moment would just be crushing for them.
Yeah, it could have been over there and then. So pistol converted here for Crew. Now into their bonus, it is 3 proper rifles to bring into the fray. G2, of course, armed to the gills, ready to get back on the winning side. And that one way, of course, would slow them up a little bit because it really respects these things.
And against this cipherless, sentinel-less comp that G2 like to run, those explosive hits, those fast hits can be more potent. You're not going to have Kesnet double satcheling into a trip and getting sprayed down by a player in heaven.
To some degree, G2 feel they had to be proactive as a result, right? Play off the paranoia if they can. Get information consistently with those Prowlers. They need to know where Crew are coming at them from. They can't get free info from a cam or something similar.
And G2, they do love to play for their retakes on this map. That is one of the defensive advantages of running the breach, getting back in with a fault line after shocking a position.
Heat caught inside the C's here. LEV was hoping to capitalize and spray a little bit. Paranoid towards Mail. G2 playing further back than KRU were expecting, though, not affected by it, but the smoke may keep them contained here on that stairwell. Valen doesn't want to challenge this right now. Counter smoke, I like that here. This is slowing KRU up as well.
So much delay utility. The Paranoia fault line in tandem. That smoke again from Valen, and it's allowed this rotate. Look at the top of the map there.
The discipline from LEV as well. He doesn't go into ropes and try and test this from the other side. No huge mistakes here for G2, and they're burning the clock down now. And they're starting to hold the torch to the feet of KRU. They're running out of time, and it's just shy. And the spike, of course, a long way away from him. G2 bide their time. They wait for a chance to get that gun round, and they reassert themselves here.
And the amount of times in this series, Mitch, that we've really seen on display that cerebral mid-round play from G2, calling from Valen. Just a pure, silent contact back into the B site to set up lovely crossfires with Icy taking that initial peek. If they drop to ropes, Valen is there, picked up that angle. And then the two of them at the same time, double face to clear out the B main player that was, of course, going to come on that split. I mean, it's just lovely from them. So consistent.
Here's KRU, of course, still able to get weapons in their hands now. Frantic picks across the middle part of the map here for KRU. An early trade here, both races down. Aftershock for Jonah, try and syncopate this a little, slow it up. KRU chomping in the bit here for some more action, but again, G2 will pull back. Love to tease.
Yeah, opting to play this a little bit more passively. A smoke from Valen was actually sent all the way across the map into A main.
Now, a probe down mid from G2 would be uncharacteristic of them right now. That's what KRU is set up for, but they're unlikely to get that. Unless it's for 3, I suppose.
Again, just a silent clearing from G2.
And they're just in bed lead. That's all they do. However, neural theft might be a problem here. A wrench thrown in the works forces G2 to split. They get pinged out heading towards the A side. They might still head that way. They clear ramp with the Prowler. Oh, Buddy Melser appears right in front of Jonah, who then follows up with a flash, disorienting Heat further. Two players from G2 now spamming through that smoke in heaven. And it's only Shy again.
Spike down.
The unenviable task of rotating into a 1v4 with the spike across the map. May as well be in Timbuktu.
Unless for just a miracle from Shy, KRU are going to be relegated to the eco. It's going to be 11 for G2, a chance to get to 12. Lock up that guaranteed OT if KRU make an all-timer comeback.
Shy's gonna go for it here.
10 seconds left.
He himself can still buy in the next, but the rest of his team, not so much. He'll get Trent. Is that enough for Shy? Never. Jonah now steps up, of course. Yeah, a couple of more guns getting taken away. Okay, Shy for 3. Not too shabby. I want to point out the money, though, for G2 is good enough. That doesn't really bother them.
No, absolutely not. I love that moment from Jonah, that precise timing, aware of Melcher's eventual teleport into backside. That is always going to be that teleport position for the Omen. You know, they're there a little bit further in the corner, and it's just the exact moment walking around the corner so Melcher wouldn't cancel. That's so nice from him.
Isolate and
Now look at the shoddy buy from KRU.
Yeah, we knew it would be a little bit ugly. They keep that rifle for Shy. Kesnet's going to get one, of course, often being facilitated. Smoke's traded here in towards B main. This is awkward. Okay. Trent gets caught out there by MTA. Do they know that Icy's been left behind? It doesn't matter. He can't get involved.
He does get the audio cue of the two players falling back, though. And now LEV might get caught by Kesnet, and he does. Big player advantage for KRU. They have to convert this to make this comeback a reality.
Okay, Icy makes his rotation here. Maybe hoping to quiet the showstopper. Kesnet has to go up the road to this. He has to try and get value. Makes the sound. No one around to see it. Now they've truly cleared heaven. Icy having to deal with the Trailblazer and the Bomb Buddy as well. He had his hands full there and has to back away. Now to the side, KRU have gone. They are swarming over it. Player in screens. Two players still trying to fight into heaven, but Jonah's done well to make a way.
KRU have planted for heaven, and it's all about Shy on this reflank. Finding a timing, not going down, but he does.
One on site, one elbow, one in drop here for Crew. Decent setup. 3 versus 3 and G2 now in the retake. Fault line. Can they capitalize? He has the off angle, but Valen checks it. He always bloody checks it. Now he'll surge forward, but MTA sprays him down. It's all for Jonah to do. He doesn't have any flashes left, but he's able to take a 1 versus 1. Kesnit overheats, and now the rolling thunder. It's going to catch MTA. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. You're on Jonah P's wild ride, baby.
Another inevitability is just Jonah P winning clutches on split on A. How does he always do this? The rolling thunder is beautiful, and it was almost the newcomer MTA who were looking to step up, fill the shoes of Klaus, and be the guy for Crew, but just unable to do it. He tried so hard, that first Sheriff shot. Look at that. I mean, the speed there, the reaction time is just sickening. They can't convert the 5-on-3. Little mistakes made.
4K for Jonah P. And I love that Valen checks his right. He knows the fault line has got him covered on the left side and elbow. Pain for Crew. A paltry 5 rounds here so far. They bought up into this at least. 3 ults up for G2 though.
Leaf with eyes on mid right now.
Playoffs on the line.
Pushing closer into Mail with Valen.
Nice, he pops it, he's going for it. Who's set up in mid? Kesnit's already down. He sees heat in the classic corner. Tries to satchel Chai. Doesn't get anything for it. Jonah, so ready. Eats up MTA as he moves up.
It's just too many angles for MTA to clear. And at this point, G2, they have made the playoffs. Unless Shy and Melser can do the unthinkable. And it's only right that G2 do just that. I mean, we have 2 teams here who have been on the opposite trajectories. Crew, stage 1, an indomitable force. They made it to the playoffs, knocked out by G2, who made it to Shanghai. No one expected that. And Crew so close to revenge against them. But it's just not going to happen.
30 seconds left. It's Melser with the paranoia and the ability to re-smoke Heaven. They're going to take that first. G2 is so distributed across the map. They have Nightfall as well if there's an attempt at a plant. Trent can hold this line. He sees Shy, backs away. Strict discipline here. And that's going to be it. Surely G2 return to Americas. Remind the locals of who they sent to represent them in Shanghai. And they've locked up another playoff berth.
There is no team I can think of that displays resilience like G2. No matter what, they come back in a series, and somehow it's always on Ascent map 2 that they get that rolling. It doesn't matter what happens early on. Crew obliterated them on Lotus 13-4. G2 looked nothing like themselves. Crew looked electric. They looked rejuvenated like that stage 1 team that we were all so blown away by. But it just didn't matter. G2, they do not give up. The team play that they have, the fundamentals on display as the series went on and on. They just got better and better. Such an impressive team, somehow still probably going to be underrated after this, and I don't have a damn idea why. They are so good.
It's always maximum Valorant for G2 to be played. Again, a start to this series they'd sooner forget, and they do need to shore up that piece of their map pool. A bit inexplicable how they struggled so much on Lotus, but man, what a battle Ascent ended up being. And some individual brilliance here on Split. A captain's map for Valen. What a showing from him. Jonah P with some unbelievable clutch moments. Remember, he's the one that jumps the trip in mid to find the backstab. That's where the dominoes start to fall over for Crew. They've got to be tilted after a round like that. And they really held it together, especially on a day where LEV isn't just farming people, right? The depth now we're seeing to this G2 team on full display against the team at Crew where we expected to be in playoffs, but they've got one more chance to get there, and it's far from a sure thing.
Just one more match against Cloud9. It is a must-win for them. Again, G2, they have locked up their spot in this battle of a different approach to the game, different systems. Crew, this more free-flowing calling team right now, where all of them contribute on their attack sides. It's Melser making decisions, Kesnit calling on defense versus Valen, who has just been leading the core of this team for years now, all the way back pre-partnership, and then in Ascension winning, making it here without a doubt, one of the best IGLs in the game and put on a masterclass on those last 2 maps, Ascent and Split.
Yeah, look at that fade, that breach, and we saw the macro, I think, for G2 really come to the fore here. Again, on top of some of those great individual moments, of course, but getting into those last couple of rounds, it was clear to see that even with MTA standing up as the newcomer here, he had a great round, but he couldn't quite convert. His G2, of course, heading to playoffs. So now we're going to head down to Geek Heavy on the stage for our Verizon post-match interview.
Yes, give it up for G2, Jonah P, the MVP on map 2. Now, let's talk, I want to start there. I want to start on map 2. Like, were you even expecting that to go to OT? Were you expecting that much of a fight from Crew?
Honestly, it was 12-11 for us, and I told my teammates, like, please close it out. I have to use the bathroom so bad. and then it went to like 16-14. So I mean, we knew we were gonna win, but you know, it was a good game.
Yeah. Hopefully you're able to make it to the restroom because you know I'm gonna keep you here for this for a little while longer. Okay. Yeah. All right. So let's walk things back though a little bit. Let's talk about map 1 because it seemed like things kind of got away from you all there. So I'm curious to know what was the issue there that you all were going through?
Just a classic slow start from us. They had a really good game plan for us. You know, it just felt like they were hitting all their shots and we weren't. Just a slow start from us like usual. And, you know, we had Josh like kind of grilled us after map 1, you know, like trying to wake us up and it worked. So, you know, props to him for that.
Yeah, y'all definitely were activated there on that map. So now let's talk about Split because the last time we saw you all on Split was Master Shanghai against Paper X. Y'all lost 11 rounds in a row. So clearly y'all managed to course correct this time. What was it that kind of like brought things back and had a different outcome this time around?
I think we started attack. This time I think our attack is normally, you know, we flow better on that because we can control it, especially Valen, he's a great IGL. So, you know, just like in Shanghai against Heretics, we were up like 9-0 on attack too. You know, we were just in flow state. And, you know, if a team lets us get us in flow state, you know, we're gonna run them over.
Yeah, well, next y'all have Sentinels coming up. What are your thoughts going into that match?
Yeah, they're a great team. They're back in form, it seems like. I mean, we're still in form. You know, no excuses coming back from an event. We're still rolling. You know, it's gonna be a great game. I think it's like gonna be like a clout match. I think this win secured us playoffs, but you know, this game is still very important to us.
Absolutely. Never underestimate the underdogs. Y'all are killing it. I don't even think y'all are underdogs anymore, in my opinion. Give it up for G2, everybody. Yes. All right, we're gonna take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, it's the Vietton versus Loud.
Drawn. They're picked to pieces. Cloud9 are so good.
Bueno, la historia al menos que tenemos contra Loud es que, si no me equivoco, nunca le hemos ganado. Volvieron un poco al core que tenían cuando fueron campeones, así que definitivamente van a ser un partido difícil.
Para manter isso contra a Leviathan, acho que a gente tem que com certeza melhorar o nosso trabalho.
O Twist de novo, o Les vem também. Olha aí a vantagem brasileira. Twist com 14 de vida, vamos ver, Les levando mais 2, é ponto da Loud.
Um ponto que se deve evitar com certeza é o Aspas individualmente, que se você conseguir anular ele para tentar fazer ele ter um mau jogo, já quebra bastante o ritmo deles, porque o Aspas é um jogador que tem muito impacto na partida.
Easy kills coming through from Aspas. Headshot onto Zeppa, the Thunderer, the uptrap, and the I-By Power Ace.
Bueno, creo que definitivamente cuando nos enfrentamos a equipos anteriores a nuestro compañero, creo que queremos hacer como ese step up para decirles como ahora es nuestro y vamos a amasar.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match on this Saturday. It's Loud taking on Leviathan. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here once again with Baby, Mimi, and Ender as we look to discuss all the latest and happenings for this series, because it's going to be an interesting one. Now, of course, Loud is coming into this one a bit on the ropes, if you will, right? They lost to a Brazilian team for the first time ever. The streak stopped at 25, and I wish Wyatt was here so I could make an Undertaker reference and a wrestling reference, but he's not, so I just got to live with myself
See,
here.
yeah, talk about Valorant. It's a real shame.
What a shame, right? But man, 25 wins straight for Loud, and for it to come crumbling like that against Furia, definitely not something I thought would have seen happen.
And I'm going to be real, it should have ended at 24. This is a Loud who I think has been really struggling to find their form, playing 2 close games against both the other Brazilian teams in the league and not being able to pull it off here against MIBR. I mean,
Furia.
Against Furia was the one that they ended up losing there. And
my honest reaction.
True.
He doesn't miss in-game or out-of-game.
No, he really doesn't. Absolute banger. Yeah, I mean, gotta say, that is if you're Loud and you're at this point in the competition where you're getting down to the wire and lose out something like that, like, that's heartbreaking. For sure.
It absolutely is for this team. And I mean, I think that they haven't really found their identity since making these roster moves.
And the worst part is, because of that loss, they have now put them in the situation where they can't lose anymore.
Yeah, they have to be flawless. Yeah. Which is going to be so difficult.
And it's not even in their own hands at that point.
Yeah, pretty much. It does not look like, things are going to be all rosy and peachy over the Loud camp. They need this win today, but standing in their way is a bit of a juggernaut. It's Aspas, and he's standing by with Geek Heavy to get his thoughts on today's matchup.
Joining me right now, we have Leviathan's Aspas, always calm, cool, and collected. So I gotta ask you this: going up against Loud, do you think you as a duelist, what are your confidence levels as a duelist going up against Loud?
I think my confidence is like always on top, because if you are playing duelist and you don't have confidence, you are probably in the wrong role. So always when I'm going to play a match, I'm super confident.
That's good. Now, historically, LEV have yet to beat Loud. Do you think today is the day?
Maybe today is the day, but we're gonna see in the match soon.
Exciting stuff, man. Can't wait to see it. Good luck.
Well, good thing is we have a duelist who is very confident in himself
Maybe a little
over the
too
course
confident.
of his career. You agree with what he said there, Aspas? What Aspas said?
Yeah, I think the cool thing about Aspas is he's so level-headed, like Geek Heavy said, and also he's just so consistent and reliable. Like he first of all, how can you not like him? Because he doesn't like the furthest extent of his trash talk right there was basically like, I'm always confident in what I do. So basically, it doesn't.
We could win, we could not win. Man.
Exactly. Like, he doesn't want to jinx it. Like, he knows he's already the best, but he doesn't like.
I mean, he very
fully
easily
play
could
that
have
role.
gone up there and was like, yeah, I'm playing against my 47-year-old IGL who's
duelist
as
as well.
a 47-year-old, that's mean.
Sadak is not.
I'm just kidding around. But you know what though? You bring up Sadak. That actually is a great opportunity for us to talk about the struggles that this team has had, right? Sadak has talked about it quite openly, multiple times, about the things that they have struggled with. One of the things in particular was what's going on in the duelist role. And, with Tui's playing more of those jet maps, which he was great when we saw him play, I mean, you got an interesting situation here playing out. Now, he, of course, says, Tui's and I started discussing what we do regarding the duelist role in game. Tui said he was not comfortable playing playing as a duelist, and I assumed it. This change really had an impact on us because in theory, we're okay, but when we're playing, it isn't working.
I think for me, what I took away from this, that was like probably the worst thing, was that Sadhak literally said, I think it was an extension of that interview or another one, basically that he cannot even IGL on the duelist role. And I think that's the main thing that I was so like questioning, because I was like, well,
like what's going on?
There's tons of other, you know, duelists per se in other games, like CS has Kerrigan, who was most notably an entry, who would go in and then he would mid-round because he was the IGL of like all the rosters that he's been on.
Luckily for him, he doesn't have to play Neon.
but still, this is what I expected, because there's so much gravity on the character of Neon. And his first showing, Sadak's first showing on Neon, he looked great. So he struck fear in the teams that he had to play against, but
I mean, he looked okay. Guide, I don't know.
But I think the issue
not
is
the main duelist.
the macro has really taken a sharp downfall for Loud.
And it's a massive, massive issue because, and I think this is actually a year-long problem for Loud, because to answer the question down there, I don't think they have had a roster this year that can play a meta comp on all 7 of the maps that are in the pool. And when you look at these 5 players, like, all 5 of these players could compete for best in their role on any top team in the league. It is not a player problem, it is a team composition problem. The fact that at the start of the year, they had QCK in the team that played Jet on a few maps, but on so many maps where you have to be playing the Jet, they were locking in Phoenix because either he didn't feel comfortable on the Jet or the team wanted to go a different direction, to now basically Sadhak being in a position where he feels he has to play Neon to make it work. Like, I think this team has much bigger issues than the 5 players, but it's a composition issue.
Which is, again, like they added Pancata back into the roster, which I think on paper is a change that seems good. He's super experienced with the team. He's still a great player, but it still just doesn't make sense in the roles. You have multiple world-class controller players on this team with Tuis and Kawa. You have Sadhak who can flex any role, but he's being forced into this weird position because no one else wants to pick up that primary duelist slot. And I think that's especially hard in this meta, where there's an emphasis on Raze, there's an emphasis on Neon, some of the most mechanically difficult, movement-focused characters where you really have to be locked in on your crosshair and how you're pathing. It is so difficult to be calling a game while you are playing those agents, so I don't blame Sadhak for those struggles, but really, there is a deeper issue with this team that is no one player's fault, but is accumulated together to allow that is not getting wins.
The fact is, after Loud lost Ospas, they did not need a new Ospas to play for them, but they did need someone that played Ospas's role, and that is what they have not had all year long.
Yeah, and bring Pancata in, who we saw statistically, definitely contributed, played his role, right? But as you had mentioned, right, you just have so many tools at your disposal, but unfortunately, they just can't be used in the ways that they need to be used right now.
And the thing that's crazy is today they have to play against Ospas, that role that they've still been trying to fill.
Yeah, that's the sweet irony of this whole situation here. Now, of course, here let's as we dive into Loud's duelist situation here. Here's an interesting head-to-head: Sadhak versus Ospas, and hey. Way to go. Way to go, Elder Statesman, looking pretty solid up there. But granted,
is that top stat a new one, the ASC?
I don't believe this. Is this real? Is this scientific?
It's the American Scientific Committee. That's the new stat up there.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
I personally can't believe it, because Ospas.
But to be fair, Sadhak has not been bad as an individual.
No. Wait, you guys are both saying the same thing.
I do not think he has performed at a very high level on the Neon maps.
Okay.
Straight up. Like, the debut he had his first game looked good.
Great.
His second game was pretty miserable. Like, he was getting diffed by Jaw. But
but you were going up against Jaw.
I feel like when I'm watching the Loud games, I'm seeing so much of the issues with this team is like these late rounds, once they get set up into a position, like their initial idea doesn't work out. Instead of trying to find, normally you'd see Loud be a really good team. Sadhak makes a call to reset the round. We find our next idea. We're resetting with our next wave of initiator utility. That stuff has gotten so much sloppier, I think, where players are kind of going out, taking some solo fights, doing things a little bit on their own. They're committing into sites sometimes that they probably shouldn't have been. The cleanliness of the IGLing has not been up to snuff as what it was before for Loud, because that's always something we've prided them on.
Yeah. And Pancata's just sitting there in a 1v4 like every round.
Yeah.
And then eventually he actually wins one, and that's their only saving grace to come back into a series. You know, yeah, there's a lot that Loud need to fix up and clean up, and it does start with even just defaulting, because we saw a team just run through them on their defaults. They can't even default, get into places correctly. They're getting pushed to the brim.
Yeah, of course, of course. Well, let's actually go ahead and send it back over to Geek. He's actually standing by with Les to get his thoughts on what's going on with Loud heading into this matchup against Leviathan.
All right, joining me right now, we have Les. Now, I got to ask you the question. Coming off that loss against Furia, pretty much breaking Loud's streak that they had against other Brazilian teams. Where's the team's mentality today going into this match against LEV?
Cara, a gente tem pouca chance de se classificar, nosso time sabe, mas a nossa mentalidade é não desistir. A gente ainda tem chance de classificar para os playoffs, então a gente não vai desistir nunca.
Yeah, we know that we have very little chances to go on to the playoffs, but the mindset is not to give up and go after these little chances we have.
Honestly, best of luck today.
Bit of a heartbreaker there for Les and the rest of Loud, you know, recognizing the difficult situation that they're in here. By the way, do want to remind everyone, that graphic that we ran earlier that showed the comparison of Neon between Aspas and Sada was reversed. It was flipped.
I knew it.
But for a moment there, I was gassing up my boy.
I think we've got a Loud fan somewhere back behind the screen there that was like
Loud gremlin fan just switching the numbers up.
Just to piggyback off of what you're saying, yeah, it is kind of sad, and I feel like they didn't have many options considering the fact that they didn't have, you know, quick workout for them. Like, in terms of players that were available that they could have picked up for this stage on Duelist, there wasn't really many. The only notable player that I could think of that might have a visa, because you got to keep in mind that there's a bunch of visa problems going on right now, is maybe DG Zin. But there's so much baggage that people think of when you think of DG Zin, right?
And still, that means you have to decide to drop Pancata or Tui's or someone else on this roster. It's tough to make space for a change like that.
And Pancata was a great pickup. I mean, he's a great player, and he's putting up big numbers now that he looks comfortable on the stage again.
Yeah, indeed. And I think that if Pancata can continue to do that, maybe he could be part of that, you know, upward swing for Loud, but it's going to be very difficult, and they're going to need a lot more than that. Now, despite a poor showing at kickoff and Masters Shanghai, Leviathan comes into this stage right now, #1 in Americas, and they're the first team that has clinched their spot in the playoffs, so they're going no matter what happens with the result of this game. But you know, for Leviathan, Ender, they're going to want to just continue each and every regular season game. Same domination, same way they're approaching it. They don't want to stop the machine.
Yeah, this is our best regular season team in Americas, right? Dominated in the first stage and kept it rolling into the second one. And the thing that's been so impressive to me is, first of all, had to check in and make sure Aspas was going to be playing the Neon. He does. It looks great, completely locked and loaded there. But I also think the way this team has been playing on just a fundamental level, everyone is playing off of the buddy they've got next to them so crisply. And I don't think you could say the same out of all the teams in our league, and especially their opponents today.
And I think when you look at this roster, the players up there are so scary. Tex, King, Mizzino have all been having great returns since coming back from Masters Shanghai. Aspas is always Aspas, and Calm even has been improving his own individual play.
Yeah, he said he's playing the best he's ever played before.
And that's kind of always been the case. But what they were lacking in playoffs in Shanghai was the fundamentals, right? Like, they looked like a team that was playing a lot of messy Valor, and I'm thinking of that lower final against G2. But since coming back, it's been so clean, man. That game you were talking about, the Icebox against EG, was just lovely. Every round, every retake, they have double swings set up. They're really taking the time to get the little things right, and that's so important.
It's especially, you can see it so clearly in post plants on either side. Post plants on attack, retakes on defense. It is so clean how they play and how they're always having 2-3 players holding one line. They'll just focus fire around 1 or 2 zones on the map where it'll just impossible for the other team to work through.
Yeah, they're heating up, and they're heating up at a point right now where you exactly want to be. But let's go ahead and set the stage here for what we are going to witness, because if Leviathan manage to pick up the dub here, they will guarantee themselves a top 2 spot. Let's not forget, G2 have now clinched themselves into the playoffs, so you got 3 teams locked in.
What's so important, though, is getting that top 2 slot means you're playing double elimination immediately. No single elim game, and it also means you are 1 match win away from making it to Seoul. It is a huge advantage.
Yeah, a massive advantage. So I know I said before that if Leviathan don't win this game, it's not the end of the world. Technically right, but also they want to win this game.
I mean, the world won't literally end, and I want to be clear to all of you watching, we're going to be okay.
We're going to be okay. We're going to be more than okay because, folks, I don't know if you see the time. It looks like action's about to begin. That's right, folks. Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage and bring out our two teams. Got Loud versus Leviathan. See you in a sec.
Riot Games Arena, recebam o primeiro time, a esperança brasileira, faz o L pra Loud!
Del otro lado, el monstruo marino quiere más victorias. Con ustedes, Leviathan.
The stakes for today's matches have been high. For our first match, both teams wanted to pick up that win to try and lock in their spot in the playoffs. But for this one, Leviathan wants to secure top 2 so that they can avoid having to go through that single elimination matchup, and they'll be one game away, from qualifying for champions. But for Loud on the other side of the stage, they want to try and stay alive in this competition, and they have to win this game. They have no other choice.
And they've looked rough their last 2 series. Close games against both Brazilian teams, losing one of those for the first time. As we look at the maps, though, we are starting out on Lotus, which means we're probably going to get the Neon. And I think the big questions are, how is Sadak going to be able to perform? Especially against Ospas on the other side.
And I think he will have to because Leviathan have been lights out on Icebox, map number 2. I do not think really anyone in the league right now is taking that map off of them, so you better show up in game 1.
Yeah, Ospas is the king of Icebox. Right? Let's just say it how it is.
Frozen king.
So I'm surprised the teams even let Icebox through against Leviathan because Ospas has a playground of his own on that map, and he's always been like that.
Like, this team made EG look like a tier 2 team the last time they played them on Icebox. And EG has been really good this stage.
Real. All right, well, I think we got a little bit of a spoiler on screen, but we'll talk about that in a second here. We'll see what we end up getting in for the agents that are locked in. That being said, though, you're so right. That Icebox, we get to map 2, Leviathan, they're certainly going to be on a pathway for that top 2 in the playoff bracket. But that being said, Loud on the other hand, I mean, look, this is a team that we talked about G2's resiliency. I want to see that same resiliency here for Loud. You got veterans on that team, guys who have won championships. They need to dig deep here and now. You got no other choice.
Last time Loud played this, they were locked in Neon, and they're moving away.
Whoa.
Big fan of this change. Tui's will go into the Raze. He was electric when he was playing the Jet before for this team.
And he gets Sadak on a breach.
Sadak on breach is the big one.
He can set people up.
He is so good on this map, or so good on this agent on every map.
Ooh, and Ospas locks in that Neon.
I mean, this comp, I think, is the best comp on the map right now that Lev is playing. They're great with it. Ospas showed how good he is, and the stuns from Mazzino were excellent. But damn, Loud, I think this is the right pivot to make if they want to save their season here.
It's time to see if Loud made the right call, or can Leviathan shut them down despite the changes? Let's send it over to your casters. You know them, you love them. It's Vansili and Rivington.
Thank you so much, Golden Body. Indeed, this is going to be a very fun game now for Loud and Leviathan Riv, because at the desk, they've prefaced this before, that Loud versus Leviathan has always been a loss for Lev. But today, this is also a refreshed Leviathan that has been making waves in this stage where Loud hasn't been looking too great with this lack of duelists that everybody's been talking about.
So much kind of timidness, this lack of strength from Loud that we know the innovation that they usually have seems to have almost kind of taken them back a bit. And now they're rethinking things. And yeah, Leviathan, you heard Aspas today. He's saying, you know, look, anything could happen, but it was so comfortable. Like Hakeem said, always so calm, collected, and they're like, yeah, well, let's just see. It's a few seconds until we get on the map. It'll be fine. So we'll have to see what they have. Leviathan will start on an attack here. 7-1 is their record right now, looking like one of the best teams in the Americas. And they are going to start off aggressive towards this A Rubble. Vans making a lot of noise here at door to start.
But Tui's is the one that makes the first noise. Changing into the role, back to the duelist, and gets the first headshot onto Tex. Meanwhile, though, Leviathan has also come out with a different composition. Aspas on this Neon, on Lotus, and by losing on that first blood, they have to reassess how they want to work the map, especially now that Les has flanked from behind.
We'll have to see how Tui's continues on the raise. Starting off like that to get the showstoppers going is going to be a very big boon for the side of Loud. And as well, this push here by Les, just so much information being relayed over to the team. Loud don't even have to move that much, and they've already taken control of the tree area anyways.
Just by doing that fault line and keeping King inserted at this spot, it really rotates Loud around and weaken up the defenses for a bit. But now the trip gets broken. You have Loud getting ready to set up here for the crossfire, and Kawazima is trying to get contact. Aspas is down to 34. Now Aftershock, he avoids it for now. As he pushes through though, Tui scores that second on the board, but Calm answers right back here at the doorstep. Pankata trying to assist and avenge his teammates, but the advantage goes back to Leviathan.
Still the 3v2. Chip damage everywhere right now, Vansili. Nobody looking good for this fight.
Did get some information from that
10
haunt,
seconds
but
left.
too little too late. Now only one stands, and it's Tui's to fall, and Calm scoring 3 into the round allows Leviathan to pick up the pistol.
Really nice job by Leviathan to play within the utility windows. I mean, look at how much utility you have to deal with that in that Loud composition. You got the fade, you got the breach, and you got so much more that's going to be coming into the site. So they slowly creep up. Leviathan takes a bit more space, and in a moment it looked like Aspas was almost left out to dry over by Stairs connector, but the team was still ready to follow through. They're just waiting for that next window, and a lot of patience paid off there for Leviathan. We'll see how Loud reacts as we get into this second round.
Reacting with 3 players on the C-mount camera to even spot it up here if they could play aggro if they want. But it's a slide through from Aspas, scoring first. Les, though, avenges his teammates, and that's the camera that gets broken. But they still have an opportunity to pinch here with Kawadzin inserted right at the revolving door. They could also be ready for this fault line, too, if there's more pressure coming out from Leviathan towards the C-mount. There it comes. Paranoia first. Haunt towards the back, gets the ping on the defenders. Leviathan is able to just overtake the C site and stronghold it. And the last 2 players here for Kawadzin and Sadat, less they were trying to flank behind, but too little too late.
Spike plant should be able to clean up these last 2, and Leviathan strat towards A, strat towards C, playing behind each other well, collecting the kills, being able to close out these last few as the ultimates start to come online. Mazzino quite a handful away. See where Aspas is after going down and still getting these fights himself too. So that feels good for Lev. They come out, they start strong. We'll just have to see what Loud has once they start getting guns here and they can get themselves back into the play.
This is definitely going to have to be an important call now for Sadak on top of that, having to reassess and readjust every single time because they're not used to this Leviathan composition here on Lotus with this Neon coming out. Mazzino on this breach.
Yeah.
Mazzino, who's been on fire last week against EG as this breach, and continues here to set up Aspas in round number 3. Bonus round now coming out for Leviathan.
All right, so insta fault line. You can see it already counting down there for Sadak, seeing how they're trying to use this. We talked about those windows Leviathan will be looking for. And this, I feel like, sets up Loud a little bit better for that second, that re-hit that Leviathan would want to look for if they're using fault line right away from Sadak. So easy for Loud to keep their comfort positions here in that default defense. They did have 2 over towards C, which has been rotated out here. So now Pankata is left alone to his own devices to try and stall as he's going to need some help here in a second.
That was his last smoke, too, to try to cover the front C side. Still has Paranoia, but wants to keep it for the retake for Loud inside the C side as Leviathan overtakes it. They're taking their time, though, and trying to fight towards the spawn. There's that first contact. Ospa scoring first once again. Counter Paranoia. Couldn't wait for his teammates, just tries to stay alive, and that's wasted utility for Loud's attempt for the retake.
Spike planted.
Trying to throw so much util in, but nobody's left the site yet.
Even Sadak didn't have a chance here to set up a flash. Caught out in the open. That might force the hand here of Loud to potentially save their weapons, but they're kind of caught out in the open for now. Even pushing the cause is Calm pushing into the waterfall. You definitely could see it here. Pinching the last two members of Loud. Penkata just swings out and Calm's just still once again trying to cut the rotation.
This
round will definitely go for Leviathan, but Calm
so smart.
Smart enough for that one kill. And wasting enough time for Mazzino to chase after it. And no weapons will be saved for Loud for the conversion of the bonus from Leviathan.
I mean, as we just fade out of this, you look at the mini-map, and there's 2 trips still behind Leviathan on mid and A. I was like, how is everybody in sight? Why aren't they even checking flank? And they don't have to. They have all the info they need ahead of them. Looking at waterfall, looking at spawn. Ospas pushing as fast as he can into spawn, not even letting Loud breathe on the defensive side this round. And the last kills in spawn as they were chased down, blood in the water. This is from Leviathan is planned and calculated so well in the first 3 rounds there to get themselves this lead. We do see the shotgun coming out from Cowanzine. They're trying to set up some close range attacks here with 3 at C.
Just a play that Loud even did against EG on this map, just trying to get the fault line so that the Neon could push forward at the bound and hopefully catch some players off guard. As Loud, in the eco that they had, or that they have currently, had 3 players getting ready to fight back towards the C mount. That keeps 2 players anchored up now as Leviathan's working back towards the C site.
And there's these trips again that were there last round. This allows Leviathan to keep pushing forward, not even have to leave a flank, which means you have more on the swing, more to face your opponent. And yeah, so comfortably in this position now, but they're not using the lurker just yet. They're all 5 to a site, leaving the rounds to come. Ooh. Possibly have that lurk, but it's not gonna matter.
2 kills with the Bucky, and that forces the Rolling Thunder out. Both of them hit towards the back of the side are Loud players. Now concussed, trying to stay alive. Sadok's able to get one before even the trips over Mazzino. And Loud answers with the Thrifty.
The Bucky from Cowanzine comes up with 2 immediately, holding the site down for the rest of the squad to come in. We've seen Penkata's share of shots already as he comes back into stage 2, back into VCT Americas, and a little bit of that peppered in from both of those players. Picks up a very, very nice low buy around here that Lev was not expecting. Everything has been working so clean for Leviathan, so I think they may even let their guard down a little bit on that round. Just enough for Loud to sneak in. Cowanzine. Nightfall there. Less ultimate as well. Calm is going to be able to answer back here. Sending out some nightmares on round 5 if they want. So this is now where they start to insert the lurk, right? Tex is away from the team. They're not playing a ball of 5 anymore on the side of Lev, but they're still working towards A. What they've been doing for the first few rounds here to keep Loud guessing.
That Thrifty you just got from Loud hands a little bit of hope here for them to keep the game close. Upgraded with so many weapons. Economy is good so far, but Leviathan still has their own bias and converted the bonus round in round number 3. So an important gun round for both of these teams. Nightfall activated to start on the attack as Leviathan seems committed to hit towards his B side. Tex gets one through the smoke, and that's the star player of Cowanzine dropping first.
All right, so a new strat in the book that they haven't used at least this Loud scene this game.
With that kill, there's no Nightfall to answer back from the defending side. Tex now fighting back towards the revolving door, pushing Penkata away, forced to reopen that sliding door, and actually both Loud players on the extremities of the B side winning their own battles. Advantage back in favor of the defensive side. Forcing now Leviathan to push out towards the spawn. King even wins the fight towards Hobbit, as now Penkata, the second one to come through, and as they flood win 1 by 1, the fault line got avoided by Mazzino, but Les was just greeting him on the other side. And Loud now converts 2 rounds in a row right off the Thrifty on this previous round.
Looked like it was going to get very scary there for a second, but yeah, Loud they play the retake, I think, just without needing everything that they would have on a composition they have full protocol on. I'm kind of looking at Tui's, right? The Raze has been going down. They're not getting that util, so they're just back to kind of, all right, put up a smoke, make sure this angle, what are you peeking, where's your paranoia, hit a fault line, dodge a fault line. They're kind of just going down to the basics here to get these rounds back because it does not look like it's super, super clean, but the shots are hitting, and that's why we're seeing Loud come back through right now. That was a defuse, another round. They're going to put LEV down on a low buy here with a Hero King rifle. Few ultimates there to be used on both sides. This is now a lot different from LEV to spread the map. They push up A.
And that's why you have King on his Vandal, because Aspaz has the overdrive. So they're faking this B side. They're even pushing across, and they're about to pinch against Pancata. Looking back towards the front, he's still able to take one before he falls. A great start for Loud, just to delay for a bit and give a chance here for Loud to rotate back. And there's that flank from the back.
Oh my gosh!
The adjustment on the second one onto Kawadzin opens up the C site, but looks like Leviathan wants to pump back towards B. This is where Sadak is waiting. There's that first, there's that second one as he gets blinded and falls back to even the situation and gives a chance for Loud to fight.
These are some hot shots, man. What the hell was that from Tex? Then the answer from Sadak under pressure of everybody rushing the front side of B. Everyone on their toes now here for round 6. This is going to be a big swing in the economy.
Spike planted.
If anybody can grab it and start to push down with these ultimates we have coming up too, I think we're going to get a swing in the whole game.
And zero utility for Leviathan. Unless open up the door, you know he's going to be good for that fight. And as you look on the other end, Tex pinned inside that side. Full util, not even used as Sadak sneak through from Hobbit door and allows here Loud to tie the game 3-3 on the defensive side.
All right, so Loud are stacked with cash. This should be a buy. One more time here from LEV that Loud should be able to go for the throat on the defensive side and break it and start to take the lead. But we'll have to see. The teams that they have answered so well at this combination, Leviathan's been throwing. That time it was kind of 3 towards B with a few towards the C side. LEV love to play this open the door game at certain times and try to figure out what they can do. Loud also plays the open door game all the time, but that was more so when we saw Sadak on the Neon. So maybe they'll switch it up themselves. As we do get a timeout here, like we've been seeing, things are getting a little hectic from those first few rounds we saw from LEV. So see if they can slow it down.
Especially since that 50 round from Loud. They've been able to string these 3 rounds across, and Nito calling the timeout, realizing here on that previous round where it seems like Leviathan understood that there was going to be a heavy rotate towards the C site, and they could trust just snowballing back into B.
Yeah.
But they were missing a little bit of that protocol where they kind of were antsy, and they fell in front of the utility to allow for them to enter towards this B side. So you need now to calm the situation. Leviathan, they only need this single victory to clinch the top 2 spot going into playoffs, so they really want this as much as Loud wants to stay alive here for playoff possibilities on the Brazilian team.
It's coming down to the shots, fans. I think last round is a very good showing of that.
Definitely.
Display of the shots from Tex, and then Sadak had to pull his own out with all the util flying around. It came down to those kills back and forth to really separate the round, and I think it's going to keep happening that way. Loud doing a nice job, though, being able to cycle through these ults, but still have a few up. And like we said, this is the round they want to go for the throat. 2,900 credits going over to the side of LEV does not really get them all a buy next round. So we'll have to see what LEV has. Switching it up again, just putting Sadak on that right side for this stall, a slow. And they may try to take a little bit of control of this C mound to start, as Leviathan looks like they want the same there. The trips go back to the same setup, though, for Leviathan. They knew that was working for them, where they could just focus forward and not have to worry about someone that's pushing, someone that's getting info from Loud on an extremity.
And for Leviathan, you definitely could see here, they're kind of going back to the default protocols of working Lotus. A 4-1 split to kick things off, trying to create some noise, but actually not really inserting text towards the A side. He's actually trying to work up towards the middle, where Loud still looks pretty decent on these positions. 2-2-1 set up on the defensive side, and you have the line of sight on Tui's with the operators, so they could play this 2-2-1 comfortably.
God, with how fast Sadak has gone from tree to the left side, it's like he's still playing Neon, like back and forth on this map to try and get the fault line or the flash points in the right spot to deny the play. A little bit of love towards a rubble, just a bit of fake here. But there's a touch from LEV almost on every part of the map right now as they still know C Mound is hit. Looks like they're going to play the door game again. And they are going to the strong site. Sadak has called this so well.
With so many ultimates as well for Loud to deny the first wave of utility coming in from Leviathan towards this C site. And it starts with the Rolling Thunder. That stops everybody in their tracks. They have to open the door. The Kawadzine even gets one through the smoke. And that's Aspas. Duelist down for Leviathan. Zeno, though, is able to walk through and get his own kill back onto Kawadzine, even things up on a 4v4, but there's only 18 seconds left. So now Leviathan have to commit towards the seaside. There's that haunt to come through. It does get a ping once again, so nobody's breaking it. An opportunity now for Leviathan to turn it around, but Les is still holding his ground inside C. There's a 1-for-1, but there's Pankana getting two. Right outside the smoke. There's no time left, and Loud will take the lead now on this first map.
What a scattered round, back and forth, and then nobody's shooting the haunt? You shoot it. Oh, you're gonna shoot it? I'm gonna shoot it? That cannot happen at this level. You have to have the communication there. You can't just be haunted. Simple abilities coming through, absolutely thwarting the LEV hold on the site, and allowed so confident on the play. They took down a bunch of members of LEV on the entry, then the chip damage. I don't think they were feeling the pressure too much there. The fans are loving that, and they said that's the round that was gonna really hurt. LEV scraped together one more with low buy armor, zeros in the pocket there.
Now we're juggling the operator too, this time in the hands of Pankana. Knowing here that you have no more of that showstopper from Tui from a couple of rounds ago, they probably want to leverage him a bit to take control of the defensive side of Loud if they want to play this more aggressively. You see them working as a death ball, both initiators with Tui's trying to re-clear towards B.
It's gonna be quiet once they get in there. Honestly, that might be even more scary to not know where the members of Loud are coming from.
Sadak though gets the wall bang. Now we're exchanging blows towards the C side with the spike down out in the open. Haunt thrown in, Les breaks it, but that gives the Yodio Q. Tex and Com, the last two players remaining here on the seaside for Leviathan. At least they have map control, but they want to work together to smother Les. There's that first peek, and there's that second one. Both denied by Les with incredible anchor play.
The anchor play and the shots right now are so good for Loud, and I say that because they almost look disjointed in the way they're taking these fights. And we saw Tui's take a fight with Sadak, and one was reloading as they backed up, but they're still hitting it. They're still able to cover each other. So Mizzino takes out that first one, and then we see here the reload, and Tui's is standing there. He goes down. You think that would be a poor trade? But no, they're there to cover. Doesn't matter what they're facing. Loud squeaking these rounds by, and they do get a lead that's going to matter now. Low purchase here for LEV. And Loud is just throwing these shots back as hard as Leviathan wants to bring it.
Hard right now for Leviathan to take map control. A 1-3-1 setup as Tex was trying to find where the aggression was, and it looks like he spotted quite a few on the pressure towards Rubble. But once again, a quick call by Sadak to stack the players back towards B. It becomes a good read for now. Paranoia to slow down Leviathan's attempt to move inside, and they breaks the timing. The wall comes down, and it's free reign for Loud to drop the players coming through. And that spike out in the open and now covered by Loud.
Man, Sadak back on some initiator utility has such a great effect on the game. Just having that mind be able to stall and promote situations for the team is incredible. Leviathan don't even last the first 30 on that round, and Loud's gonna pick one up at B.
It definitely brings back the conversation now of Loud looking at this roster, at this composition, kind of puts them at a best in slot.
Yeah.
Luis is looking pretty decent here since that piss around, but for everybody else, they are pulling their weight. They're also shooting as we see them as they're comfortable in these roles here for Loud, and it's making very troublesome for Leviathan to get any grasp of their attack side on a Lotus here.
And what we used to hear from Loud is that, you know, everybody play what you're comfortable on, and then Sadak feels like he can fill a role. And at some point, you just gotta be like, no, man, like somebody's good on this, you're good on this. And it does seem like they're taking a little bit more control towards that. As they push here, we're gonna get a 5v5 almost at Rubble.
They want to fight the stack, and that's a 1-for-1. Both duelists falling down. And that's a showstopper also eliminated. Now more ults available, and Com is able to get that pickup onto Sadak as the offshot missed by Pankana. Kawadzine out in the open, now covered, and also gets a second one. Oh, ball 4, but King is down to 5 HP. A 1 versus 2 for King. TP's towards the C site.
Gotta be safe. Gets the plant down, just 5 HP.
I could have killed him.
And yeah, and a moment to think about how this could go down. King been in the situation many a time, and he's worn the crown to come out of it too.
Now Cage coming up. There's that first kill, and Pankata just goes in, cannon in the chest, makes that operator bang, and Loud converts once again, another round in their favor.
Man, a string of rounds now for Loud. Feeling very good on their pick here of Lotus. We see Tui's back on the Rays, hasn't been since the summer of 2022. And while it's not huge, it is giving Loud that kind of presence they had before. Behind each other with the util. We see these 3Ks coming out and the confidence that the players have in their positioning now to stay and not just a one and done, but basically taking out the other team. And Pankata being back on the squad seems like it's vibing too.
Definitely big smiles for him.
Yeah.
For
Look at that.
Kawadzin.
Up to 3. All these rounds. These gun rounds after bonus. Loud. Loud.
So Leviathan looks like they really want to answer back right away. Overdrive, but it's not clearing towards the left, but the Prowler will through the wall, and that allows your King, or forces the players to fall back. Should I say Pankata TPing away to safety. Trying to still get the Palpatine hand outside the smoke, and no contact so far, but at least for Leviathan, they'll get the plant.
Just, they can't find any kills right here. Loud's doing such a good job at backing up a bit to absorb, and while they don't have positioning, they'll have some util to get back in. I feel like this one could be Lev's though.
Exactly, especially after losing Kawadzin. There's no hack for the retake, but at least that util from Sadak still there. One more flash remaining, and it's a 1-for-1 at least for both of the Cyphers. Advantage still for Leviathan. There's that fault line fighting inside that smoke. And Tech steals that kill away now from Ospas. 4 versus 2. Last 2 players, you mentioned it, Rib. It looks like it's going to be a round for Leviathan, especially after Tui's loses the op. Clock is ticking. Pankata will also lose his weapon as Leviathan finally finds something to fight with here in round 11.
I feel like that they didn't want that operator once it became a site take. It's just slowing them down. They're still going to get another one out though because they are rich beyond belief on the side of Loud right now. And you see this open up towards the left side of the map. A great push in. Lev really had to stop the bleeding here and get themselves a few more. The 9-3 never hurts, but a 7-5 looks so much better if they can get these final rounds here. All right. Kawadzin ultimate ready. It doesn't look like we're going to get too much more on this round, so that's one of the big ones that we'll see. As Loud actually present themselves to the front side of B for one of the first rounds here with that many players. Slow on the door too. This is going to be wild.
He's got to contact so many players. And there's Kawadzin and Free sliding up the scoreboard. Tex even denied that lurk. Sadak gets that pick, and it's looking good for Loud to close out the map with the flawless, and they will do so.
Dude. That was disgusting from Loud. And where was this confidence that we saw at the beginning, right? It was a few rounds towards Lev. I think Loud started to read it a little bit, and then they lose the bonus, but then come back with a Thrifty to carry out that many rounds with just a hiccup in the middle to give us this for the last one, a cherry on top for the first half. That was disgusting from Loud to kind of recoup and brush off the cobwebs.
Such great utility coming out from Loud here on the defensive side. A new comp looking good, and we'll see if they can continue this after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. In a situation we certainly didn't think we'd find ourselves in the half. Loud are up, but they're not just up. They are playing phenomenally, shutting down Leviathan at every corner, every turn that Lev makes here. But we have one of the rounds here, Mimi, that really you wanted to dive into and talk about.
I mean, this is the turning point, this eco round win for Loud. And I mean, man, this team looks night and day compared to what we were seeing through the rest of stage 2. Tui's looks confident on the raise, had some good moments throughout. I think the team's coordination was on point, especially when they're playing these flood retakes with excellent util from Sadak on that breach. And honestly, some good satchel movement from Tui's as well.
Isn't it what crazy, like what happens when like the rolls are actually like right for
when the rolls are good?
Like look at what can happen. But also a good note that we all made a point of is that Loud are like they know how to shut down Ospas.
Sure.
Yeah, and we heard it in the interview from Pancata. It's like, how do we stop this guy from getting any type of momentum?
It's crazy. I mean, it honestly feels like the Loud with Sadak on Neon was some horrible fever dream, and we've woken up and things are reasonable again. Great breach utility, a great start. 8-4 on defense is excellent.
It really did feel like some Mirrorverse type of action there. But now let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters for the second half.
Definitely here, we've woken up from that fever dream and definitely looking like a Loud roster that looks like that championship roster from the past few years. But there's still a big question mark about those satchels. It'll be answered later on, though, as we do have Leviathan trying to fight aggressively at the beginning towards his C-mount. And as we open this door for Leviathan, they're able to even things up on a 3-3 situation with Tui's low on HP. Only a Sheriff in hand, the wide swing out, and Ospas gets that pick, and Leviathan takes the advantage on the pistol.
This lurk coming through from last is crazy. Well, he's all the way in spawn already. And they're gonna know. There's like, wait, there's no timing anywhere on the map now. We just have to think every angle is dangerous.
Last player standing.
They have to get him quick.
Yeah. And now the double face. And Ospas gets the headshot onto Pancata, so Leviathan will be able to get their own pistol round here.
Gotta go.
All right. See if they can keep it after the bonus this time. Only one round out of those first 3 was able to come in at 11. They have the weapons to play it strong. In the first round, Leviathan actually comes out really strong towards the door. Like you said, last time we saw Loud play Lotus, it was the Neon, a little different comp, but they were playing that door a lot, so maybe Leviathan's trying to get in that game a little early. As the cam goes out, it's going to be a very slow one from Loud here.
They definitely want to play some range. Tui's invested into a share, so did Less. They're trying to look for that long-range fight towards that A site where there's only Calm Jiggle peeking first, but there's still a camera up here by Tex. They continue to fight aggressively for Loud. There's an opportunity to get that information and get Calm ready for the flood towards A.
Little delay. Oh, Calm's putting himself in a pretty crazy spot, but this is good info. Ospas has already moved out towards Long C here on Mound, so a lot of what Lev is looking at, they know is true. Trips on B. Looks like Ospas is about to have a party.
There's no fault line coming out, though, from Sadak.
Yeah.
It's on cooldown. It looks like Ospas did have a sixth sense, anticipating a pushback from Loud as things stay quiet on the A side. Falls back, and now the second war is picked up. Tui's now halfway through, getting the Showstopper online as we're going back towards the A side. So nice little protocols from Loud just to make sure here they put the most chances as possible once they get the rifle rounds in.
At the beginning of this round,
30
they
seconds left.
started Mazzino on the left side towards C. The movement was towards A, so this hold here has been the call for Loud's play the whole time.
It's too good.
Oh my gosh.
3 players there with Stay Calm just because Ospas, you could trust them solo holding this
Exactly. They trust Ospas, he pushes out, gets more info. Mazzino does not have to rotate back over, and they're ready for the Loud re-hit right away. Patience from the side of Loud, knowing they don't have to move too much on that eco. Lev's doing so good right now at reading that. But only in the first few rounds, it's got to go longer. It's got to go further. We got to see a little bit more here.
And what was that piece of util that allowed Leviathan to push through was that camera once again placed behind that double stack. And Lev having a little bit in terms of their defensive protocols of how to want to fight back against Loud.
Look at that
quick relay bolt out C long. Aspas alerts them that that's his position, but he moves quickly. So they're just trying to get in the mind of Loud here as Loud reads the map themselves. I like this patient play and re-hit from Loud. The way that Loud, on Lotus mostly, is they do love to do the fakes. Whether they re-hit a site at 15 seconds, they'll be at C and then they BC. That's B site, not BC. Because they're going in here on the smoke, just slowly playing it.
Dangerous too, though. That Sadak was the first one trying to peek out with the spike. Now finally, it satchel across, and the rest of Loud slowly meeting up with the 3 players entering the C site. And it will become, looks like a commit now for Loud to get this plant.
All spawn almost.
Oh, the paranoia missed though. It was a little bit too early. They're trying to get waterfall on top of that as well and hopefully connect towards the spawns. But now that Leviathan are actually in a forward position in the back of that spawn, they're looking to fight back. The cage comes up. It's a high-low through the smoke. But at least on the other end here, the Kong comes down towards the waterfall. A nice pincer maneuver for Leviathan to retake this C site. They're also on their bonus round looking to convert it once again. As now Penkata now sits alone on the top of the mound. Spike sort of planted for him here. Not until the smoke comes out. Right in the dome, and a second one there. The 2v1 clutch in favor of Loud as Penkata wins it.
I don't understand how Penkata continuously gets these clutches. I mean, I do, but the situations he's put in, the transfers he has to do with his aim and the crosshair placement is incredible. Every time, it's always some extravagant clutch, not just someone's defusing the spike, I have to shoot them clutch. Penkata has been working miracles since being back on the squad here. They get that Heretics plant high on the spot, it's going to help kill King, and then Penkata just absolutely closes on that round.
Want to move quickly here. Once again, mound control for Aspas. One-way smoke keeping Loud at bay. And a second smoke already comes out here on the defensive side in front B. Nice haunt being thrown at least though on the attack side from Kalanzine, so you can't play as aggressively for Leviathan towards the C entrance.
Slow walk towards A. If Lev can keep the game in this situation where they always have the fade and the breach util to keep getting in the site, their retakes should be so good.
And the fault line doesn't allow here 2E's to move in. You saw the relay boats on top of that, and just from behind the execution behind the box. And Leviathan are just anchoring towards this B site with so many players, a 3-player stack. No chance now for Loud to execute inside this B site. Despite them winning that round, only came in with 2 Vandals and pistols. And now it's Les left alone with the Sheriff against a full roster and a healthy roster of Leviathan. None of them hit by any damage, and they continue to survive with no damage.
Tex is just hanging out at A. They don't even need him. Like you said, a very healthy Leviathan after that round. And yeah, you know, fault line and forward, who's really going to be there, right? Somebody behind the box, that's who. Another quick kill there towards B. And now Leviathan. Have to think about what Loud can do for this one. Penkata's actually down onto a low buy still for this one with the Sheriff. They're going to get a push out. They've been switching out how they've been playing this from the defensive side almost every time. Now it's King in Aspas to go off that left side instead of Mazzino. So really making Loud have to kind of do a little fact-finding missions to see where's the breach playing, where's the fade playing, where's the util coming from in the beginning of each one of these rounds, slowing it down ever so slightly.
Aspas avoiding the fault line, and a Boombot now definitely shows that Leviathan are not afraid to fight once again towards the C control at mound, so pivoting all of Loud towards this A site, but there hasn't been too much of an early rotation out of Leviathan on the defense. They still have 2 players towards this A site.
And a lot of that util was just used at C, so they're going to have to pressure into the site with contact on this one. Maybe a Paranoia, that Prowler. Oh, okay, they have the combo set. The protocol's ready. Can they get the kills?
Counter Haunt coming out too. That pings the 2 players in the front, but cannot land the shots as Tex, but Calm is still there to at least avenge his teammate for 1 kill. Les continues to be opener, but look at the HP remaining on some of these players so far. Les and Sadak at 5 HP. 2 players left alive for Leviathan, as Loud does have this plant towards the A site, and as they fall back, now things have calmed down just for a bit.
That's the Loud back and forth we were just talking about a few rounds ago. Quite a bit committed to the front to see the fault line, a smoke, a bit of util, and they were already hauling ass over towards the A site.
And Sadok's already ready here with the fault line as soon as that spike gets tapped. Doesn't matter if there's a smoke coming in front of that spike rather. There's that fault line that's gonna stun both players of Leviathan, and Loud are just slowly clumping into this TA site rather. But you definitely do see it here that Leviathan cannot get the defuse, trying to do at least some damage as King gets that pick before he falls. But Loud will get that round.
Armor rebuys will have to come around, but Loud's not going to really worry about that too much. Aspas comes through with a Vandal for himself, and it should be a buy there. Really great push into the site. Seeing the fault line and all the util used over towards C made me wonder how they were going to get in. Then you saw the Paranoia go right through the middle of the site. The Prowler checked the right side, and the Aftershock clear right behind that middle pillar of A. Really clean stuff. Nobody would be able to hide. Loud found all the members of LEV that were trying to be sneaky in sight. Very spread out for a default here, as it looks like be an orb grab start for Loud. And pretty big push from LEV here on their buy round to try and stick a fork in something that Loud's doing here. Just put an end to these rounds.
You see here, Les hasn't really activated his camera yet. As he hears at least utility moving forward, there is that camera that's going to spot King taking control of top rubble. Now pivoting Loud to just aggress towards the C site. It was a weak side, a good call by the IGL Sadat. As a commit now for this plan, at least for the tap, to try to waste that utility. There's that Nightfall coming through in a wall bang from Aspas that drops that spike. Aftershock at least trying to keep them at bay. As Mazino's already in. Big flash coming through. There's slide in from Aspas, hit by the Paranoia at the same time. Tex does manage to get slide for another frag. And that was a combo by Leviathan on that hold.
Damn, things are getting real cool right now. Loving these retakes. Leviathan there just said, screw your utility. We're pushing through the site, and we will be there. Even I felt like it was even a little off when we saw the flash go in, and then the wall go up. I was like, all right, so that flash kind of just allows them into the right side of sight. And then when we did switch observers, we're just in smokes because there's so much util in sight. And then you see Aspas slide out, and it's like everybody was attached to him by a cord. And you see all the kills start to come in. Just absolute chaos that Lev's trying to create here with this Neon play as the retake.
Basically playing chain together.
Yeah.
And making it work for the retake for Leviathan.
Good thing we're not on Abyss. Oh, man. All right, towards mid, a little bit of a B play here from Loud as they try to put a little bit of strength on that B site. You could actually see Sadak was looking over towards A for a fault line if they had less find any fight. So thinking about the whole map still as Loud's getting their first pushes in a touch and go, just to get Lev moving around. But it looks like they're happy to be solid in their starting spots.
Loud has had a hard time here getting their economy right despite these rounds that they're getting in their favor for a bit on their attack side. You definitely see the best weapon that they have currently in round number 19 is this Guardian in the hands of Les working together with Kawadzin just to try to see if Leviathan really wants to try to push out. And now off the camera that got thrown out and instantly broken here, Loud are just going to continue to be patient and hold towards the spawn.
Loud just as worried about a Bucky. And they're like, they could do the same thing. Waiting for a low buy sneaky play here from Lev. But really, Lev's just wanting to figure out where Loud's coming from. Not too much sneaky stuff is actually set up here. But Loud's still going to run the map. They're not going to leave anything to chance.
It was definitely a combination attempt there from Loud, or Leviathan rather, as he had that C's Aftershock. Now Loud with 10 seconds left, have to move inside the C site. Calm being an anchor at this pillar becomes once again another stronghold. Thankfully for Loud, they get the plant to get the economy rolling.
Yeah, it is big. Coming in strong, and I think that's a huge one, especially on the lower buy, right? Get a little bit more money across everybody. They weren't able to chip too much armor off, but it's really just about hitting the headshots anyways, right? So let's see what they can do coming into this next round. Khan, 18 and 13. Said he's been feeling like the best he has ever right now. World champion, man. Feeling like the best. I mean, what he had, like 8 2Ks in the previous series? Just, you know, You get 2, your job is done. You can say, I've done my job that round, and he has been absolutely getting paid for these rounds right now. Let's see this timeout coming in from Loud, I believe, as they discuss the hemorrhaging of these past few rounds here in the second half.
Love the handshake, at least between Calm and King, that we just saw the exchange there before this timeout was called. So the vibes are definitely good for Leviathan, despite it looking pretty labored on how Loud looked good on their defensive side. Both of these teams actually looking quite good, holding the defensive end here of Lotus. This timeout is definitely going to mean a lot. This is a full buy for both of these teams. As remember, Loud got that plant on the 50 round, so that allows them to add a lot more utility and potentially work around this rolling thunder that's available for Sadak, but they're still falling behind by the amount of ults that Leviathan has.
They are, absolutely. And to see Loud come through here, we got to get Tui's going. He's not having a bad game, but to get that raise pressure in, make sure they're focusing that orb still. We see them go towards C quite a bit of time to pick that up for Tui. So still to actually be able to create the pressure from the raise position. I feel like Loud can do that too and just capitalize on these next few rounds. That timeout definitely puts something in the mix. We'll see what they have in mind. Like you said, they're going to have to work against the Rolling Thunder, but also have their own here. Does Leviathan go back to taking this A pressure? At least to insert.
Bring them down.
Or make believe that they did, as the rest of the map is worked here by Loud towards C.
Especially when the fast lane came out, the wall out from Aspas, making him think here that they're working towards the rubble. But back to a 2-2-1 setup.
Ooh.
My ult is ready.
So they go for the instant one. Can always get Tui's more in the following rounds to come.
Definitely see here they're looking for any of these players on both sides. The first one to make a misstep. Already the fault line's being prepped up by Mazina. This allows for them to jump spot. Realize now that there's nobody towards the C side.
Yeah.
Pressure will be coming in for Tex.
Is it going to be enough time, though? They're calling the rotation, but they're just one side away right now. They'll be on the heels of Loud for this take. And Loud are trying to take back the economy and take back the flow of the game right here.
And Nightfall confirms now that Tex is playing passively in the back of the A site. These 2 rolling thunders on both ends are going to be so important, and it goes out instantly as the spike was lucky to get planted. Pankata scores first, though, for the side of Loud. Kawazine still tries to get this plant in, and they'll be able to do so now for Loud. Holding back on the outside of the A site. 3 players of Leviathan are already towards that back. Drop it down. Tex again! The drive on 2 players of Loud gets denied. Advantage back here for Leviathan. King trying to find the information as the door gets open here towards this A site. Overdrive, though, denied right away. And there's that last player finally spotted. It's Tui's. Tests it now as his role as a duelist. The jiggle peek coming out from Calm. The white sleeve from Tex after the tap. Gets 3 in the round, and Leviathan ties the game.
Just played so calm. Such good communication between those 2 as well. Calm might have just been able to hold back the player, right? And then the defuse happens from a distance, but no. Teamwork, bring them both out, go for the double face, just get the kill. Both teams, I think, are playing for the for sure strategies right now. Pays off there for Leviathan. Again, another back and forth from Loud. Fans, you keep doing the back and forth. Lev's gonna read it that much better almost every time. Man, the King is just really bringing the guys to the right spot here for the defensive spot as Sadak tries to work around these defensive positionings.
They've been masterclass calls on the defensive side for both of these IGLs. Remember these calls from Sadak with these stacks too. Both teams so comfortable on the defensive side, and once again, a little bit out of the strap book here of Loud as you have 2 players inserted towards the C mount, but this time it's not Aspas because Aspas has the op.
Shadows traveling.
Oh man, King is out there right now. Okay, double smokes go down. Not going to be a problem there at Mound. And you're right, that operator is out and waiting just behind the smokes at C. So how good is it going to be for a retake at A as we start to push back across?
And now a second test, an opportunity for Tui's on this raised roll.
We need to see it.
Showstopper is now out. The satchel in to clear out towards the tree, spotted by the camera. So this will be an easy clear. At least space gain now for Loud to overtake the A side, and Leviathan's just ready to retake.
And that's all it needed to be, right? Getting that pressure, and you have the raise, use the raise's ultimate. They do get it online, And now it's going to have to be the shots. This is one that Loud was not able to capitalize on last round with the shots from Tex Grab in 3. And they're already in sight, ready to defend.
And a hard retake with the operator in the hands of Aspas, and Pencata's pushed forward at the staircase, head-to-head against Mazzino, and he's going to be able to get that fight. Advantage once again for Loud. They want to push across the smoke that was thrown on the defensive side. 3 players left alive for Leviathan, soaring back towards the A site as it gets delayed, denied on the defuse from the aftershock of Sadak. The second tap, Kausi closes the door from behind. King now left alive on a 1 versus 3, was a 1 versus 4. But Loud is able to have a clean post-plant hold.
And more so post-plant as well with a breach utility. We haven't really seen them do that too much. It's been used within the round. They haven't been able to stall Lev, and that was a nice job of not fighting Lev, of being able to avoid them as much as they could until that time came when Leviathan was forced into the fight and didn't feel comfortable. I don't think we've really seen that positioning from the side of Loud here in the last few rounds. They've been behind and reactive. Finally in that plant, proactive. Towards A, all 5. And even a switch up from Lev here towards A.
Exactly, Calm came out with an Odin. Did a little bit of a love tap through the wall onto Les, and that's a 1-for-1. The Garesha comes out. There's a beautiful hug thrown out too on the defensive side to get all of these assists.
Oh, nice shooting from Tex. It's now going to be the 3v2 with the Odin ringing out from Tree, causing even more chaos, less positions to stand in these fights. Man, Loud must be pulling their hair out when they try to run that 5 out of rubble for this round 22. Lev is standing right there taking pictures.
Not afraid of that smoke dissipating. Now Pencata is alone.
Jeez.
Back to another tie game as it continues to go back and forth. An amazing series that we're witnessing so far, and it's just the start between Loud and Leviathan.
Ooh. And to think we're getting this from the 7-1 and 3-5. On the Americas records right now. 7-1 Leviathan, 3-5 Loud. A timeout from Loud again, even after just a few rounds there, to make sure they're collected and pull it back in their favor after Lev tie it up again, like you said. What a back and forth. I feel like I just want to have an interview with Sadak and King after this and be like, what were you thinking on this round at this point? What about this point? What did you do to get around this strategy on round whatever? Oh my gosh, they have been working overtime in the brain right now.
And this exactly, at least on that previous round, what Leviathan were thinking, that they were not afraid to fight back against the aggression of Loud. If Loud wanted to fight very quickly, aggressively towards the A rubble, they have an answer for that. And Loud, that was one of those rare rounds here that we see on their attack side that are trying to up that tempo, especially when they've lost 3 rounds in a row before they were able to convert a round on their side to take the lead here in the series, 11-10. But they're realizing that the fast tempo, when you have so much utility that you mentioned many rounds ago for Leviathan, it's still hard to fight against that.
And just look at the scoreboards. Look at the story it tells. Like our duelists, the ones that are going in to just this absolute war zone, and then being covered by the initiators and the sentinels. How it should be, right? You get them. They get them over your shoulder, throwing pies at the enemy. And yeah, 22-14 Tax. Pencata 17-14 on top for Loud. And the duelists this time are the fodder of the game, but it is exactly what needs to happen.
And they're risking a lot here for Loud. Look at their buy. Stingers, Vandal, and they have nothing left in the round. Trying to close it out right here. And Kong is the one that gets the first and second. Still gets the wall and potentially on that third, but has done enough damage to get Loud to rethink the map control here, as they went for a 4-1 setup, and maybe a lot of it has to fall in the hands of the Lurk now of Les.
Easy clear. They know they still have a bit of tree control. And Leviathan goes back to these almost default defensive positions, right? Where they're holding the original angles of the round. Not forward, not putting themselves in danger. Lev sees one.
As you mentioned that, Tex did put himself in danger. B-side open, Mazzino waiting just behind. There's a Nightfall with the fault line. Aftershock into the site. It does connect onto one as Loud are forced to fight inside that side. Running through, greeted by Calm once again with the Odin. As Sadak now stands alone, hit by the seas. The paranoia on top of that. The utility continues to be overwhelming for Leviathan versus Loud.
Mazino's movement there was sick. Just the way he used Flashpoint there and then just check the corner, instant identify of where the last member of Loud was on the attack side. The fault lines within the site, just great movement around the utility to maximize how it worked. And Calm, it's only been a few rounds Calm's had that Odin and Tree, right? So Loud feel comfortable to go back to that side. They weren't affected by it last time. Well, there you go. Calm literally just trips 2 people up with the Odin, and that was basically the round.
Definitely looked too that Tex potentially had that camera on the A side because there was one player pinged out trying to run away here as Calm gets the Odin spray. One thing to commend here on Calm's utility from last week into this week continues to be a pivotal initiator player for Leviathan's success.
Stuff.
And now giving a chance here for Leviathan to close up the first map against Loud. On Loud's map pick, a change coming out on their end, trying to pull out all stops, trying to stay alive here for a chance to still reach playoffs on their end, on the side of the Brazilian team.
You can see what Loud put into this too, how much LEV has had to kind of struggle to get their form on for this game, and now Aspas pushes again to get the form here at Mount.
And counter paranoia coming out too on the attack side on the B, thankfully from Picada, to at least keep the players of Loud alive here. In the back of the C, it looks like they were about to get swarmed.
This is the iconic re-hit would be around for Loud here. Just wait out the clock, get this utility back up. I mean, fault line's already ready, so they could go for something tricky to start.
And that first wave, that trap play attempted by Leviathan, doesn't give them enough utility here to try to hold back the attack on the C side. At least the weapons will. King answering first onto Tui's attempt to enter the site.
30 seconds left.
The pivot goes back for Loud. Trip onto one, TP across. Hat coming through to get some information as Sadak tries to get this plant down. Tex trying to look for a play. Cage comes up. Calm just waiting here with the Odin. Aspas feeling that it was 2 players pushing out towards the spawn against them. And they're still delaying all of these plans. Finally, it's committed. Les is able to get a sneak through, but Aspas still able to get 2 kills for us. And that will nullify all of that lurk coming through from Les. Flushed by King, dropped by King, and Leviathan will get the defuse and the win of map 1.
What a first map of this series. Leviathan, they may make it a series where they do put a tarnish on that Loud record. But we will have to see. There's a lot more game to go, and for Loud to come out looking a little bit more comfortable, they look stronger. It looks like they feel good in their spots, but still falling a little bit short of the power that Leviathan still brings to the table, making waves with whatever they do here. And you still got Aspas on the front line, but man, Calm and Tex on the top at 22 and 23 kills. Those 2 overall for both stages have been showing up.
Yeah, especially when they were questioned so many times where it's always the Aspas King or Mazina show and the other one's falling behind. They're definitely stepping up to the plate here to give a chance for Leviathan to close the series. Next map coming up will be Icebox to see if they can close it with a 2-0.
One enemy remaining.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
más. Y Tex por ahora consigue la primera eliminación, la segunda también, la tercera va en busca de eso. Quedan solamente 2 balas más, la paranoia lo conectaba.
Na defesa, tem informação da câmera, o LED vai abrindo mira, são os dois jogadores. Tá preso no fio.
Joining me right now, we have Coach Ito Pata. Now, congratulations on the win on Map 1. Now, what can we expect to see from the team to close things out on Map 2?
I think we can expect to see a dominant game from us because Icebox is our map. We own it, and we're here to win it.
Awesome. Can't wait to see it. Good luck.
And Leviathan manages to squeak by with that Map 1 win, 13-11. And that's a sentence that I honestly didn't think I was going to say, because Loud played an incredible game. That being said, though, Baby Bay, I mean, Tex and Com absolutely lights out in that map.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, is that when you think of LEV, you think of Aspas running around. It doesn't matter what character he's on. He's great at Neon, he's great at Ray, he's great at Jet, right?
Yeah.
But it was Com and Tex who stepped up huge, specifically on the defense. Tex was great with the setups. The delay game was awesome. The eyes, the Odin gameplay from Com, he looks like a whole new player. He had a lot of flack after Shanghai, and he's shutting a lot of the haters up right now.
Yeah, he most certainly is, and curious to see what can happen in Map 2. You heard Ito Pata saying, going to Icebox, this is a map that's kind of home ground for them, so they could very well crush it here. But again, I really do feel like the story, even though Leviathan won, Loud, this is not the same team that we saw last week.
No,
feels completely different.
They looked so much better. I think these changes, even if they didn't materialize in a map win here, are absolutely the right direction. I think Tui's looked solid on this raise, and the biggest thing for me was Sadak looking so comfortable on that breach. The amount of impact he was getting from stuns, from flashes on the fly to set his teammates up was massive. And those little things, those on-the-fly pieces of utility is what I felt like was one of the big things lacking when they did these role changes and we're putting him on the Neon. This looked like the Loud that we've come to know before stage 2.
For sure. It felt like they were able to not just like win the rounds necessarily like right at the starting in those opening engagements, but how they were able to rotate around the map and then on their retakes especially, aided by Sadak's utility in that first half, I thought was a very clear indicator that this comp by far and away better than what they had been running.
Yeah, I mean, these two guys as well. I think like Les and Pancata both really popping off, super consistent anchors in some of those moments, especially on the late round on that attacking side. But the issue was that second half where Lev really started to take away at them. I think we saw some of the post protocols get a little bit weird. Lev was really on point with those retakes, and also Aspas started to come back online, have a couple more moments in that second half to help clinch that game for them.
Yeah, and I think ultimately, you know, it goes to show that Loud recognized these problems, went back to the drawing board as quickly as they possibly could, and addressed them in the best way that they possibly could. And I will definitely say that if you're a Loud fan, you have to be breathing a little sigh of relief, but don't get too ahead of yourself because
you're
going
ready to give your
now.
players a pat on the back, but they could not lose Lotus, and they did. They let that slip away, and now they have to beat Lev on their best map. Good luck.
Yeah, you have to shut down Aspas on this map like you did in the previous one, right? That's your saving grace, but the problem is Aspas has so many reps on Jet against almost every single composition at this point on Icebox, so it's gonna be very, very hard to do. No one's really been able to figure that one out yet.
Yeah, it is a tough one to crack for sure. We'll see, though, whether or not Loud can do so. But for now, though, let's actually head over to the Loud coach, see what's going on over in the Loud area for Map 2.
All right, joining right now, we have Loud's coach, STK. Now, unfortunately, the team didn't win Map 1, but it seems like the team is really in full alignment. So I'm kind of curious, what do you think the team needs to do in order to take Map 2 and also push this to a Map 3?
I think that in the first half on the first map, we had the control of the game, but in the second half, our communication started getting messy. I think that was too excited, you know, and confused a little bit our calls, so it was a little bit messy, so that's why we lost the first map. So if you be more relaxed on the match 2 and control the game like we did in the first map, we can take it home.
Well, hopefully that happens, man. Good luck.
Coach STK there saying that if they basically do what they did in the first half of Lotus on Icebox, they can, they feel like they could maybe walk away with this win. But, I mean, we're talking about Icebox, Leviathan. This has been such a home ground map for this team.
I mean, I do want to focus just a little bit on Loud, especially what they have been playing on Icebox, because they've been playing the Harboman comp.
Harboman.
Harboman.
I love it.
And also the Get KO.
Get KO?
Yeah. The Get-Go KO, the Harbor Omen Killjoy. So playing a no duelist comp, which I think is fine on the map, all things considered. But I also think it gives them a lot of tools to deal with clearing away the operator on the other side, the defensive jet op that Osboss is going to have, because you have both the Harbor push walls. Also, most teams, including Loud, will use Omen smokes to actually like block off a lot of those angles. On top of that, you have like flash combos too. So I think there's a lot of room for them to try and shut down an op.
My biggest concern, though, is that map number 1, LEV 1, despite, I think, for the most part, Osboss being shut down. And I think on Icebox, a lot of the game plans that LEV focuses on is their set retakes and their late round stuff when they're playing defense. Obviously, they're setting Osboss up. They want him to have those opportunities to get openers with the op and that kind of thing. But I think they have such good protocols that even if he's getting pushed away and they have to play a little bit more passive, play the flood retake style instead, they're actually really good for that. And I think their comp is super strong for that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just for the side of Loud, they have to really dial in on those post plants as well and their retakes of their own, because that last series, it came down to that. There was the discrepancy between retake win percentage and post plant win percentage for Leviathan. They just won one more round for both, for post plant and retake, compared to Loud. So it was very close. And that's why it was 13-11
scoreline.
So that's what I'm saying. So it came down to those 2 rounds. Loud, they need to be the ones that take advantage of their comp not having a duelist and using the utility to win those post plants and flood on the retake with all that utility.
Yeah, of course. We'll continue the conversation here, but I do want to let everyone know over on the floor had a little bit of a delay, so you're going to stick with us for a little while, and then once everything's all good to go, we'll jump on over there. But for now, we'll continue the conversation for Icebox for map 2 for the series overall, and let's take a moment here to kind of reset things and set the stage a little bit in case you're coming in for the first time. Welcome Leviathan, currently sitting at the top of our standings, looking very good right now. A win here will secure them a top 2 spot. They won't have to worry about that single elimination. They will go straight into double elim, and 1 map is all they need to win, and they'll be punching a ticket to Korea. Meanwhile, on the other side, Loud need to win, plain and simple. Otherwise, their playoff dreams and hopes, they're dashed in a heartbeat, and that is something for Loud that I just did not
Yeah,
foresee.
I mean, it's one thing to look at the year and be like, oh, Loud, one of the 2 teams that represented Americas at Masters 1 after a kickoff, isn't going to be even making it to playoffs in Stage 2. It's another to say Loud is not making it to playoffs in Stage 2. That is
even
absurd.
The context before that of they won last year in Americas. The champions there went on a great run. I mean, finishing top 3 to end the year, and for it to kind of end like this, I think would be a real tragedy considering the history of this team.
The poetry of playing versus Osboss.
I was literally, it's exactly what I was gonna say. You stole the words out of my mouth.
My bad.
If Osboss is the one that knocks Loud out, I mean, he's gonna feel amazing after that for sure. But also from the side of Loud, you're gonna be like, damn, we really let him slip away like that?
The one that got away.
Yeah, for real.
So Loud has made both of the last 2 champions we've had, won one of them in the top 4 at the other one.
Yeah,
and
that's nuts.
Losing here would guarantee that they don't go to a champions this year.
That's brutal.
That is, didn't think about that one. And that one is, that's a gut wrencher, 100%. Especially for all the Brazilian fans that are out there, considering the situation with MIBR and with Furia as well. It's been a little difficult.
Tough year for Brazil.
Yeah, tough year for Brazilian Valorant, excuse me. But we'll see though whether or not Loud can bounce back. I mean, look, it's something that I think we gotta reiterate. It's still Loud, right? Still like a team of 5 great aimers who can clutch up when they need to. We saw that happen in that first map. We're like, guys, it's still Loud.
The issue.
They did have control for the most part. I felt like it just slipped away. Go ahead, Mimi.
The issue I was going to say is that Leviathan also have 5 great aimers and 5 great players, but they have a team that I think has had a better time to form an identity. And when you talk about Leviathan's identity, it has really been defined on this map. Icebox, they've looked incredible this year here.
We have a change of a character, so it's not going to be the Get KO. We're going to have to find a new name. So KO or King? Kayova?
Or just Soko?
Soko. I like Soko.
Sachi.
But either way, I think the Sova will be better because I feel like the Gecko, they weren't really getting much value from it.
All right, well, this is it. Loud need to win this or else their playoff dreams are done. Meanwhile, Leviathan can lock top 2. Let's send it back over to your casters. It's Vansili and Riv for the call.
Backs now against the wall are Loud, trailing behind by 1 in this series, and now have to play against Leviathan's map pick on Icebox, where the desk mentioned here, the king of what? The Frost is what GB was mentioning or something like that, Riv, but definitely a final boss at least.
Let's just remember, I'll always remember it, just against C9 recently when he's flying out of the rafters from attack side onto the spawn, defensive spawn side, still in spawn, doing more things like, man, there's sides to the map. He just doesn't feel that way. He plays either side.
Yeah, for us,
the same.
It's what's in front of him.
It's the whole playground. All right, we'll see where they start. Quite a bit towards B for Leviathan here. An interesting start. They're going to go ahead and just get the Cascade game going over towards A with some of these walls. And that turret will watch mid, as we would expect. So Loud to start off this one. Would love to have a bit of momentum on this game. Losing their map of Lotus was not on the cards. Ooh. And already a headshot to count seen through a wall.
And he started off at a spot where he loves to play in his pistol rounds, but this time with the Sheriff, yes, does a lot of damage onto Kawadzine. But Loud are all grouped up together. A 5-player attempt of a hit towards this B site. Dash still available for Ospas. There's that recon to come down. The flash too to get yellow control, but he's getting walled through it. And that's first blood now for Loud. An opportunity to move inside this B site. But remember, they don't have a Gecko to play now for Loud. They have to commit inside this site. But the rest of Leviathan were waiting just there behind the B site. Text from the top gets that pick, and Les is now alone in a 1 versus 2. Who better than Les now in a clutch situation that can turn it back around for Loud? As he picks up the spike, he's looking to fall back.
All right. 65 on that.
30 seconds left.
Pretty healthy on the side of Tex here. He's been hitting all these shots as they'll play together. 20 seconds. There's going to have to be some running soon here from Les. But he chooses right. I think he knows he'll have the site at least for this moment. So I think the idea is you try to push forward, right? But I don't think he'll have time.
Tries to go safe. There's a nanoswarm there. Boom, hits him. Down to 6.
Whoopsies, that timing. What is that timing?
At least he recalled the turret here and is able to get a little bit of information to play on both angles of this A site.
Destroyed.
There's a frenzy herd. Now the high tide across, and that blocks the vision. Bold players of Leviathan walking behind the site, unless potentially was looking to wrap around, but he's trying to play it safe instead.
Yeah, Tex with that timing on it too. Start getting the taps on the spike and pull less out.
While Bezino still has the cove, very much difficult to get in. That's a full defuse.
He didn't even stop. Oh man, Lev just walking in there. I think he was glued to the spike, honestly, as Mazzino does go down in the end. But they get that one nicely done by Lev. The control on the site, and I'd say, obviously, honestly, the Harbor Omen composition towards B first on pistols is extremely tough, especially with that wall that crosses the site towards the right side. Hopping in and out for, as you saw, King there or anybody else on defense becomes quite easy without the follow-up utility that just really isn't there for the pistol round that they would have had. So Lev grab round number 1. Still orb focus here, going straight towards mid of maze.
Ooh, nice cascade here, not giving a chance for Ospas to get a pick. And Sadak just surprises him by going towards the left side, and looks like Ospas wasn't ready for it. Wall comes down, and there's going to be 2 players looking to... Oh! Looks like Cum almost got caught with utility. He still will get caught. Kawadzine gets that pick. Still an advantage for Loud. They split it over to the A site. Not an opportunity to plant yet. And now that time actually has turned around to give a chance for Leviathan to move inside the A site, but it continues to be back and forth trades. Lower weapons for Loud, and they're still answering with Sheriff. Now the jump spot spotted. King. No second swing out from Pencata with the Sheriff. He has enough fuel for this wall to come up. Now starts the tap on that spike. Off the rappel. And not let the shots are all the players, and then Pencata looks like he ran out of bullets. Thankfully, it was the Sheriff with 6 bullets in the chamber that saves King from what could have been a dreadful 1v1.
I did not know the first 2 rounds were tickets to the comedy show. The way these ones ended are just ridiculous. The full whole defuse on the last one and just a slow broke Tarzan play coming in on the last, or second round rather. All right. Yeah, thank you for both POVs on that, observers. Thank you very much. Oh my, yeah, Com's arm's just in the air. Like, what is happening on my screen? Okay.
Take the rounds.
Yeah. So, might get a little bit of a push from Leviathan on B here. Early harbor wall to shut things down and give positioning so they can get Aspas online with this outlaw again.
The knife forces Aspas to shoot both shots of the outlaw. They were trying to deny this orb here at the long B side, especially with the high tide that was thrown through. At least they got control of the A orb for Leviathan.
You can see a lot of damage done to Lev over these rounds still, so you get the Sheriff by. Loud will know that. Still is dangerous with the shots these guys have been hitting, especially on from Lotus. The mid lurk here could be big from Penkata if they just take their time to get in the site. That's a good enough time.
That's the second time as well that Aspas thought that he was going to land some sort of shot, and it just one misstep gets punished for it right away. And all they have left now for Leviathan are Sheriffs. But if they could do some damage just like Loud did, this could become very expensive for Loud as they flat down towards the B site.
Big pickup by Tex. It's going to be a weapon at the backside of mid here if the rest of the team just holds on, but Com's blind and cannot stay alive.
And neither can King, but at least Mazzino's there.
2v2.
Another 2 versus 2. Reckoning available, but not sure if they want to use it yet. Still waiting for Tex to rotate over as he upgraded into a Vandal. Now he's left alone. Mazzino at least gets the information of where one of those players were and knows that Kawazin's towards the spawn. But he's still thinking that as Kawazin made it across towards the back site, wraps around Orange, and allows here Loud to get their gun round. 2-1 now as we have Leviathan still in the lead.
Nice damage from Lev. They'll be happy with how much they took away from Loud there, but Loud very happy to get us strike in the win column there. Ooh. That's wild. The stuff Tex is putting up. But Loud's going to be able to hold on Kawanzin with a 3K on that one. We start getting very close to Hunter's Fury. Actually, a lot is on deck here in the ultimate realm for almost both teams. There's another push up from Lev here, this time without utility. So doing a little quiet. Loud has not been ready to fight it once yet. Oh my.
Lev has
Down.
Yeah. That's a high-low 2 kill and spike down information given. And meanwhile, once again, orb denied on the A side as Calm pushed forward to bring his Hunter's Fury up as soon as possible. But Loud now spread across the map, just trying to win individual fights or maybe even potentially just group up and save at this point.
And you got to think of the implications of what Lev is doing at B, right? If Loud even want that space anymore, it's going to cost them util. They can no longer walk into that. They're going to have to use early util, which won't allow them to clear yellow as much if they don't have a bolt or the drone, whatever they use. And it's just, Lev is getting in Loud's face so much to cause problems here. We'll just have to see how much it matters, because Lev can figure out a way around this with the brain of Sadak. Alert towards mid and still this B re-hit to come into play, but they're staring down 5 barrels of Lev.
Yeah, as you're mentioning here, the calls from Sadak over at Loud, and they are trying to commit here on some sort of B control. But they do know that there's probably players watching every single angle. Not an opportunity for Les to be the first one to activate. Nice reckoning too. That gets information on 2 players, and they'll identify this late lurk, but Les still is able to commit and win that fight against Calm. Meanwhile, though, that leaves both players just stuck at yellow, and with no time left, that wall comes up just to help Penkata escape if he can. The tap onto the spike as well, committed to run through. Questionable plays across, and that's the round for Leviathan.
A great hold. Honestly, the slowdown at B has just shut Lev down so much, and with the fact that Loud committed so much to B, they didn't know what the A game was at Pipes, which has been pushed almost every round by LEV for the alt orb. So they had to consider somebody who was very far up there too. And just Aspas and King able to work this position. I mean, it was Aspas and Com or Tex a few rounds ago, or Mazzino. They've been switching up what that combination is, and it's just been working. And now switched up so much, they go away from it. Aspas will be pushing down mid with the help of Com's utility. So what can Loud do? How do they get back into this? It's going to be a low buy, but we still saw these low buys go in their favor on Lotus.
Also have a Vandal around that. That's in the hands of Penkata. The Al drone to push Tex away, and that is the pit coming out from King towards his A site.
Big plant.
Big plant to waste out Util. Kawadzin down to half HP as the Cove finally comes up to commit to the plant. King just trying to get the spray. Shock darts!
Oh, Com!
Coming out from Com. And that's now spiked down.
It's just an answer to everything right now for Leviathan.
Right here.
And Loud. They have to go to no man's land to get this.
Bucky now upgrade, but answered by a shorty. Advantage still looms here for Leviathan. Outlaw knowing it's a lower buy. The cape out of the open.
Carrying Spike.
And Tuiz is now left alone. A plant is the best thing you can get right now for Tuiz as he's getting hunted down. The confidence out of Aspas. Almost he wanted to upgrade the Outlaw to the Bucky there, but finally upgrades to the Vandal instead. But here comes an opportunity here for Loud to turn it around. A gun round in their favor, as well as 5 ults.
This is such a nasty ultimate from King. On the rafters? Oh, that's so cool. Easy entry for the team. They don't have to worry about being covered. You can go out either side of the smoke, but also look below. Really cheeky stuff there. 5 ults ready here for Loud. It's got to be around, right? Got to be around, right?
They're reading this for Leviathan.
Let's see.
And that's the reckoning. That's going to get information that our players that are trying to get an aggressive angle towards the nest. Counter Hunter's Fury out, but the rounds and the kills in favor of Loud. And
Spike down A.
get her there, dropping 3, and that's the spike once again.
Always where you least expect him. Pushed up in the middle of the war zone.
Kawadzin able to lurk up though. Lockdown available, not yet needed for less. They'll engage her right away. Tex trying to push forward. He knows here that the players are just around the corner. He could break it, but this was forced to swing. There is that break of the lockdown, and here is both sets of footsteps. Gives him a chance to reset. 12 bullets in the chamber. Looking back on the first swing, the crouch under as Kawadzin is able to see that round.
They recoup, losing 3 at Pipes from Aspas. Loud still able to figure a way around that round. And honestly, it looked like it was going to go the way of the previous round, where it just was like the spike was in no man's land. There's no answer. Leviathan read the play too well. But no, Loud still has that option to slow it down, rethink the situation, and get a different idea going. Really nicely done there to slow it down.
Kind of funny off that replay that Penkata realizing he's caught with the utility stance. The only thing he could do as the last man standing against Aspas was Hadouken that paranoia. But that was the Hadouken and allowed Kawadzin to start entering in and opening things up for Loud to save that round against Leviathan, who in this round still has another healthy buy. This time, no more outlaws for Aspas. It's an operator out, and they were looking for this A-side control to start where Loud seems to be finding success finally.
Exactly. Lev was mid, B, mid, and then A this round. And they flex back to mid as Loud still likes A. The idea that they can protect it from the back, the mollies, the utility they have, and being able to get in with the KO null command on this round, because they have all the space they need. But they're going to have to work with the lockdown coming in from Lev in just a second.
And all of them looking to flood back from the back of the spawn are Leviathan. The Cove thrown out first, all this to protect the lockdown to start things off and push Loud away here at Pipes. On the other end, you can definitely see less getting positioned for a really late lurk.
Little lurky turkey.
So these players have to stay alive, but it's not working out for now. Tuiz is the first to fall, and 3 players left alive by L, by Pipes. Are just trying to delay here to give this opportunity for Les to get through, but the turret's gonna spot him no matter what. So Aspas on top of the screens, easy pick. Now the turret drops down, but he is able to get the pick onto Aspas as he falls.
The fuse.
But you definitely do see the rest of the players of Loud just falling one by one like dominoes, and that the fuse will definitely come through. And Leviathan giving no chance for Loud to string some rounds in.
Oh my gosh. Mazzino having all of his utility there, Loud was forced to start peeking and getting in a position that was just not an advantage, or was a disadvantage, I should say. He had a cascade that was just flowing, goes all the way out towards Belt, and then you just see that high tide come up and close off the rest. Look at the walls. Look at, they only have so many angles to look at now. You going as Loud, you have to peek out. You have to show yourself there, because you don't know where you can protect or trade with your teammate. It causes so much chaos. Lev's doing a great job of inserting that chaos into each one of Loud's strategies here, and it will cause Loud to call a timeout now.
When you're looking at the state of the game here, released from map 1, and something that the desk mentioned was it seems like Loud really had an answer onto how Aspas was able to play that duelist role and to isolate him and stop him from getting any type of opportunities here to score some points on the side of Leviathan. Actually, even at the bottom of the scoreboard for Leviathan after map number 1. But this time, he's actually he starts at the right spots to do a lot of damage onto Lau's attempt to get any type of map control. So some great reads coming out so far as well from both Aspas and King at the forefront to call these positions.
And as we come out of this timeout, we have Opspas. He pulls out, they opt now. Round 8, 9, 6, and 1. Blaze Storm actually there for protection if he does get himself into a crazy spot. I was gonna say, is he pushing down
potentially, yeah,
tube with the op? All right. I mean he's got protection there from Com a little bit, as much as you'll get from the dart and the Vandal.
And the high tide that they could throw through.
True. Yeah, the protection there is good.
And B.
Yeah, Mazzino just set up towards mid, so they have a lot of protection for this operator walk down. All right, Aspas, show us what you got.
Really drone too, so no recon. So the drone was to set up 2 players to fight through the smoke. If they spotted more players here from Loud, but nobody through, so now Aspas can be anchored and cut the rotates, and that's exactly where Loud are going after picking up this orb.
And look at this, Kawanzine, dart, and drone down. This B area, just so they can know it's not a push again from Lev. It's not going to be something crazy, but it already is map control in mid from Aspas.
Holding a tight angle, that's spiked down once again, and no utility here to give a chance for a double initiator util to get some scans towards this A site, giving a chance now for Tex to be out in the open, to convert onto a kill onto Kawanzine.
I feel like they're just reading what Loud wants to do here. Right? Even in the positioning, jump up on pipes. Simple shots here for Lev. All right, spikes planted. That high tide goes down. Getting ready now for the retake. All 5 members here as we watch Com get ready with the dart.
Definitely some saving grace now for Loud as they get the plant down. That's 300 credits across the board for the next round. On top of the bonus that we get from losing, unless... Yeah. Yep.
1, 2, 3. As they found one of them, they found all of them, honestly. That's going to be a 6-2 here for Leviathan, and this is Lev's map. Last one was, Lotus was Loud's map, and we kind of saw how Loud felt comfortable on it here. It just looks like they cannot get a footing against Leviathan on this. Aspas is starting to get, heated up. He's going almost red hot already.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're supporting him so much to get in these positions means they're comfortable probably to do more. And Loud hasn't even seen most of that yet, I don't think so. Here's Sadak on your screen. We'll see what he can come up with here for the next round. As we get into round 9, that Blade Storm still available. Well, Reckoning is on board here, just on deck rather, for Loud. They might be able to use that.
And that timeout is to try to see if they could take down here Leviathan on a B control attempt. And that's a high tide to start that goes across the board. Not too sure here if they're going to be able to spot Mazzino that's hiding in that cubby. Even stays outside of the radius of the KO knife. But it looks like they don't want that smoke here for Loud. They're falling back for the A side control where Les was able to move up here towards L.
Good positioning so far. Maybe even gets a little bit of audio check. You can tell the team what he's hearing as they are getting prepared here. Loud's moving quite quick for the info they have. They're looking to get it on the fly and just hit the protocol they have ready.
As soon as the high tide comes up, that's both nanoswarms just trying to run that timer down of the high tide to give a chance for Leviathan to potentially get a surprise attack. But Kawanzine, off the support of that Reckoning of 2Es, is able to get that first pick onto Tex, who falls. Con now dropping inside, that's definitely going to get hurt, and Pankata is the one that's lurking around it because Tex died. That's no turret. He's able to get that lurk if he wants to, but Kawazine once again anchoring towards this A site. There's that lurk finally from Penkata. The Blade Thorndole from Aspas now left on a 1 versus 2, trying to clutch this against the whole remaining roster of Loud. Tap once again. Pre-fired shots off the dagger, but it's definitely looking like it's going to be a round out for Loud. He did spot the legs, the cape of Tui's of both Wes. But you definitely see it right now. Round converted for Loud on the attack.
Loud slightly identifying there the retakes from LEV. Very heavily focused coming from the rafter area. And if Loud can get forward in the site, I think the first few rounds we saw from Loud, they would try to get somebody up and nest and plant, but everybody else was waiting for the planter to get out. They're like, okay, you did it, come on, get out now. It's like planting it B on Haven. This time they're in the site, they're forward, they're pushing in, and they're not allowing LEV the first steps back into the site. And that little change does help. We're still getting this B start from Loud though. They're quickly dart, drone, or just drone, just to make sure garage is clear to the other side. They actually do not like how B has been ending out here if they're not getting this first initial kill.
Underscore on the attack. Ooh, it actually does hit King. And because of that, no opportunity for Aspas to break the knife, so now he's hit by the KO knife. No dash to fall back. Remember last time he was trying to fall back, he actually got spammed, but there's a gap now for him to hold that angle, despite King dying first. Push back from Leviathan towards the middle. No lurk activated for Loud. Just spraying across the high tide. It goes back and forth.
Oh my god. Surprised to see all the Vandal gamers with this much spamming Vans. Crazy stuff here. High tide finally goes down. And we get these angles back for Aspas. But man, Loud has been hitting the shots here to open up the site.
And there's still utility available now for Loud. Maybe they wait for the high tide so they could double smoke here, try to hit this so far.
Cove in for plant. Could be a possibility. This knife can tell them where a few are if they can get a good shot on it, but I don't think you got to line up from that spot.
Just a waiting game. There's now the high tide. Both of them being prepped up here to throw that utility, and a knife will come in as well.
Oh, he did. A little bit of a lineup.
30 seconds left.
Lands now on the top of B. Does activate and find information on the 2 players, but Tex is still able to get that pick from the back of the side onto Penkata. A 10th of a plant. You mentioned that Cove. The pop flash across, but Tex is still ready for a 4K in the round.
Gosh. Disgusting. Lockdowns there as well now for Tex. Aspas still with the operator as they continue to protect that. It's kind of an all cost here, right? King's just like running around. Aspas like, sorry man, I can't do anything for you in this situation. And this push mid to regain control of the map. Now more than once that mid control has paid off heavily for Leviathan. We saw Aspas get pushed up there and then a double team coming in from Leviathan. They're working the map so well right now, just shoveling Loud into whatever position Lev wants them to be in. Let's see what they have here. We talked about that lockdown, but Reckoning is also available here for Leviathan to make it that much harder.
I just love this new meta of Kawadzine with this bookie. Getting so much value, and the 2 times that he's wielded out of the 3. And Kawadzine, of course, the range will now help against Aspas for the classic will. Now he moves in, lockdown activated onto the defense. Penkata on the top of pipes, a jump spot from Mazino. Now they know, at least for Leviathan, there's going to be a late lurk once again. Reckoning forced out on top of the lockdown, pushing everybody back towards A main. And here's the important fight. Because of that jump spot, though, at least Mazino has fallen towards the A site. This gives a chance now for King to get that kill under pipes.
You never heard him fall. It was right there after the shots. Tex hits another one to clear this, and Loud has to rethink the round once again. Just under a minute left. Initiator utilities there. It's exactly what you want to get into a site, and to go B, they could be able to cove this.
Got that headshot from Kawadzine. But it was jiggling across, and I think they found that timing for Loud to at least make it across and get this plant down. Tui's has the operator. Sadak was the first one to pick it up, and he's going to leave it behind for Tui's as he goes for the plant. He gets denied by a beautiful snake bite thrown by King. 26 HP left now for the IGL of Loud. Plant finally comes down, sprayed down to 10. And there's the information on both. Wallbang on the first, Tui's left behind. Pinged by the L drone earlier on a retake from Calm, and he's going to have to hold this with a knock. Misses the first shot. A rare miss coming out from Tui's. And now Calm can commit for the full defuse. And maybe Tui's just trying to stay alive here with the operator. Jumps up, greeted by Tex. And that's Leviathan with 8 rounds of Icebox.
Man, this is almost comical what Lev is doing here. Loud. It looks like they have the right play. Plant's going down. Wait, Viper's bite out of nowhere. Here's a molly. And then they get the plant down, and you saw Sadak just kind of stay. He's like, okay, yeah, you got me. He almost didn't even move. He just smiled at the drone and knew he was going to go down. They're just being put in these unwinnable positions that Leviathan is creating. And they're doing it almost every round. They've only given 3 now, or let 3, I should say, go, as they look to grab maybe even a 9th here, feeling confident, feeling the momentum on the first half. 15-5 from Tex. Top fragging with Calm last game, still feeling good in the second game of the series here. Almost a push in.
Coming out though, as Sadak is able to get that first blood for King. Penkata, you saw the TP towards the back. Ooh, quick ADS right in the dome of Tex. 2-player advantage now for Loud. Spike comes down and it gets planted towards B. Mazzino trying to stay alive, and that's a swing from Sadak on the top of the ropes. Ozboss going for the dash after getting the pick onto Penkata, and he's left alone one more time, 1 versus 3. But this time has to commit. Last round now of the half. Palm Flash forces him to throw out a cloud burst, so that gives his position away. And Les is just ready. Great spots for Loud on the post plant. Ozboss, first contact on the top of the bridge. Tries to swing against Kawatsin, but Loud able to salvage the last round.
8-4, and that 4 is actually a big one for Loud. They go towards B with a heavy first round focus, first half focus towards A. But they do find that B worked for them in the end once they start clearing the garage area and getting that initial push on B long away from the Leviathan. Still, great half by Lev.
Exactly, a great half by Lev, great reads that continues, and they're able to close potentially this series, and that will definitely be coming out here from great reads of King, but it'll happen after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. Leviathan currently up in this map, Icebox. A strong map for them that we knew going into it. But now we're flipping sides here. And overall, I would say Leviathan playing as expected.
Yeah, I think the story of that half was the retakes for Leviathan. Loud was playing a really slow style here, playing a lot of mid-rounds, trying to get late into these sites. But I think Lev do a really good job on this map in particular of finding the right timings to pull back, set up for that flood retake, and absolutely annihilate in these lanes.
And look at how they have to navigate against the harbor wall, omen smokes. Like, there's so many different ways that Loud are trying to make the site play confusing. But Leviathan are always clearing the right side as they go back into sight, clearing away the left as well. And then Loud are sort of stuck coming back into their own angles. They use a great job of using the harbor wall too to isolate those angles and make it very easy to take those fights one by one.
Yeah, it was absolutely great stuff from Leviathan. And I mean, this map has continued to be the home ground. I think their defensive side has always been super strong. But what's scary here for Loud is that this loss would mean a guaranteed out for playoffs, guaranteed not even making it to champions.
That's right. You got only a few more rounds if you're Leviathan to secure that top 2 placement in the stage going into playoffs. But Loud need to find a way to survive. Let's send it back over to the casters.
The pressure continues to rise now for Loud, where we know with this championship-built team, the ideas that they have now behind this roster definitely has what it takes against this adversity to potentially bring this to cross the line to a third map. But Leviathan have other things to say. With how the reads have been since this second map here of Icebox, it's looking to be potentially a clean 2-0 for Leviathan towards the end, as now on the attack side, Leviathan looking for this early B control, and there's walls on walls just to keep these players isolated on yellow.
Yeah, double wall. I like that call from them. As Loud is playing very confident in who they have at which site, though, knowing this is going to be full well a retake round, I think. A push already happening from LEV here, and they've avoided the util, but not less.
And by taking down less, they'll avoid the util at least.
Now they will.
Looks like Loud wants to fight very quickly. Early util being thrown out denies the plant to come down, at least to start. Now all of the players grouped up at the staircase behind the spawn for Loud. Ospa still looking to connect some shots of the Sheriff, just wasting time for another player to try to lurk around. Players are watching it passively. Looks like they're ready for it though.
Yeah, that's crazy. Just a family photo of Loud there on the steps. Now we'll see if LEV
30 seconds left.
waiting to move that spike back over as Ospas just holds to now put the same lurk King just had. Or less, rather, just had on the map.
Oh, it's definitely King here that got picked off, and he'll call that plant towards that B side, and Ospas, who's trying to get that lurk, is ready. And greeted by Tui's. Meanwhile, though, the fights are going down towards the B site. Somebody could just stick onto it for now. Actually, it's just a tap for Sadak. So all the noise will be heard by Calm.
Last player standing.
He now stands alone on a 1 versus 2, but could just fight that against Sadak. Now he's left alone, but he wasted enough time, forcing out Tuis to make so much noise. Sheriff's in his hand. Tap on that spike.
Oh, he's looking
right. Tuis. I mean, he gets the kill, but does he not have enough time?
Oh.
There's already been so much time wasted there. Pistol round for Leviathan.
Nicely done. The big frags inside sight after that plant to just slow it down ever so slightly. Calm there, being able to play the flash trickery game up in Nest. And honestly, this was one of the lurkiest pistol rounds I think we've seen. We had a lurk and then a lurk, a relurk. Yeah, that got pretty lurky. All right, a clutch there, nicely done. Let's see who's on top of the scoreboard here as we get into our second round. Those 11 fans are ready to see that result. Loud need to lock in here and get themselves some more rounds. A fast push forward. And it looks like already pipes control here for Leviathan. Oh my gosh.
The timing on that one too. Les was looking at the window of the A nest all along, and as he turns away, it's Ospas that spots him and gets the kill through the cascade. Advantage for Leviathan. An attempt to swing again.
One down.
And that's Sadak alone.
Plant the spike.
No double swing on a 3-2-1, and definitely knows that Kawazin's there too.
And Lev ready for the lurk. They have somebody all the way at the backside of spawn as Ospas is doing work in sight. I think that's one of the biggest things we have to re-recognize or again look at for Lev is how much Ospas is given this space with utility, how much he's getting from the team to be facilitated to get these kills and move forward in safe positions. It's incredible.
And how good he is just at shooting heads.
Exactly. You have to be the one to shoot once you get up there if you get all that util, and man, does he produce results.
You can hear it. The crowd just wants another iBuyPower PC. But Loud, looks like they're just looking to die to spike, and that's going to be no ace as Tex picks up that kill towards the back. Consolation at least, or 4K for Ospas.
Yeah, even a dart there at the end too, right? It's never almost just Ospas. There's something else there along with it. He's the one who gets to have his cake and eat it too.
Need a drop.
It's crazy. 20-9 for Ospas right now. Again, Tex still having an amazing series there as they just continue to be some Bass Brothers at the top of the list. And I think we saw from them at Shanghai as well, just how well they continue, or how well Ospas and Tex played A site in anchoring. Rather. All right, they go towards B.
I mean, the knife got a lot of info. That's 3 players now pinged out. And Lau will know both the potential lurks from Leviathan are towards middle and A site. But the early knife that comes out, knowing that it's a bonus round from Leviathan, they might want to commit into this with the lower weapons to just fight back towards yellow. And that's where Loud is choosing to attempt their first stand. 3 players grouped up in that area. Lev's just working that map. Looks like that shot missed here from Tex. No Marshall. Shots coming through as Aspas dies towards that B site. We're just trying to stay quiet across, and there you go. Any type of alert that you're trying to do here from Leviathan on both extremities, both got denied. Last 3 players committed to fight towards this A site where, again, you have better weaponry for Loud.
We just saw the 0 point as well, used over here by the side of Loud, so they're just trying to clear space and get an idea.
As I say better weaponry for Loud, there's still some good rifles in the hands of Leviathan. Mazzino finding the timing behind. Unfortunately, his teammate falls, so he's gonna have to go in a clutch. There's that first pick, but Sadak swings out to get the trade. Loud's able to convert here their gun round.
That's slow. Still touch and go, right? Lev's taking a round right now, and Lev just tear that round away from Loud. Loud get around, and it feels like they're tempered in the things that they're doing.
30 seconds.
I'm not too confident that that's going to be the right play. Here, good hold on A. Good call around this one, though. Pancata getting 3. We see a little bit of life from that defensive side here from Loud on that bonus. So let's see if they can keep it going. Still going to be the purchase here for Lev. Reckoning is up. And Loud are actually going to stack towards A. We'll keep an eye on that for the rest of the rounds to see if they actually change this towards B. They're pretty in sight and not able to trade each other right now, though. Just looking at Loud spots. Oh, that was close. It's interesting. I kind of wanted Lev to hit it to see what Loud's defense there was. They seem very, very confident in playing forward in the site, which is unusual. We see a lot of Loud retake.
Paw Flash always ready here from Sadak.
That's true.
By screens on that aggression that could come out now from Leviathan. And now the Owl drone does spot the Viper, but not too sure if it actually did see Mazzino in that corner tucked up. But Leviathan still doesn't want to continue to try to sell some sort of fake here towards this B site. They're working and grouping together towards Garage, where Tui's is pretty much at a one and done.
Yeah.
Com still has Owl drone. Jiggles out. Cannot have the Owl drone anymore. But you're definitely seeing Leviathan looking to trade it instantly back towards
30 seconds left.
the B site to avenge his teammate. Avenge their teammate, rather, as the Reckoning now puts Tui's just jumping around towards the site. Forced to give that away. Plant will now come down from Mazzino under the cove.
Oh. Very chipped down for Lev here. It's going to be tough if they try to play this one out in the open and Loud. Like we said, the retakes are where they come in strong.
Always good on those retakes. And that's where it doesn't matter if they don't have a duelist. They can always work in 10 and as a group to fight back now against the Pulse Plant. Leviathan, only 3 players make that 2, and one of them heavily wounded is Mazzino. There's that wide swing first before they actually break the dome.
That timing.
Now it's halfway. It disappears. Tex gets a second kill. Tried to swing on that third one, but there was going to be time at least to trade.
The timing on that fucking swing and the call.
4 away from tying this one up. Loud are going to grab a bit of that momentum now. Feel good with the ultimates that they have. Pancata is actually, I love the way they're using the Omen ultimate. It's almost just with the team to initiate into the site. If you see Sadak or whoever Tui's in the site, get yourself in there with Pancata. You have another person. You've kind of covered the map with that from the Shadows ultimate. So we'll see if they can get it out here and do it once again. Don't see any operators coming out on the map just yet. It seems like Loud wants to keep it to rifles so they can keep the retakes fast, and Aspas being even faster with the knives.
And initiating that one with the Blade Storm on the first blood. Weapon upgraded as well. Dash across, just trying to catch another one. No avail. Players now forced back from Loud just to play the retake. There's Elise Coetzine still trying to anchor under the heavens, and there's the backstab attempt, misses the daggers, and Coetzine still completes the kill. King with the rest of his teammates pushing forward, fighting back against Loud. A 3 versus 2, wounded as Sadak. Fallen has Sadak.
Sadak overheat.
Picks up the last kill, and they answered very quickly off the back of Aspas's entry.
That
that was crazy. The retake speed from Loud, the reaction from Leviathan, all of that was a bit of mayhem, and it started off with Aspas drawing a beautiful picture of Cowanzine in the corner with Blade Storm. And some shots here. Oh my word. Just the back and forth. I mean, look how fast LEV is trying to put themselves in the back of the site. Just get in Loud's face so they can't get themselves in the site that easily. It looks like they might do it again right towards A. Almost everybody on that belt side to start off here.
Especially with the economy that Loud currently has. They understand here that they could add that pressure. But with the Guardians ringing across the side on the defensive side, shot by Sadak. Leviathan now knows that this is a force fly coming through. Aldrone, no punishment, but at least they get the punish on the Cowanzine. Both players falling back, another ping coming through. And that's King trying to find the opener. Two players swinging out from the back of the dice.
Yeah, he's Jova.
Sadak caught in the null command. At least he'll be a Cypher camera temporarily to see how many players are working towards the back of the site. We'll only identify Calm for now. Under the rafters. Cascade blocking vision to give an opportunity for Loud to catch players off the rotate, trying to fall back here as the spikes planted for Leviathan, and you can definitely see it here. Chances are not for the side of Loud. Only a share for 2Es. Vandal for less, trying to do some damage, and they lose that rifle in the process. And Leviathan are looking well positioned. Now positioned at map and series point.
Yeah, never letting up, Vans. Even if they had a blip in a round, they pulled it right back, and they have just put the pressure on Loud constantly in these rounds. Loud's gonna go ahead and call a timeout here as we get back into this replay. So they'll be discussing what they can do next, but just continuously pushing through. And we kind of got to see what it looked like. That was a lower buy, but what Loud's trying to do in sight there, you know? They can cover each other a little bit. There's the flashes, there's the paranoias, but it still is mayhem. And it's almost like they're forced into this position to play chaotic because the retakes are almost too hard against LEV right now. We did see playing in sight with a lower buy work on Lotus. It's one of the reasons Loud was able to come back after the shoddy round. But this time, LEV's shots are hitting. The one and dones that Loud's trying to play are not one dones, they're just dones. And it's 12-6 for that reason right now. LEV is absolutely a train on the tracks, and they are moving quick.
And that was a round where you mentioned overall when the utility was so good for Aspas. They got an Aldrone ping, they got a Recon Dart ping, allowing this push forward now from Leviathan to just overtake the A site. Again, it's looking like a map of Icebox here that's controlled from A to Z. Defense to the attack in favor of Leviathan on their map pick. Loud thinks or thought that they had an answer so far against Leviathan by letting this map go through and by going back to their tried and true of what they tried to work with in the past year of Icebox with no duelist. And you can't find the answer, unfortunately. And off this timeout, you see here, worse for wear are Loud. Only 2 Vandals. Trying to fight back with aggression on the B side while the rest of Leviathan, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Work that A side again.
Keep it going. Take flight. I think even if it does have a chip in it, you just super glue it and say it still works. It looks good, fans. It looks good. They're looking to make it 8-1 on the VCT Americas record here with this round. If they can get by the lower buy Loud here.
And 3 players scores Loud on B just to try to once again to Hail Mary Hunter's Fury in the hands of Cowanzine. And that may be able to fight back against the lockdown available for Leviathan on the post plant. High Tide coming out on the retake. There's that lockdown. There's a double Hunter's Fury that's about to come out. One to break the lockdown on the defensive side. It gets broken. And the one on the attack trying to get some kills, but it works out in the favor of Loud. Trying to stay alive in this game, they'll be able to do so. Lockdown available on the defensive side, but it's a 4-on-2 in favor of Loud. Aspas still holding his ground at the generator. 2 more kills needed. Dashes away as the spike is still ticking. Off towards the A site. Smokes dissipate. There's that 3rd one. 1 more kill to go. As Les runs out of bullets. Aspas with the 4K. And Leviathan wins and clutches top 2 seed in the Americas playoffs.
And in a fashion that teams
Thanks, Aspas.
Really nice consistency.
LEV should rename into
no matter who you're looking at on the
Aspas' team.
Honestly,
Like,
And
honestly.
Yeah, they may have gone against kind of a wounded Loud right now, trying to figure out positions. LEV get their win. They get that win. They create history for themselves, taking down Loud. Aspas said, maybe today. Yeah, we saw the calmness in his voice. It was today. Aspas went nuclear here. 25-12 as we got into Icebox. It was Tex and Calm on the first map. And they are looking poised for success.
And I could understand that from Loud's POV when you look at what they pulled out on their first map of Lotus, shutting down Aspas on every single one of these opportunities. Now on Icebox, they mentioned on the desk, this was Aspas's playground on Icebox, and maybe Loud had it away to answer on how Aspas was playing the defensive side with this operator, but this man was all over the place and just landing every single one of these shots on both the attack and the defense. And the game plan that you had built up, unfortunately, does not come true for Loud, and also their chances to reach playoffs for Loud have now crumbled.
It does seem like Loud has found themselves from a position of being innovators, something that everybody looks at to play this and that, but then when they can't fit a role or they have to switch one thing, it's almost like a default composition won't work for them anymore. It has to be outside the box for them, and the teams have them figured out right now. I don't think Loud is feeling too low on what's happening, but teams have them figured out, and we will see Loud again, right? They're still going to come back strong. They got firepower and class, pedigree on that squad.
They've done that before. What were they known as innovators had to play catch up from
exactly.
It's
a catch up moment,
right? Exactly. And at this point, though, I do agree with you. They do have what it takes. The leadership that they had, the firepower that they also brought in. Tui's had some good moments, at least on that raise on the first match. So it gives us some chances here to see what Loud could look like in the next year of partnership. And that's the crazy part. They're unfortunately out of playoffs going into this one.
Yeah, it is absolutely wild to think of that. A team of this caliber, but it just takes having the wrong flow, the wrong moment, and the wrong idea on the meta.
Yeah. Well, now let's send it back to Geek Heavy down at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Everybody, give it up for Leviathan! Yes, Tex! Congratulations, man. How are you feeling right now?
Good. Feels really good, for sure.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. Y'all are 2-0 champions here at stage 2. Y'all haven't dropped a map yet. Now, I gotta ask you, like, what do you attribute that to?
Hard work, amazing teammates, amazing coaches. We just feel like a family right now. It feels really good.
Yeah. Now let's kind of walk it back a little bit, because it was close on Lotus. Now, what was the pivotal moment though that you noticed in which you all knew that y'all had Loud on the ropes?
Well, I wouldn't say we always knew we had him on the ropes. It was definitely a tough game, but honestly, once we calmed down, we were a little hectic in the start, and then after the first half, we really brought it together, just being calm.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, calm is, I think, that's something that you definitely need to have, and it shows that y'all definitely were very calm, cool, and collected. Now, conversely, y'all ran away. I would say y'all ran away with a little bit on map 2. What was the different play style that you noticed from Loud that kind of like tipped things in your favor?
Well, they changed comp, and we just kind of analyzed their comp, and we just really thought about what they can do, and that's really it. We just really talked about it. Once we loaded in, we saw it, we talked about what they're going to do and how we counter it, and that was it.
Yeah, and Icebox, I would say that is LEV's map. There was something that I noticed at the end of stage 1.
I'm gonna call it for
really
today.
consistent on Icebox.
It's pretty late for me,
Would you describe this as the playground
even though
other
it's
teams
Sunday
need to
now.
kinda
But
be afraid of as it pertains to LEV?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna
when you have
go.
Aspas on your team, it's, he just runs around and just kills everyone. It's honestly
Before I
insane.
fall
That is
asleep.
true. That's absolutely true. Now, how about you cheer for Tex?
I'll see you tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna watch the game tomorrow, because America is pretty late for me. But yeah. I will play games, probably, maybe, one day, lol. Anyways, see you tomorrow, bye bye.